Less than a minute, surfers. Hold your position, stand by.
Attention, surfers. The heat is on. Surf fans from around the world, welcome to Surf City, USA for the 2023 Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. This week, the quest for qualification continues as we enter the fourth stop on the Challenger Series. Also on offer, the world's best longboarders hit the water for the first stop of the WSL Longboard Tour. The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Buckle up, it all starts now.
Welcome to the Sambazon morning update here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico Long Beaches. Nolan Raposa, Jorgen Kuzle representing France, all preparing for a day here, Southside Huntington Pier. What is in store for us day 3 of competition? And the fourth stop on the Challenger Series. Samuel Pupo, this is going to be an important event for him. Good morning, I'm Kaipo. This is the Hall of Famer Pete Mel. And Pete, well, guess what? We know we're on, but what are we doing is the question.
Well, by the virtue of what we saw competitor-wise this morning in the people who are showing up, looks like to me we're going to be into the men's Challenger Series. But good morning, Kaipo. Good morning, everyone. Nice day today. Woke up, not a lot of fog. It's actually some sun and blue skies in the morning, which we haven't seen a lot of. And over my shoulder, you can see what 3 to 4 foot peaks. I think it's in for another good day.
Well, let's go to the guys who really make the decisions on what we're doing today. We're going to go to Travis Logie from Tours and Competition. He's with AJ.
So Travis, another beautiful day here in Huntington Beach, like the guys just mentioned. Not a lot of fog today, so walk us through what we can expect.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day, AJ, and the waves are pumping, so we're super stoked. Today's men's round 2 all day, round of 64, 16 heats. Heats are going to be 30 minutes. Swell has definitely jumped up a little bit, and the period's jumped up a little bit too, making the waves that are coming through a little bit more powerful, some chunkier sections, so we love it.
Walk us through just when you say going through the rounds, men's Challenger Series, right? So what's at stake for today?
A lot. There's some surfers that could potentially qualify today. It's all on the line, and this is kind of the heat. Once you get into round of 32, the points really ramp up, so this is really the make or break round.
Make or break round coming your way. We'll send it back to you.
All right, well, that's going to take a full day for us. 16 heats, that's 8 hours of competition. 4 surfer heats. Top 2 advance into round of 32. Pretty simple math that we have to deal with today, but it will be an entertaining day with a variety of surfers that we're going to have in the competition today. But Travis talked about the period coming up. As far as the swell, Pete, let's take a look at our surfline forecast.
Yeah, he'd mentioned that the period had come up, and that's good news. What it is extra energy. And if you look at the storm that we have right there highlighted, you can see how it breathed. It just had different pulses, and that's what we saw. It's the same storm producing little pulses of extra energy. That's what we're seeing today, is that little extra energy. And then a beautiful thing, the south wind. We usually get that here in the summertime, and when the sun is out, generally it keeps it light, you know, and we'll keep fingers crossed that that's the case. It is going to have manageable onshore winds. We see that in the afternoon here. It comes from that west-northwest direction. It's not a big deal. Then we see that next storm coming up for the weekend, little long term. You're going to see that there is some energy there as well. Today, 3 to 4 foot. Going to keep it all the way to the afternoon. The only other thing there is you can see the increase in winds for the onshores. Not a big deal though, 5 to 8. Anything under 10 knots is definitely manageable. We saw some winds yesterday that affected the lineup. Probably not gonna be the case today. Looking at the next 4 days, again, you see it just kind of drop off and then another pulse on Thursday. Looking into the weekend, we'll see a different storm produce a different swell direction, and that's great news for our finals weekend. So fingers crossed that all comes to fruition.
Well, thank you to Surfline for all the intel. We appreciate that. We'll be updating you every day. This is day 3 of 9 of competition. Just heard the horn. I think we're on the way, Pete.
Yeah, 4-man heats. Once again, we're going to see a lot of action. We're going to have surfers moving up and down. There's peaks everywhere in the competition area. It's not like there's one zone that's specific. I mean, I saw good rights and lefts to the south end. There's great pier ball waves, so we're going to see a lot of action today.
Here we go. Samuel Pupo, our top seed in this heat, the 22-year-old Brazilian. Quick on his feet and wants to surf his way back onto the championship tour, where he was eliminated from due to that mid-season cut. So important contest for Sammy Pupo. Sammy already has 10,000 points to his credit because of a victory at the stop number 1 on the Gold Coast at Snapper. So since then, he's had 2 33rds, so really needs to ramp it up right now. Remember, you take your best 4 results for your qualification.
I will say, though, that win with 10,000 points is huge because there is such a huge gap between second place and even going into thirds and fourths. I mean, it's almost like having 2 results in one because you get that win. Still needs to back it up though, right? You know, you need to have probably right now you need 2 really good solid results and then some, you know, mid-range if you really want to stay in that top 10 to make the cut for next year.
Quick to work, opens up with a 5.5. Pupo, again quick and not able to ride out of that. Did equipment change just this year, coming on board with JS Industry surfboards. Previous to that, he would be on ShopRise sometimes, or his dad, Wagner Pupo, had Ohara Pupo surfboards that he would also ride.
Yeah, and I think that's so huge because when you have your dad who's basically shaping boards for you, you're going to spend a lot of time in that shaping room as well. So he's going to understand what equipment he likes and what he wants, and then being able to get boards from JS, you know, obviously going to be a plethora of boards, right? He's going to get a full quiver that he can choose. Looks like he's on an EPS board out there right now, which is epoxy polystyrene. There's some carbon strips on it. You can see that by the virtue of the carbon black stripes, but also the very white deck.
Yeah. Came over to California, went down to Oceanside to the JS Surf Garage, picked up a bunch of new equipment, I think 5 boards total, make his way back up here to Huntington Beach. So you're right, Pete, he's got some, I'm sure he brought some Old Faithfuls with him, but also brought some brand new California-made equipment.
Yeah, and there's nothing better than a fresh board, right? I mean, as a surfer, you know it, I know it. Everyone who's ever gotten a brand new board knows it. The next thing you know, that thing's sleeping with you, next to you. It's like, you know, you just you do everything you can because those fresh boards are just so good.
Yeah. I want to thank Duke Ipa for my fresh board in Huntington Beach. Taking a look here at Jorgen Kuzne, representing France, 29-year-old. He's been grinding for a while, coming very, very close to qualifying a number of times. Jorgen, 2019, surfed his way to a quarterfinal finish here at the pier while having a fracture in his back.
That's pretty gnarly. You know, so obviously probably dealing with a lot of pain with that. It would affect his performance, but somehow able to grind through it. So I like what Jorgen has done in the past here at Huntington Beach. I actually like what he's done all over on tour. I feel like he is one surfer that could transition to the championship tour in a big way if he gets there. And now it's just between the years, that's what he needs to do. He needs to believe that he can do it and make it happen because nowadays, I will say, when you look at this round of 80, this is the round of 64, but the 80 surfers who are invited to this event, they are all top-notch.
Taking a look here at Gatien Deluhe from Guadeloupe, 26 years old, nearly qualified in 2022, finishing the Challenger Series in the 14th spot. Remember, we take the top 10, and so close with that year.
Yeah, when you come in and you're going to that last event and you're that close, you just sit there and you're tasting it. Just wanting it because obviously the dream fulfillment is the championship tour. All of a sudden the venues get better, the money gets better, the talent is better, and you're now in the league, which allows you to go to the ultimate dream of a world title. And I think every surfer in this draw right here, that is the goal.
It's got to be your end game. Here's the youngster, 18 years old, out of Haleiwa on the island of Oahu. This is Shion Crawford. Shion had a tough string at the beginning of the season, not making any heats, but got on a roll with some of the best performances that we've seen in that early round, the opening round for the men's. Shion came out firing the very first heat of the day. Let's see what Crawford has for us here.
Yeah, and we've seen his performances in Hawaii. We watched him at Haleiwa. He was a giant killer there. Obviously his home break, but some of the surfing he was doing there, as well as this early rounds in this event. The man has it. That has the talent, has that there. It's just now, again, this level, everyone has the talent. It's just a matter of making good decisions between the ears, keeping that confidence up that you can believe in yourself.
A busy Samuel Pupo scratching into another one, is not able to get there. He's in the lead with a 5.5 and a 2.67. No waves ridden as of yet from the other three competitors. Everything starts to fill in. And let's talk a little bit of the reason that we're seeing Sammy Pupo not on our screen right now. He's on a different peak. For more on that, I'm going to go to Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell.
Yeah, well, good morning, gentlemen. Beautiful conditions this morning. We did have a little bit of morning sickness when we did get here, and it's cleaned up substantially. But just want to talk about positioning. There's 3 different peaks. Sam right now is in the middle peak, and a little over towards Machado's, there's a really good ride over there as well. But I just think the strategy is really paying off. Only person that's caught a wave so far in this heat, Kaipo. He's up and riding again, a quick one. But you talk about positioning, it's going to be key today in this round specifically. And we have a couple of real important heats. Cole Hauschman needs to make just 1 heat in order to qualify for the championship tour. He's going to be coming up later. But I think, as Pete was mentioning, everybody's great in this round. It's all about decision making right here, Pete.
Mitchell, you reference Machado's. Please give us an explanation of what Machado's is.
Yeah, so we have 3 buoys all the way on the outside. Machado's Peak would be the one that's furthest to the south, and on that south buoy, kind of where Sam is right now. He's in between Middle Peak and Machado's right now, Kipes.
Thank you for all the intel there. Mitchell Salazar, Shion Crawford up and riding. Nice snap. And a huge finish there. Crawford, that's a nice start for the young man from Haleiwa. Riding shopper surfboards. Jorgen weaving down the line, looking for something. Wave flattens out, gives him no opportunity.
Really like that wave from Shion Crawford. We saw him in the first round get a very similar style right, which came in at one of the bigger numbers we saw in that early round. Again, going back to that layback snap to finish one of those maneuvers that is very dynamic. It's not the hardest maneuver to do, but it definitely has that speed and that power element, especially when he gets the drift and you get that fan of water off there. It's a very high impact move, especially for that finish move, so the judges eat it up. I feel like this is going to be the best number of the heat for me, just because of that explosiveness on that final move. Also saw Sammy Pupo pick up another wave here, and there you go, a little dynamic first turn, gets the whip and a drift of the fins and a third turn. So there, well, now I'm going to have to eat my words, because I feel like that's actually going to be the best number of the heat now. But taking a look at Shion's wave here, behind the peak, that's what you need to do at Huntington Beach, is get behind it. First turn there in the lip, nicely done, straight to the bottom, and then the layback drifting snap. So 2 beautiful waves there ridden by Shion Crawford and then also Sammy Pupo. And right now, momentum with them.
So we'll be waiting for those scores, coming back to live. Gatian on the backhand, and a nice closing maneuver right next to the pier. Looks like he's going to stick with it, maybe look for reform, decides to bail out. So plot thickens right now. We got 3 numbers that are owed to us by the judges.
Yeah, and this is an example where, as a Gatian, he almost had to place that maneuver there in the backhand snap. He didn't accelerate through it, didn't have that super high impact, so you'll see that that one will be a little bit less than what we saw from Shion and Sammy. It is a good size set wave. Those set waves tend to be a little bit flat, you know, they break and kind of crumble, rather than ones you'll kind of slide underneath. They'll have a little bit more vertical face to it. You can see when he takes off, there's a flatness to it, right? So the first turn is not necessarily in that steep section. It's not a critical section. That was the most critical section he got. Didn't have a ton of speed, so he wasn't able to accelerate through the maneuver. Very well done for Gatian. It's going to be a good warm-up wave for him, but it's not really going to match what we saw from Sammy or Shion.
Back to Shion here. Scratching, looking left, looking right. Still head on a swivel, goes left. Little bank there. Up in the lip again, vert, but overpowers that turn and gets blown out the back, incomplete. Jorgen, a little caught up on that first turn. Wants to make up for that. Screaming towards the pier here, oncoming section. Little slide disco spin, and he's gonna call that.
Again, we had a pretty slow start to the beginning of the heat. It was, you know, like not a whole lot going. And then all of a sudden now you get the, you know, 3-4 wave sets. And that's what it is when you have the southern hemisphere. You have these swells coming from thousands of miles away. They group together as they cruise across the Pacific and get here. And so you'll see when the waves come, they'll be back-to-back waves, maybe 3 or 4 waves. And this morning I saw the same thing happening. There'll be these moments of flatness, and then all of a sudden you have like 3 to 4 waves. And even sets will group together. You'll have a set that'll go back-to-back. You'll have one set, and then all of a sudden a minute later, there's another set.
Well, judges with that frequency of that opening exchange are definitely getting caught up. They owe us a number of scores so that we can provide you what the situation is out in the water. 19 minutes, 35 seconds. Last wave for Sammy Pupo, a 6.77. First wave for Shion Crawford, a 6.93. So best single score so far with Shion Crawford as he searches the lineup.
Yeah, I saw that a little bit different. I saw them, switched around. Very similar style waves. You saw that Sammy Pupo had, 3 turns on his wave, whereas only 2 for Shion. But they love that high impact final move. That's why you saw that the judges basically said better for Shion. There was one judge that saw it similar to me with Sammy Pupo's wave. As we watch these replays here.
Yeah, this is a 3.67 for George.
And you can see that there's not enough vertical face for the judges to go real big with it, right? It was very flat. Those lefts moving away from you. There's not that vertical face. And the vertical face means that that's a critical section. That's where you want to see surfers do the maneuvers. When the wave's laying down like that, you're just going to be snapping and carving through. The difficulty's lower. You're not able to have that high impact speed moves. It's just, it's flatter. And you'll see that the scores will be suppressed because of that.
Well, Sammy Pupo with his quick work and picking a different peak. Now he's back to the main bowl next to the pier, but a great strategy from Sammy to get his start and get some numbers on the board.
And you can kind of formulate that as the beginning of the heat and kind of see where your competitors are going, and all of a sudden make that decision. Like, there's waves up and down the beach, but if you want to be by yourself, you can kind of sit back and go, hey, where are you guys going to go surf? All right, well, cool. I'm going to go get this peak by myself and go pick up a couple waves real quick in the heat, get some momentum. This is what Sammy has done. He's got the early lead. And then go back and get into the mix with your competitors and start trying to take opportunities away from them.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks, Peter. This is, you go to worldsurfleague.com, pick who you think's going to win. We tabulate all that information, and then we come up with our Pacifico fan picks. By far, the public, the fans have spoke, and it's 82% thinking that Sammy Pupo is winning this heat.
It's your #1 seed, so I understand that. I actually am part of that 7% for Jorgen Kuzine. I did that last night. I went through the draw. I picked up, and I put my percentage in there. I like the underdogs. I picked a few underdogs.
Yeah, get involved. I mean, I told you, since you shared your pick, I'm going to share my pick.
Yep.
I picked Shion Crawford.
Okay, well, that's Hawaii. We know that. You wave that flag pretty high and proud.
It's not a Hawaii thing. It's a youthful thing, and it's a surfer that I believe in his ability.
Come on, it's a little Hawaii.
We're not going to
admit it. It's a little Hawaii. Come on, Kyle. Be honest here. I'm your buddy.
16 minutes and 55 seconds. There's Shion Crawford on his Shopper surfboard. Carl Shopper, longtime shaper. Actually a surfboard manufacturer that flies a little bit under the radar, but has been making incredible boards for decades. Carl Shopper at one time was shaping some magic boards for guys like Mark Akalupo when they came to the North Shore. And you can see that other surfers that were on those Shopper boards coming through.
Ultimate craftsman, man. There's a lot of them over there on the North Shore.
Pancho Sullivan.
Yeah.
What about that guy?
No, I know. There's, believe me, I've seen those boards. I know that Carl has. I've been in his factory. It's there, and in Wailua. There's a lot of great shapers in Hawaii. So I guess if you are going to say you're going to try and show yourself as a top-notch shaper, it's a tough place to be able to do that. So and he's just cruising.
That's a great place to shop for surfboards. Drive down there by the Sugar Mill. Go see Eric Arakawa. Hey, check his boards out. Go by see John Pizell. Hey, check his boards out.
JC's down there.
JC, hey, check his boards out. Go down a little bit further down the road. Hey, Carl, what do you got on the racks? Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. And there's a lot of that around the world, really. I mean, Gold Coast is another mecca. Of surfboard. Most surf towns are going to have, kind of a zone in which, an industrial zone that
Mona Vale in Sydney.
Yep.
Yeah, there's none of them. All right, well, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Looks like a time for a break right now. Our first break of the morning. There's a lull going on, but just get ready. We got a full day of surfing for you. We'll be right back. Taking a look back at 2021, Haleiwa Challenger, a 16-year-old Shion Crawford gets the wild card, gets into the event, surfs his way all the way to the quarterfinals, Peter.
And, you know, his backyard, this is where he grew up surfing. Probably his first wave ever ridden was at this break. So obviously very well and accomplished at that break. But his surfing was second to none. He's got such different looks and styles and approaches to the lip. It's hard to deny. It is explosive. And that's why he's got the #1 wave in this heat. And that's why he was able to get all the way to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's been ripping out there since he's a Menehune.
And explain Menehune.
A Menehune is a little, well, we have a division in surfing, so that's all your kids, you know, 8 and under, whatever, is Menehune division. But Menehune in Hawaiian is also a mythical little creature, person
like
that
an
is,
elf?
maybe, I don't know, but oftentimes is very mischievous. The Menehunes will take things, move things. Menehunes come in a lot of times at night and just cause mischief.
Okay. Did the Menehunes move the tractors when they built the H3 freeway?
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll talk more about that later.
These legends have a reason why they're legends.
I know, right? I do. I agree with it. Hey, I think there's a Menehunes around. So he's a little Menehune, and he's in there.
No, he's grown way out of Menehune.
Oh, he's not a Menehune anymore?
He's a man. He's 18 years old.
What is Mene and Hune in Hawaiian? Little.
I think it's just the word as a whole. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's not a 2-part word.
Got it.
Our Hawaiian lesson for the morning.
Yeah, that's all right.
Peter Mel
You're
coming
good.
in first heat.
And with this history.
I love it. Like, yeah.
We want to talk about the Peruvians and the Hawaiians again in surfing?
No.
You want to get there? Hey,
All
the
right.
riding of waves is something that is so, I think anybody who ever does it and does it for their first time generally are hooked, unless they have a bad experience. Generally, that moment of being riding a wave is so amazing that it's happened for thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we're all hooked up on it. You know, just personally as well as fans of great surfing. Jorgen finds the left. Right behind. So that was a quick up and down for Jorgen Kuzne. Priority switches are still with Sammy Pupo. Here's Pupo using his priority. He's got the lead. See if he can add to it. Tosses it up there and a little hung up. I like the intent from Samuel Pupo, but incomplete on that attempt.
Explosive, high-performance surfing. That's what we want to see at Huntington Beach. That is what Sammy is trying to deliver. Almost there.
Nobody's holding the clutch. It's all gears here.
Great technique and that flared out frontside air. Just couldn't rotate all the way around and out of it. So a throwaway number for him. Still looking pretty good though. 12.27 points. 10 minutes to go.
Got to get out of this round to get into much bigger points, and it goes up 1,000 or more points.
Yeah, again, top 2 out of this heat will make it into the round of 32. That'll be another 4-surfer round, 4 surfers in the heat. And then out of that round of 32, we move into the round of 16, and that's when there are one-on-one, head-to-head matchups start.
A little more strategy involved in those one-on-one heats. You don't necessarily see them spread themselves out. There is occasionally it happens, but generally, rule of thumb, at least coaching hat on, generally you want to be with your other competitor unless you see something so magnificent where you need to go and like, I need to sit in this peak. It's good to surf with your competitor. Here is a little different with the 4 surfers. You know, you can get away, sneak away, and find quality waves. We see that's what Pupo's done. He's put himself on a separate peak.
Gatien Delahaye, however, in that blue jersey, really patient. He's got priority. He's got a 4.17 to his credit. A 4.7 will take him into second place, but that's a false sense of security because Shion Crawford, his backup under a 2-point ride. There's Gatien right there, Pete. How's the surfer stay focused right now, holding on to priority? He's been sitting out there, waiting for over half the heat.
Dive into your toolbox, whatever it is psychologically, what it takes. You know, maybe you're singing a song in your head. Maybe you're completely trying to quiet down and just doing some breathing exercises. You know, if you're out of focus, maybe you're thinking about, oh, where's the waves? You know, like it depends. You know, mentally, you got to be strong.
How's this, Pete? Coming down the beach with a couple of Pattersons. Jose Faulkner from South Africa.
A really, really cool story from this man here. Ocean brought him to this point in his life, changed his life, and has a fresh Patterson under his feet. And I say that, you know, you watch what this kid can do. There's a few ways you can do a backside air, you know, and there's the ones that Ryan Callanan does where they're flayed out, just amazing how he keeps his board to his feet. Well, that man right there has a very similar type of backside air. I'd love to see him pull it out in this heat.
Well, he's going to have his hands full. He's got a triple threat from Australia that he's going to be coming up against in that heat. Morgan Siblick, Dylan Moffat, and Reef Hazelwood. That's going to be heat number 2 of the morning right after this heat. 8 minutes remaining. A quiet south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Sammy Pupo, really the surfer that has put together a heat so far with 2 meaningful numbers. The rest of the competitors, it's up for grabs.
Yeah, well, Shion's got to back up his number here. He's got the best one at the 6.93. But yeah, there's been the moments, right? There's really only kind of 1.5 sets that happened in this heat. And Shion and Sammy were able to capitalize.
Samuel Pupo eliminated with that mid-season cut. He wants to join his brother, Miguel, 2024 on the championship tour. Miguel injured himself this year, but was given that wild card. So we're going to see Miggy back in 2024. Will we see Sammy, his younger brother, join him as well? Well, we got 3 more events on the Challenger Series to decide that.
Well, here's a set. Gatien's got himself priority. But look at this nice overhead set coming into the peaks of Huntington Beach. Here's a moment. You got to capitalize when you have 7 minutes left in it. Look at this. They're almost caught too far in.
He is. And sometimes just because it's a set doesn't mean it's the best quality wave, right, Pete? Here we go, down the beach. Pupo. And just a little ollie there before kicking out. I don't know if that's going to add to his 2-wave total.
It will not, Kaipo.
And Gatien with a little bit of a paddle. No one else around him. Let's see if he hangs on to priority, just taking a look at that wave.
More felt like to me he was just paddling into position. You know that when someone commits to it, you see a little dig, right? A little actual full effort for it. Didn't feel like that happened for me in that moment. So he's going to retain priority here, but he's got to make something happen. And he also has to kind of hope is that Shion isn't able to capitalize here in this next 6 minutes.
Yeah, so there you see Gatien in the blue jersey paddling down the beach. Shion in the green jersey paddling down the beach as well. Shion is in position, and it really is. Look at, talk about having to fish for a peak. Meanwhile, Jorgen Kuzne finds this one. A couple of powerful turns there, and a quick finish.
Nicely done for Jorgen. Big, deep bottom turns.
Catching up with Gatien. And we'll see what happened on the outside there for Delahaye. Sammy Pupo. A couple of bangs on the backhand. No problem for Pupo. Make it 3. a fist pump there, and Samuel feeling like he bettered his position.
Maybe. I like with the surfing there. Again, those lefts a little bit more difficult to get that vertical face. Bending away from you, you almost feel like he had to glide up and over. He wasn't able to really push too hard. Smart, very smart, because if he pushes too hard, he could make an error and fall. Didn't happen there for Sammy Pupo, trying to better that 5.5. I feel like Jorgen Kuzine is now going to get in the mix here. He's going to get himself a number that's going to be right in contention, but he's going to have to have a wave number 2. Xian has moved up into that all-important position of priority, and now he hopes that it doesn't go dead flat. He needs to better that 193 if he wants to keep himself in that second position.
Yeah, it is going to be a nervous time for Xian Crawford. Let's review some rides. This one started with Gatien Delahaye.
So Gatien picks up this pier ball right, throws down the layback there. You know, 2-turn combination where he gets the carve and the layback snap. So best wave for him probably as we watch this one. A little different approach, much more deep bottom turns. Love that knock knee. He drags that knee right down to the board, compresses. And then this was the glide. 2 turns on the outside, drifts the fins, and then a closeout vertical hit. Again, pushes a little bit harder, not too hard though for Sammy. So he's got scores coming in both for Sammy, Jorgen, and Gatien. And all of those scores are going to go into their score line.
5.9 for Jorgen Kuzne. Gatien Delahaye checks in with a 4.8. So Jorgen with that 5.9 goes into second place. Sammy Pupo's last left will not factor in hit to his top 2. You can see on your screen the current standings. Kuzne just up and out. So now down, here we go. Xian Crawford utilizes priority, has to tap dance through that dead section in the middle, connects with the lip, and a little bit of a fist pump, trying to sell it. Delahaye ramps it up, just throws it away. So the important ride in that exchange will be for Xian Crawford. Did he get enough done to take that second and advancing position?
2.64 needed, I would say yes. But it's not going to be a huge number. You know, a nice size set wave, but, you know, again, a little more flat on the face, had to climb the whitewater, not a lot of points for that style of maneuver. This is where he gets most of his points. Nice vertical hit on the closeout section. That was the most critical section he was given in that wave. That one single maneuver with the, you know, the glide over the foam, that was some flow, which was nice of him, but so it will improve on the 193.
Pupo wave number 8 here, just looking loose. Just looks in control. He's got heat control. He's making it look easy out there. And a big snap from Jorgen Kuzne.
Yeah, it feels like the battle for second was Jorgen and Xian. At the moment, though, Jorgen's going to need another wave because Xian, to my feeling, is going to get that second position. We're still waiting on that number.
Under 2 minutes. Crawford on the paddle. Delahaye in the blue jersey with priority. Delahaye with that priority over Xian Crawford can take away any opportunity from Xian. Xian's looking to break away right now just in case he's going to need a little bit more in the score bank. Still waiting for his last ride, an important score for Xian Crawford. Needs a 2.64.
Looking to converse with him, or what's he doing? No, he's looking to shadow him.
Score in for Crawford, a 3.9. Xian goes to second. Sammy Pupo in first. Xian Crawford in a second place and advancing position now. Jorgen Kuzne needs that 4.94. Gatien Delahaye can still steal this heat. He's got priority. He needs a 6-point ride.
Oh, this is very, very close here. And you think about where Xian sits at this moment, he would be chasing down that white jersey because he has priority and trying to take away that opportunity from him. And there it is, these two. He is not going to let Jorgen get away. Jorgen at this moment is going, please send 2 waves right now.
after hundreds of heats of his life, did he be getting that score, instantly finished and jetted to Jorgen going, I'm going to sit on him. And
30 seconds left, and I think Jorgen and Shan, they're paddling to Newport. Now they're paddling back to the pier.
Waited until that wave kind of lurched up, gave him the pocket there, drove in and out of it, gets to 3.9. It's just enough right now to hold that position, but 10 seconds.
Shan's not going to let him go.
No, and this is it. This is the only opportunity with the time involved.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Pops it up, puts it down, and looks back, knowing that he's on to the round of 32. Shion Crawford, along with Samuel Pupo. That was a great opening for the day, Pete.
It sure was. Good surfing once again. I would say if I was going to add a little bit more, I'd say, hey, please bring us a few more opportunities. I was a little slow moments in that one, but good job by these surfers.
We'll be back with Morgan Siblick, Dylan Moffitt, Reef Hazelwood, and Jose Faulkner in the water, Heat 2, when we return.
The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, and by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open.
We're back at Huntington Beach Pier, day 3 of the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. New heat out in the water. Morgan Siblick, Dylan Moffitt, Reef Hazelwood, and Jose Faulkner, top 2, move into the next round, the round of 32. I'm Keipel, along with Peter Mel. Hey ho, let's go.
Well on the inside, we might have
Pete.
our first ride, Morgan Siblick.
Here goes with Morgan Siblick, the Novocastrian, strong surfer with excellent fundamentals in his turn, so that's going to be the opening score in this heat.
Morgan blasting onto the scene, was able to get himself on the QS and produce numbers really out of nowhere. He was able to get big results in big events, which got him on tour, and then once he was on tour, man was on fire, taking down big names.
Qualified for the championship tour in 2021, where he surfed his way as a rookie to a Rookie of the Year award, as well as finishing number 5 in the world. He was in that first crew, and when we switched the format to the Rip Curl WSL Finals, Morgan was part of that conversation as a rookie. Since then, fell off tour in 2022. Fought his way back on the Challenger Series in 2022, Peter, finishing a heartbreaking 12th place in 2022 on the Challenger Series. Remember, we take the top 10. And so Morgan Siblick, another year, another effort to get back into that championship tour.
And that's so far so good, right? He's sitting there pretty good up the rankings at the moment.
He's number 9.
Yeah, so he's still knocking at that door. you know, halfway through this season, but needs more results and has to produce here. So see what he does for his first wave. Little pier bowl right. Didn't have the double up on it, so these are more on the face style maneuvers. Very good flow, but not that high impact move. That vertical face, that critical section, not there on that wave, so just a 3.83.
Set coming through here, open priority between our other 3 competitors, so we'll see who's going to get possession of this one. And no one going on that.
You know, you're out there, you're not just going to try and catch any wave that comes near you. You have to look at it and go, okay, is this going to have, you almost identify it as a certain number. You're like, oh, this looks like it could be a 5. Oh, this looks like it could be an 8. I mean, obviously the 8s you're going to paddle for, no worries. But, you know, you certain style of wave, where you're positioned to catch it, it's all important.
I want to just say, bon dia, Sammy Pupo, and parabéns. You won the first heat of the day, AJ.
Bom dia and parabéns indeed, Kaipo. Sammy, not a bad way to start off the day here at the U.S. Open. Walk me through, with it being the first of the day, it's always a little bit tricky. How did you make sure that you hit the water running?
I feel like I always have a hard time being the first heat, you know, just waking up really early and having to warm up early too. But I feel like here's a good place to be the first one because the conditions are a lot better. You know, usually to the afternoon we have a lot of wind and tricky conditions, so I was a little bit happy about that, you know. My last 2 heats in the last 2 events, it has been like really tough conditions, really my heat, so I was happy to have some fun waves.
Talking about the last 2 events, I know they didn't finish the way you wanted to, especially the way you started off the Challenger Series this year with that win. How are you approaching this U.S. Open?
Yeah, it was tricky for sure. You know, you come off a win and you expect to do really well in the next few events, but I feel like I always have a hard time trying to find, you know, consistency in every event, and that's what I'm looking forward to. And I feel like this last 2 Challenger Series, I didn't really have a lot of time to practice, especially Bolito. You know, I got there the night before the contest started and didn't get to surf, and then Narrabeen, we had such a little time to practice as well. So here I came, you know, 15 days early and got a lot of practice done, and it makes me feel really good for the heats.
It certainly paid off this morning. Para o Brasil, como você estava achando o ritmo como mar aqui?
A bateria foi boa, o mar está bem divertido. Finalmente consegui, né, boas condições na minha bateria. Tô com uma prancha muito boa, tô treinando muito, então o importante é se sentir bem e continuar avançando.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
All right. We saw Reef Hazelwood get his opening ride during that interview. We'll be waiting for that number. Pete, your thought on that opening ride for Reef Hazelwood and Reef, your impression of Reef as a whole?
Man has a very solid air repertoire. One of the best aerialists on the Challenger Series, very consistent in that approach. This is his backhand, little small peak, 2 vertical hits with the release of the fins, nicely done. Not going to be a huge number, being that the size of the wave didn't have that extra energy for, you know, a big number, but well done. Very good top to bottom style of surfing where he's single rail, top to bottom, meaning that you use your bottom turn rail, go into the maneuver, come out of it, right to that bottom turn rail once again. Judges love seeing that. That's a combination of major moves.
Hazelwood, 23 years old. He's had 5 starts as a wild card on Championship Tour events, so he's had a taste of that Dream Tour. He wants to be there full time. Morgan Siblick, wave number 2. Looks for an explosive finish, but throws that away, coming disconnected. Number in for Reef Hazelwood, a 4.33. Here goes Reef again. Nice flow on the backhand. And the little release, chucks the fins on that final turn. Open up with a 4.33. Hazelwood's going to increase his lead over the field when the second wave score comes through.
Super compact, the way his approach is, especially on the backhand. You see how he compresses to his board, very low center of gravity. And that allows him to, and he's very balanced with his front and back foot. That's why you see him very easily drift those fins. He's able to compress on the front foot to get the release. You know, press on the back foot through those types of maneuvers. And then here you can see pressing on the front foot. Allows that back foot to get the release, kicks it out there. Morgan wanted to do something kind of similar, but got off balance, pushes the fins, and that off-balance part of it, he goes down. So a wasted opportunity there for Morgan.
4.67 for Reef Hazelwood, and as we suspected, he has increased his lead over the field. 21 minutes on the countdown, so still plenty of time for that to change. But Reef looking in, getting the message from our on-site commentators.
Wonder what he's looking at.
The lineup.
Yeah, maybe just trying to clear his mind a little bit.
Still no wave ridden from Dylan Moffitt or Jose Faulkner. We haven't talked about Dylan Moffitt in this heat. Well, we'll talk about Jose Faulkner. Previous to this heat, Jose coming in, inspirational story. You talked about it, coming from a township in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Was introduced to surfing, went on to win the 2019 South African Surfing Championships and launch his career as a professional surfer.
Yeah, and the townships are you know, a rough place to start, right? And he had to basically find love for the ocean, which he did. He was introduced to the ocean, which obviously that's where he felt the best, the most comfortable. And sure enough, here we are. He's on the Challenger Series, an opportunity to make the World Tour. You know, coming from a very rough upbringing, and here he is, you know, in Huntington Beach, competing for money. You know, what a dream and what a great story.
Yeah, and for more on Jose, I'm going to go to AJ McCord.
Pete and Kaipo, I got a chance to catch up with Jose a little bit earlier in this competition, and exactly what you were saying, Pete. He said surfing was his way out. It really saved his life. He felt more like he was himself in the water. Water was his heaven, and it was much better for him than being on land. His dad went to prison when he was just 5 months old, but he had 2 older cousins who surfed, and he was 9 years old when he first got on the water and learned how to surf. And for him, he really is viewing it as his way out. Today, riding a very special board with the message on the bottom, your story is unique and so different and not worthy of comparison. So Jose, talking with his friend who's here with him as well, just in really good spirits, enjoying these moments on the CS and feeling like he's exactly where he wants to be, which is in the water.
Those are the words on the bottom of the board that Jose is riding right now. Pete coming through here. We'll see if he takes it. No, it's going to go to Morgan Siblick. Morgs, strong carve. Second powerful turn. Great timing for the finish for Morgan Siblick. Dylan Moffitt, surfer from there, slipping up there. And here, Jose on the backhand. Patient carve. Waits for the finish and gets a second turn in.
Well, we're going to see Siblick here go pretty high up the scoring scale. Those were 2 big, powerful turns on a nice size set wave. Those were critical sections. You could see the extra energy on that wave. And to me, that feels like the best number of the heat by a long shot. Also had the finish move, but you see how he transitioned rail to rail. There was no pumping down the line. There was no wasted movements. It was straight on rail through his maneuvers, combination of major moves, carried the speed well. So I expect this to be a good number.
A surfer with extreme fundamentals is my description of Morgan Siblick. Doesn't do anything super flary, but takes your fundamentals, your carves, your cutbacks, your snaps, and puts extra into it and adds that flow. So big fan of Morgan Siblick. He's going to get a great number. Replays, though, here we go, starting with Jose.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that Jose's wave right here didn't quite have the same energy, same direction as a right-hander as Morgan's wave, but it just didn't have quite that same vertical face. Moffat was understanding that he had this most critical section was given in that moment, so he went for it. Big drifting off the top.
And then right here, this is surfing.
Yeah, and that's just a nice size set wave. I mean, just perfect positioning. Those big, huge carves, and there we go, our first excellent number right there, Kaipo.
8.174, that wave of Morgan Siblick that we just saw on the replay. Siblick goes to the lead. Reef Hazelwood drops to second. Hazelwood holding priority, so a bit of heat control with Reef Hazelwood at the moment. There's the numbers for Morgan Siblick, a couple of 8.5s from the judges.
Yeah, and again, you know, that was golden opportunity, took off in the perfect position. It looked so easy to get that number, but ultimately it was about where he was in the lineup, the fact that he was in the spot, no one else contended for him, and just Very good fundamentals, as you had mentioned, but very powerful. Lots of work. And the rail was held all the way through the maneuvers. Didn't have any wasted time and space, so good job there for Morgan Siblick. And a very consistent, excellent number.
Yeah, like Morgs. Morgan Siblick, I've been a fan of ever since he helped me skate my way to the 2021 world title for fantasy surf.
You picked him and put him on your team, and he produced for you.
He delivered in 2021, I'm telling you right now. A lot of people didn't pick him. That was the point of difference. Here we go, Morgs. Why not? Throws the fins up there, goes incomplete, but why not swing for it when you know you already got one excellent score?
Yeah, and of course that actually frees you up, right? And when you know and you hear that you've got an 8 in your score line, we haven't seen an 8 in this CS division yet.
Talked about those airs before, Pete. Jose.
He's got pop. And Glue somehow stuck to his feet too, because that board didn't go anywhere. He was just a little bit off in the landing. He had to go to the layback. You know, he would have been much better if he had been over the top of the board. But man, this kid's got pop. And you can see the amplitude. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take a real big wave to get him to get up above the lip. And there's a certain surfers, i.e. Reef Hazelwood in this one too, has some pop. So I expect him, if he can get himself a nice big left with a section. And look at these peaks, man. These are beautiful Huntington Beach conditions.
Hazelwood, sharp snap off the top, times a second turn, and then he's going to get out of there. Hazelwood looking to improve upon a 4.33. Morgan Siblick, our heat leader. Nice rail control there. Second carve, and just looking steady as could be, Morgan Siblick.
Yep, he is. You know, and point of difference, you know, Reef had some lip that he had to do, but it didn't have that critical section. He kind of had to glide over his moves. So we'll see how these two waves kind of differ. Morgan's wave not as big, but he was more out on the face and, you know, pressing his fins, throwing a little more water, whereas Reef was a little more vertical and drifting over the top of the lips. I feel like they're going to be kind of similar scores, but ultimately Reef there, that was a great opportunity for him to solidify his second place position. He needs to better that 4.33. You know, single digits at this level, the round 64 is not safe. You want to be at least double digits. Matter of fact, you want to be around 14 points is a safe spot. 12 is pretty good, but ultimately, yeah, you want to be able to produce 14 points, and that'll get you into the final rounds.
So waiting for all those scores to come through. Morgan, Reef, Dylan Moffitt got a wave, but it was an inconsequential score, so that's not going to matter for the surfer from Narrabeen. He actually needs 2 scores to get going right now.
You know the vibe in these 4-man heats. Generally, there's one surfer that kind of starts to run away with it, and then there's one surfer who is just out of sync and can't find anything, and then there's that battle for second, third, and it's the same story here in this heat. Number 1 heat, we saw that same thing happen. Pupo was able to get the early momentum and kept it all the way through to the end. Let's see if Jose can get himself into position here.
And pushes a little too hard.
He knew it. That was a wave that didn't have that extra energy, so you're trying to give yourself a little something extra, and you start making mistakes when that happens.
Let's see what Dill has. Dylan Moffitt, surfer from Narrabeen. Little lip disaster glide and gets caught up there. So you talked about just out of sync, things not going their way. That's what's happening to Dylan Moffitt.
Yeah, but at this point, there's still 12.5 minutes, right? So in your head, in this moment, it's hard not to let that affect you, right? And feel like everything's going wrong, you know, and you almost, in a way, start to give up. That is something that you have to, at this level, shake off in a big way. Dylan's got to go, okay, I got a whole new heat right now, 12 minutes. I'm going to get this next good wave, do the next right thing. This was a way to get there. You had the first turn with a little drift, but a little too late getting up on that one. And again, you got in the fall. At that point underwater, you're like, why is it not going my way? And ultimately, you got to shake it off. You can't let that affect you. You can't let it, you know, basically wave the white flag with 12 minutes to go.
Situation on the water, Morgan Siblick in the lead. Reef Hazelwood again with a bit of heat control, and I'm saying that because even though he doesn't have a double-digit 2-wave total, he does have priority. So he's in control of his destiny right now. Reef Hazelwood already in that advancing position. All he needs to do is improve upon his score.
Yeah, and you have to have the ocean. I mean, it's such a huge lineup. I mean, look how spread out these two surfers are. That's a good 30 yards between Moffat and Hazelwood, you know, who has priority. Moffat has 4th priority, so you see he's slipped away. You also see Siblick is all in that same zone too. You know, Siblick's been able to be in sync, it seems like, when the sets are there. His quality of waves have been much better than any of his competitors, so he's had great opportunities. So he seems to have the wave magnet.
Let's take a look at our current rankings for the Challenger Series. As we came into this stop number 4, Cole Hauschman, 20,700 points, number 1 on the rankings. Cole is coming up in the next heat. There he is. Cole's coming up in the next heat with Luca Macinas, Tekehukehu Butler, and Nolan Raposa. The gravity of this upcoming heat for that man is, he makes the heat, he'll be on the championship tour in 2024.
Yeah, I would say that, I mean, it doesn't feel like it's a huge pressure situation to me for him, you know, sitting with 2 wins and 20,000 points and a huge lead. You know, yeah, he doesn't make
Why
it.
not wrap it up here, though?
Oh, no, I'm not trying to say that, but I mean, as far as trying to make drama here, like, he still has 2 more events to be able to get the points needed. And really, he has such a good lead. My thing to him was, you know, and he's from the USA, so I was, you know, and I've watched him. He's been competing with John for many, many years. Like, at this point, like, he's got such a good lead. Don't take the gas off. Win this thing, win the CS, because what that does for him is he wins. Obviously, you know, you're going to get some good money and all that good stuff, but the seeding going into next season in the championship tour is huge, because he doesn't have to, if he's low in the rankings, you're going to come up against the top 5. You don't want to have to do that to try and make the mid-season cut. You want to be kind of the middle of the pack, and that's going to give you better opportunities to get heat wins and get yourself into that mid-season cut. That's the goal when he goes into next year. He better is already, I think, you know, Mayhem better be shaping him some pipe guns at this moment.
We're going to take a break right now. We'll be back for the conclusion of this heat. Cole Hauschman, he's getting ready for battle. It's an important heat for the surfer for San Clemente coming up.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Es muy importante para nosotros, los integrantes de la escuela de surf Cuyagua, entiendan que parte de la esencia de un buen surfista está en proteger nuestros océanos y el medio ambiente.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
Coming back to Southside Huntington Pier, the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. When we went away for a break, we saw Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen. He got a wave. This is it right here. It's a 5.67, Peter.
Yep, he's starting his new heat, isn't he? Little backhand hook. This is going to be the first left that we see get actually a substantial number. That actually stood up. He was able to get 2 big turns there and get himself a good number. Also, Jose, look at this. Telegraphing it. Let's see it. There it is. He gets the spin, but not the completion. I will say, my initiative, when I see a piece of plastic on the beach, and I'm sitting there, I pick that thing up no matter what. That's my initiative, always picking up plastic, because that is the one big problem with these oceans.
And just looking at Reef Hazelwood, Pete, maybe a little bit of a priority error right there, taking that wave, and he's not going to improve upon his two-wave total.
Yeah, well, I think that Dylan was pushing him a little bit. I mean, that's just the two that are actually at this point battling for that second position, with Dylan able to pick up the better number of the two surfers, with Reef getting his big number of 4.93, whereas Dylan with the 5.67. So he's got a half point, you know, better on his best wave. So there he is pushing him, realizing, oh, well, I'm going to let him go. Just the one turn there, and that's not going to improve for Reef Hazelwood. So Dylan has now got himself up the priority ladder slightly.
Yeah, Dylan Moffat, a great story, this young surfer from North Narrabeen, just 23 years old, got a wild card at Narrabeen in 2021. At the time, he was working at the Rip Curl store, actually former world champs Rip Curl store. Damien Hardman was his boss. Damien knew he was going to get the wild card.
He scheduled him?
No, surprised him and said, yeah, but you know what? You got the wild card, but you still got to sweep up the shop.
Yeah, he still
organize the racks.
I scheduled you.
I scheduled you. You still need to close up the store.
Yeah, that's cool.
Good luck tomorrow.
Hey, you know what that does though? That's real life, man. That's you know, surfing's a you know, obviously a dream job to be a part of, but hey, you know what? And still, that's a good parenting.
And we can't say, and that is a mentor position that Damien Hartman has taken over by Dylan Moffat, and that's an example of why you want to shop and frequent your local independent surf shops, because that's where the culture lies for every area, probably in the entire world. The culture lies within the surf shop.
It does. It's been there for a very, very long time. Here we go, Jose.
Jose. Little carve to start. Looks like he wants something big on the end. Really pushes that one. And that's all he's going to get, but he needs a big number. He needs a 6.53.
Yeah, I mean, in contrast, we saw Dylan Moffat's left in comparison to Jose. The first section, you know, not as vertical, but I will say that final move, pretty cool. Little different angle, able to push the fins hard. So the first section kind of flat, so he has to carve it back, but he sets up, keeps the speed going as he gets to this final section, and he just pushes hard, and actually a little tweak at the end to add a little extra difficulty to it. I like what he's done there. Won't be able to turn the heat with that wave, but he'll get a little closer. Anything over a 3, which I feel like it's going to be, it's going to allow him to lower the number needed to turn the heat.
Morgan with priority. Morgan's going to go. Caught behind. Foam climb there. Tosses it up, puts it down. Made the best of it.
Nicely done. A little frontside air reverse. A little pop on the end. You know, he's carrying a 4.5 as his low. I don't know if it'll actually better that or not.
Aussie's on the rail there in our competitors area. Jordan Lawler, got Jackson Baker, and the rest of the crew there from down under.
Yeah, they're all watching. They watch every heat. You know, the Aussies have put together a crew that supports each other, as i.e. the Americans doing the same thing. I mean, it feels like these, you know, the way that the regions are working now, that the teams are working together. They're supporting each other. Nice little pop air there. Good pop. Did not change anything for him, though. That number came in at a 4.43, so it doesn't change the total for Morgan, but he did hold off his fellow competitor.
Real story here. Will Reef Hazelwood or Dylan Moffat or Jose Faulkner, for that matter, got a 4.33. Jose needs a 5.27 to move into second place. So 2 minutes remaining. It's going to be a strategic battle right now for that second and advancing position.
Yeah, and you can see that Reef has kind of separated himself from Dylan. You know, Dylan needs the number. So in this strategically, you know, moment in this heat, you know, Reef's just going, okay, I'm going to leave him away, so maybe I pick up a wave that, you know, that he's out of position for. You know, I'm not going to battle him. You know, Dylan has a higher priority. He's sitting in the spot that he feels like that next set's going to come, but that clock and that horizon are not looking great for Dylan. At this point, he's got his wave chant, maybe. or you know, something trying to will an opportunity here. No, you start to see a couple bumps at the end of the pier here. See what happens.
Be close here. We got 1:15 on the clock. Looks like we do see a couple of chips.
Ooh, there's a good angle to kind of see there may be an opportunity, Kaipo.
Moffitt with first priority. He's in the blue jersey.
White and blue next.
Takes a look at this first one. He's still got a minute on the clock. Doesn't have to go on this one.
393.
But he is.
Decides to go. 393 is all he needs. Snap.
Tail drift. Tighten the corner.
On his way there.
Opens his arms big on that.
And likely, with that combination of maneuvers, getting that number. Morgan Siblick, he's running away with this. He's taking this one in.
Well, that was interesting. You know, there was that priority, how important it was at the end of the heat. You saw Reef paddle over there. He was in the same position, but he had to give way to Dylan. And it feels like to me, you know, not a major set wave, but great flow. The nice little turn there, straight into the bottom, and then a good drift. That was the best turn of that wave. Nice carve. And it does feel like it's going to be enough to me. We'll see what the judges think, although Reef says, hey, I've got a moment. Let's see what happens here.
So this is going to add into the complex equation of who's going to advance out of this heat. Dylan Moffitt needing a 3.93, but that was his need before this performance by Reef Hazelwood. Reef Hazelwood could be raising the bar if he goes better than a 4.67. Really interesting finish.
Yeah, we're going to sit here for a moment. You know, this is the point of the heat. The heat's over. They can go through the replays. Man, I toss up to me. Oh, the number's in for Dylan.
Dylan comes through with a 3.5. So it's a done deal.
Doesn't matter.
It's going to be Morgan Siblick and Reef Hazelwood moving on. Dylan did not get the score he needed. He needed a 3.93, got a 3.5, and a happy Reef Hazelwood. We'll move on into the round of 32. We're going to move on to a commercial break, Peter. Great start to the morning. We'll be back with more from Huntington after these messages.
What a year it's been for Cole Hausman. Back-to-back wins on the Challenger Series. Firing Northern Arabine, and the big goofy foot was able to take on Jacob Wilcox in the final. A couple of big nines, one of the highest combined heat totals of the entire year. And the man comes into the U.S. Open #1. Look at that crew just tackling him from San Clemente, holding that trophy up, and he got used to this. Remember, Rio Waida did this last year. Similar path for Cole, going back-to-back. Heading to South Africa, Rosie. Still looks sharp, heading the other direction.
Unbelievable performance from Cole Hausman to go back-to-back, and obviously, you know, he had a sleepy start getting a 33rd at the first event at Snapper, but to kind of tidy it up, get 2 first back-to-back, Just incredible. Puts a huge smile on my face seeing this guy's performance.
What a turnaround from last season. A completely different look at Cole Hauschman with a serious shot of making the championship tour. In fact, we'll make it official. If he gets a win in this heat or gets second in this heat and moves on to the next round, we're going to be seeing Cole Hauschman on the championship tour.
Yeah, that gives me butterflies for this guy. I mean, it's so insane to see this guy's, the trajectory of this man's career, but he's got a hard heat, Joey. This is stacked. Every single heat this morning has been crazy. Couple seesaw battles. The waves look super fun out there, but wow, look at this guy on your screen.
He's got the stars on his head to represent the flag for the United States of America. Proud to be competing on his home turf now. Hauschman, big power hack there with the controlled slide. Throwing it down right in front of the pilings and kicks out on the north side. An aggressive start for Cole. Wondering if he'd start feeling any nerves, knowing how close he is to making it official, but he looks confident just like he has been all season.
Yeah, there's no indication of Cole letting his foot off the gas. Huge gaff on that opening section. Lot of spray, lot of power. Second turn. I mean, the intent that he's surfing with as we watch Nolan Raposa on the right. Beautiful whip. You can see the different styles of approach there. I mean, Nolan is so light-footed and very versatile and innovative, so looking forward to this heat.
Nolan Raposa had a really fun heat on opening day. He had a few falls in that heat as well, but I think that's how he kind of finds his rhythm. Likes to go for it. That's his motto that he puts in his head. Representing Long Beach. Surfs all the time here at the Huntington Pier, and the cool news for Nolan is he's just not surfing in pain like he was last year. His knee was in a lot of pain, and gosh, he was still ripping last season. But he's happy just to feel good every time he gets to his feet. This is Luca Macinas going up and down. So a quick fall there for the former CT athlete who's trying to make a comeback to the tour. Speaking of that same scenario, we've got Morgan Siblick hanging out with AJ.
Morgan, what a way to start your 2023 U.S. Open campaign, an 8.17, best score that we've seen so far today. Just walk me through how you were able to find that wave, take advantage of it the way you did.
Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of chipping a little bit because I hate being so bunched up at the start, and coming here, you know, you got to kind of battle for that first wave. And at the end of that last heat, they had a bit of a flurry, so I kind of was thinking, oh, it's going to be a slow start, and I got a pretty average little first one, and then I just scooted wide. There's kind of 2 or 3 banks out there, so yeah, I just kind of held my ground wide with no priority, and I was just lucky a couple of waves came through over there.
It's a lot of experience to know exactly how many spots that you can sit. How are you relying on your experience in this event, not just for the waves and where you know you can sit, but moving through this competition as you look towards the back half of the Challenger Series?
Yeah, I don't know, like, it always helps coming down early. I had a pretty good schedule and stuck quiet this morning and just had a short little free surf, got my feet in the wax, and yeah, I don't know, I knew what board I was going to ride. I rode the Storms, just half an inch shorter and a little bit wider, and yeah, you nearly could get away with your normal board out there. It's pretty fun. It's like as good as it gets here, I think, but yeah, I don't know, just I'm along for the ride, and yeah, it's good to get the first heat out of the way. It's always pretty stressful.
Well, let the stress go. You're on to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done to Morgan Siblick, a guy that competed in the world title race as a rookie in the first edition of the Rip Curl WSL Finals. As we catch up to the opener of Te Kehu Butler representing New Zealand. Always fun to watch him compete. Great performance throughout the last couple of seasons, watching this guy grow on the Challenger Series. But yeah, back to Morgan, 8.17, getting an excellent score this early in the event. It's got to give him a lot of confidence.
And the first that we've seen in this event. So Morgan starting with a lot of momentum. Yeah, he's in that top 10 picture too for qualification at the moment. So he really wants to get a big result and solidify that spot.
Kehu on the replay.
Yeah, Kehu finding a nice bit of connection on that one. You can tell that that south wind has kicked up a little bit. Here goes Nolan again. Also found a small little wave on the inside. Nice flow through this ride, but nothing too impactful right there. He kind of lets that slip for a little bit too long. He doesn't make it back to his feet, so incomplete for him.
Nolan Raposa has a cool little crew that he likes to spar with in between events. includes guys like John Mell, Tyler Gunter. You know, similar kind of scenario with Cole Hausman, with all the backing that he gets from San Clemente. It pushes them to great results all around the world. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge, someone who's competed out here before and former top 10 in the world row. A lot of competitors saying, wow, how fun is Huntington right now? We've heard that for now 3 days in a row, as we see a couple of tail drifts from Nolan Raposa. He hangs on.
Yeah, that two-turn combo, that was a healthy-looking wave for him and a nice wave to settle in his scoreline. Cole Hausman up and riding.
Gosh, so powerful. Light on his feet as well. And when you're this big and you're so agile, how are you going to even lose? He's so amazing in flat sections to carry his speed and lays down that rail and just goes to the sky. This is Luca Macinas from Peru. It's fun to get to know Luca on the championship tour. Did great starting off at Pipeline and then had to deal with the first edition of that mid-season cut. And now back to the Challenger Series. Really quick athlete. Can pack a lot of maneuvers in a small space.
Yeah, he's a really knifey competitor, and good to see some representation from Peru. Got Soligeri on the women's side and a few others. So really cool to see this fresh talent coming from these other nations.
Yeah, Peru is such an amazing country. Seems like they always have swell heading their way. It's rare to go to Peru and not see it at least head high. You think about Punta Hermosa with Señoritas and Caballeros. It's a right and left, kind of in that same bay. And then Pico Alto is just outside of it, this big wave venue. So you've got a lot of options there. And it's a good reason he's got a great backhand, because a lot of long-running lefts in that region.
One in particular, Mancora, his hometown, is actually where we had a championship tour event. Such a beautiful bay and a great wave. Here he is on his forehand. Quick, knifey hit. This wave gets a little bit frothy. Really does well, those three-turned combos. I think everyone's starting to find their flow and rhythm.
Also, Cole getting another left.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I really, for someone his size, his agility, like you mentioned, is really impressive through these flat sections. He said he's been practicing a lot at Oceanside, so similar kind of pier setup, mixed beach break. Kehu here just drifting those fins. He's looking for a complete ride.
Nolan Raposa getting this ride as well.
I really enjoyed this two-turn combo. Just the whip and the flow through those maneuvers, a lot of speed. He was in control, and I mean, watching it on your screen, it's difficult to tell how tricky that is with that south wind, with that bit of chop. So Nolan just managing the conditions.
So Nolan Raposa last season, like we were mentioning at the top of the heat, had to see the medical staff pretty much every time he had to surf last year to compete. So now feeling injury-free and really just enjoying every session.
Yeah, chatting to Nolan when he won his last heat, he was telling me he actually wasn't in Australia. He missed those two events. He had his brother's wedding, but also didn't realize that he was first alternate for those events. So he's really had to make up the ground. He had a great result in Bolito, and then this is his second event on the Challenger Series this year. He had a really cool couple of years on the Challenger Series, and he's given us some exciting performances, Joe.
Yeah, it's crazy that he still feels like an underdog. But he's building his profile, building his numbers too. 6.33 on that last wave on that right. Looked explosive, blew the tail out on the final maneuver as well. So sitting in second under Cole Hausman, and Luca Macinas is down in third. Luca's last is best so far, 5.0. So not needing much to move into the top two. But yeah, the big scenario unfolding for Cole Hausman. After back-to-back wins, 10,000 points on the line for each Challenger Series victory. And if he gets through this heat, he'll officially be on the championship tour. And you know how that much means to Cole, his family, but all of San Clemente as well. Giving guys like Griffin Colapinto some backup. There's been some great years where we've had a lot of representation from San Clemente. Going back to Nate Yeomans, Tanner, and Pat Gudauskas on tour at the same time. So Cole just trying to keep focused, treating it like just another day, and he's off to a great start as he's still sitting out in front. 4th of July is a major holiday in the United States, and if you end up taking a walk around Cole's house, you will be completely drenched. They often have water balloons prepared. This year they had, looked like a fire hose coming off the top. It took me a couple hours to dry off, but yeah, it's a great celebration, and I'm really enjoying just the support crew from San Clemente, but also being proud of representing the United States. I think San Clemente is really bringing that to the tour this year.
Yeah, it's got that feeling. I mean, from the get-go at that event at Snapper, you could tell that they were just a traveling support crew, and you need that. I think Cole even said, like, he needed that. He needed to have those friends, feel that support, and that's really helped him this season.
Seeding is such a great topic. When you make the championship tour, you want to have the highest seed that you could possibly get. So for Cole, even if he gets his spot today, he still wants to be the #1 spot, win the Challenger Series, so he has a good seed to kick off his rookie year at Pipeline. Luca Messinas just up and out. So the lower your seed is, you're competing against #1 in the world, probably the defending world champ as a rookie. How hard are those early round heats? You reseed the next round as well, so you're always going to have somebody really dangerous.
There is a lot of incentive to win the Challenger Series. Not just that seeding, Joe, but he's probably also got incentives from his sponsor to do well, to win that Challenger Series. You know, the prize money that you get, all of that stuff is driving you towards that achievement, and also just a confidence boost to win this tour of these 80 incredible athletes.
So true. Leonardo Fioravanti winning it last year. Had a solid seed heading into Pipe, went all the way to making the final against Jack Robinson. As we see Cole look back, second priority, still out in front. Nolan Raposa right behind him in second. Thinking about Cole on the Dream Tour, potentially. Let's already like kind of put our sights set on those Dream Tour locations. What are some of those locations you think Cole's going to really do well at next year?
Wow, I think the kickoff event at Pipeline, I don't know how much experience he has at that break, but I'm sure he's a quick study. I think with his power and his stature, he could do really well.
Big snap there to continue down the line. Deeper bottom turn and little snap to slide to just shut it down. No mistakes from Hausman this morning. Like his backhand, I love his forehand. Used both of that to victories this year. Big lefts at Narrabeen, and then running rights in Bolito. The Challenger Series have been scoring this year when you really just look at wave quality.
Yeah, chatting to the athletes after their heats, they've been saying just how good the conditions have been for the Challenger Series. And even coming here to Huntington, a day like this to compete in, you're really happy with what's on offer.
What'd you see here, Rosie?
Yeah, Cole, you know, he's kind of mixing it up, showing some variety there, but it really is just his body language, his intent at the moment that's giving me confident vibes.
And then quickly up and out from Luca Messinas, wearing the blue jersey. A guy that did well in his rookie year to have key performances, specifically at Pipe, where he thought he'd be really challenged. It's always hard to get warm-up waves there, and he just put his head down and got himself through quite a few rounds. He's only chasing a 3.44 to take Nolan's spot in advancing position.
I was gonna say, Joey, looking at the scoreline, Cole hasn't there's room in this scoreline. I think we're gonna see the lead, the second place. It's gonna shuffle a little bit. I think we're gonna see some back and forth battles with the time that we have on the clock. So we'll see how Cole can manage the last 14 minutes of this heat as well as Nolan, because Lucas, I mean, he's got that 5 in his score range. That's a solid score. Kehu is kind of having a little bit of a frustrating session at the moment. You can tell in his body language when he's been falling off on a couple waves.
We'll see if Cole can hang on to this lead and make it official and join the championship tour next season. We'll keep you posted right after this. this Monday morning here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Heat number 3 with a lot on the line for Cole Hausman, who's looking to get one more heat win to qualify for the tour next year. Nice quick surfing from Luca Macinas. Talk about some combos. Nice variety as well. Cool style to watch. That's what I love about his performance. He's so quick, can fit in a lot of turns in a small space. We don't count turns anymore, but you always look for quality. If you do both, it's always going to help your cause. He's going to ditch a 2.27 there. Meanwhile, Nolan has dropped down to third because last of Kehu came in at a 5.83. So the battle for second continues.
Yeah, there it is. I mean, Kehu from fourth to first. Lucas Macinas is trying to claw his way back. That was a good way to do it, though, on that last wave.
Last score coming in for Nolan Raposa, 4.67. He takes the lead. Hausman to second. Kehu back to third. And then we'll wait for Luca's last, that he absolutely blitzed on his forehand. So a couple of quiet moments at the start of this heat, but things completely changed. This was what Kehu did, the 5.83 that at the time got him into the top 2.
Wow, beautiful wrap there. Nice bottom turn to set it up too. To find 2 hooking sections on that right-hander, you can tell that Cole was watching out the corner of his eye. So that sees him up into a qualifying position, and then Nolan gets this wave. So the seesaw battle, just the fast transition through turns for Nolan. Beautiful way that he releases that tail. Lucas Macinas knows that he needs to answer back. 2-turn combo there, goes for the wrap on the third, and then finds that little inside fin release. So that was a really good wave, and I think that's the one we're waiting for the score to come in and populate and see if there'll be another shuffle.
So looking like Kehu winning that last exchange with the 5.83. Nolan's under that, a 4.67. And then Luca Macinas, even though he did a lot on that smaller wave, 4.63. Luca third, Kehu now fourth, as Nolan sits out in front, and Cole Hausman down to second with priority.
I think for Kehu, just hearing the 5.83, that's like a confidence boost, because the high mark of this heat, the 6.33, everyone, I mean, has this well within grasp. It's going to be an exciting last sub 9 minutes of this heat.
Nolan Raposa finding some space with third priority. Just taps the whitewater to kick this one off. Hits it hard in the pocket now for the second time and shuts it down. He's able to shift quickly without even a bottom turn to ditch the tail out when he's running out of room.
He never fully extends his body either. He's always low and compressed, ready to attack that lip line.
And now heading towards the pier is Cole Hausman. Quick power hack to kick it off. Chips it on the second effort and really lays into a big hook. Still has some speed to burn, and he'll celebrate with the claim. Heading towards the right is Luca Macinas. Second turn, big layback fin throw, and pulls it off. And it looked like Kehu also getting involved just down the beach. You see him paddling out right behind Nolan Raposa. Priority so important in these 4-man heats. Even if you're battling for second priority, even third can make a difference when you need a wave at the buzzer. Nolan changing directions. Cole's got some space. Hausman looking to better a 5.3. But cool to see all 4 surfers getting involved in that last exchange.
Yeah, that was insane. I mean, Cole bringing the heat when he needed it. But then the answer back from Lucas, that 2-turn combo, we'll see how this thing shakes out. Nolan Raposa too, I mean, his wave could improve the 4.67. We'll see, Joe.
A lot of big names representing the North American region on the Challenger Series. And Cole leading that charge over the entire international field. As we look at numbers drifting in, last of Nolan Raposa, 5.27. So he'll use that as his low score. 47 waves ridden for the surfer from Long Beach. And now with a little bit of a lull, the judges can take their time to work it out. Cole trying to protect second. Think he did pretty well there. Maxed out the scoring potential with some big power moves. Hasn't made a mistake on any wave he's taken off on so far in this heat.
Yeah, they've been impactful, and even the claim at the end there, just showing that confidence to the judges. But has he turned over his shoulder? Lucas took off on this wave. Let's have a look at this 5.27 from Nolan. Quick transition through the maneuvers, even on a smaller wave. This was an important ride though. Cole looking to protect that second place position. Nolan's just up the ante for him. So second turn connection. You can tell this wave didn't have that same vertical approach when on those first 2 turn options. Wow, Kehu going to the air there. Quick in transition to get to that last tap. Let's see this beautiful, I mean, he gets the grab. It was really fast, Joe. Like that wave from him, showing us a bit of variety and innovation.
I love that, yeah. The judges have been really rewarding innovation, especially yesterday when Silvana Lima, your old rival on tour, had a really cool air reverse, got into the 9s. And looks like we're about to get the entire score updated. We've got Nolan with the 5.27 and 6.33. He just dropped to second because Hausman locked in a 7.33 on his last wave.
Yeah, what the point I wanted to get to, Joe, with Cole's wave is just how powerful he was on that last maneuver. And really, even those first 2 turns, he had to manufacture that power through that linkage just because that section didn't stand up at him.
And just that control, 6'3", over 200 pounds. Could have played a lot of different sports. Was tempted to kind of move into baseball over the years, and we're lucky that he chose surfing. So he's out in front, Nolan down to second. Luca Messinas, his last wave, his best so far, 5.57, but still needs more. 6.04 will move into the top 2, and Butler still waiting to see how the judges reacted to that air reverse. His board looks great. His wave before, when he was on the open face, it looks really, really lively and moved through some big sections. So he'll get the 5.43 for the punt. Moves him to third, but still needs a 5.78 to move on. So the Californians still hanging on to the top 2. Nolan happy to get a start here at the US Open. But you think of more surfers from this North American region. Kate Matson will be coming up in this round, moved up to number 5 on the Challenger Series. So that was a breakthrough performance from him back in South Africa. We lost Dimitri Poulos, Josh Burke. Those guys also representing this region, along with Jabe Swerkowski. As we look at a little opportunity here, 3:15 to go. Luca now checking out the left. Throws a turn off the top. There's the vertical. Needs a 6.04 on this small section. He's going to have to go for something huge here. Big vertical hack. Little rebound section. The only thing that might affect him there, Rosie, is the size of the wave.
The size of the wave and the first few turns just from that angle looked a tiny bit sticky.
Another opportunity here for Nolan Raposa, using priority. And he ends up just throwing it away. Priority moves to Butler. 2:30 to go.
Ooh, that is something you cherish, is having priority with the time on the clock at the moment. I mean, Kehu only needs that 5.78, and with control of the lineup and a couple bumps on the horizon, Joe, let's see how he can utilize that opportunity.
What a time for Hausman, his family, his support crew. About a little over 2 minutes away from officially joining the championship tour next year. All the hard work he puts in the gym, focusing on his training, surfing, boards, equipment, traveling. Last year, dealing with all these little superstitious moments, getting in his head a little bit too much and completely changing that around in 2023, approaching the whole tour with so much confidence.
What a moment for him too, if it does happen, to qualify at the US Open. I mean, 40 minutes from your hometown. I think the whole place is going to rage.
He's always thanking Kolohe Andino for mentorship. Kolohe's really taken on that captain role in San Clemente. He's kind of had it for a long time, but I think more emphasis on it these days. I think since Kolohe ended up on the Challenger Series, he just really wanted to give back. And Cole's always so quick to thank Andino for all the support and knowledge. And now we're about a minute away. 7.33's got the big score. 5.33's is low. And he's got a great roll in priority. Luca's trying to create some space, and Nolan's going to tag along, having a higher priority.
Yeah, that's interesting tactics right there. You'd maybe think that Cole would be starting to sit on someone. I wonder if well, Nolan's just jumped up second.
Yeah, Nolan hanging on to second. Yeah. Cole hanging on to the first spot. The Californians in the top two.
Got you, Joe. I got caught up in the excitement there.
Oh, there's a lot going on. I mean, big for San Clemente right now.
Smart move for Nolan to be sitting on Lucas. Don't want to give the man an inch. Obviously, with KU having that priority, there's no use shadowing him. Well, we're counting it down, Joe.
A tough result for Luca Macinas and also Kehu Butler. But it's going to be a big day for San Clemente and this kid right here, Cole Hauschman. Welcome to the championship tour. Can't wait to see you at Pipeline. Your work's not done yet. He's got to clinch that #1 seed. His dad there with the hat, just so psyched and proud of his son. And Kehu quickly to congratulate Cole Hauschman. Got a brand new rookie on tour next year.
What a feeling, Joey. I mean, congratulations to Cole. Insane results, insane season, and he's still going at the US Open, so there's more to come for this man.
Griffin Colapinto, Jet Schilling, looks like maybe Crosby there, Cade Matson, all ready to celebrate a special moment in this young man's career, officially making the championship tour early at stop #4 of the Challenger Series. Back for more celebration right after this. What a day, what a morning for Cole Hauschman, officially qualifying for the championship tour. He's going to make his rookie debut at Pipeline next season. And some aggressive celebrations happening down there from his best friends from all around the world, more specifically San Clemente. All waiting in line to send the congratulations to the big man. He's such a kind human being. He works hard. It's easy to be a fan of Cole Hauschman.
Oh, I'm a huge fan. Just such a solid human. Great to see him on the championship tour. If you want to go surf lows right now, you should go because all of San Clemente is on the sand.
Good point. Full rotation. Incomplete for Joel Vaughn as we start a new heat. The celebrations are still happening on the sand, but we've got work to do in this lineup. Wave's still looking really fun. A lot of Aussies in this heat, joining surfer from the Big Island, Brody Sale. This is Kalani Ball, wearing the white jersey. Joel Vaughn, we saw him in the blue from North Shelley over there in Sydney, Australia. Kalani Ball started his life in Cronulla, then moved down the coast to Stanwell Park. Jackson Baker, everyone knows Jacko, representing Newcastle and Merriweather Beach. Just fell off the championship tour after stop number 5, but comes into this as the top seed in this matchup, number 7 in the world, after some great heats so far in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Jacko's been on form. I think he's had, you know, he's just looking to crack into that more consistent finals day, final series to stay in the hunt for that top 10 picture. The results you need, Joe, the consistency you need to have. I mean, you really do need to make quarters, semis, the final if you want to qualify. Top 10 out of 80, make it onto the championship tour.
It's a crazy scenario how tight it is just to call yourself a championship tour athlete. Just to be on this Challenger Series is a feat in itself. Let's see what Jackson did on the right.
Wow, sweet little first turn in the top third of that wave. Beautiful flow even through that whitewater climb. So that 2-turn combo looking good from Jacko.
And then Kalani Ball here, Rosie.
Yeah, Kalani, just so much power. Oh, just gets that little bit hung up on that last turn. So he was looking good. That second turn is going to cruel him.
And then Brody Sale finding some space.
Yeah, Brody looking on the left-hander, quick whip through transition there. Like that extra little bit of spice that he adds to that turn once he meets the lip line, just drifting that tail.
Brody Sale representing Kona on the big island of Hawaii. But he's so well traveled, spends a long time on the north shore of Oahu in the winter months. Spends a lot of time in California as well. Already well traveled. Here's Kalani Ball springing off the bottom. Second turn, the wrapping cutback. And now Kalani just chips it with some style on the extended slide to finish it off. And now the powerhouse, Jacko Baker on the windup. Stylish wrapping turn. Belts it off the lip and hops out of there.
It kind of shades of Matt Hoy that first turn.
Ooh, I like that. And then just catching up to the tail end of Joel Vaughn there. So things getting started quickly here. Australian region, always contenders, always incredibly dominant. North Shelley providing a lot of top talented surfers for many years, but especially recently. And been a lot of eyes on the Vaughn family. Joel amazing above the lip. So we saw him go for that full rotation earlier. He's got youth on his side and just a lot to gain here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. This is stop 4 of the season. Portugal, Brazil remain. You have 2 throwaway results, so you count your best 4 as you try to make it into the top 10.
I would cry.
Wouldn't you? What a special moment. You know all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. Cole's parents doing such an amazing job. Big shout out to Sean and Kim. What a great day to celebrate. I think after each win he's had this year, they've kind of invited a lot of the community over for a nice little dinner celebration. What are they going to do now?
Yeah. I did see a photo a few weeks back of the San Clemente community all gathered together just to celebrate Cole's victory coming back from Bolito. Yeah, I wonder what kind of shenanigans, celebrations are going to happen. There's still so much event left, though. I mean, Cole could go a three-peat.
I think that's what he's planning on doing. Last of Jackson Baker here, Rosie.
Love this maneuver from Jacko Baker. Pure power, just dropping the arms back into the face of the wall. Just tell that he's having fun. It just seems like he's really enjoying his surfing at the moment, enjoying the competitive mindset that he's in. Joel Vaughn just trying to find some linkage through. That's where that wave starts to steepen up, excuse me. Kalani Ball. This wave, unfortunately, I mean, it probably would have looked the same as Jacko's wave as he was taking off, but it just lacked that critical section on the outside. That slash right there was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a pretty rad way to just style out through that sliding section. Even though he didn't have a lot of open face, he surfed it well. Kalani Ball got on the scene really early. Had a lot of press as a young up-and-coming athlete. There was a lot of early comparisons to Mick Fanning. He kind of grew into his own style especially adding a lot of progression. But yeah, he's been around the world so many times as he's looking interested right now. His last wave, 417. Now he's on the windup. Clean start there, hammers it, lays into it again as that shoulder came up very quick. So a two-turn combination for Kalani Ball. Jackson's leading this heat. And Baker's gonna roll in again. Smooth bottom turn, times the lip, a little bit behind and playing catch up, but he gets there. And throwing a little style towards the beach. Jackson is always traveling with a great Aussie crew, but you always got to add Keikoa Bakalsa, who's always in his corner. Keikoa, former championship tour surfer from Oahu. And he always brings a footy ball with him or a rugby ball with him around the world, kind of bringing a little feeling of home. Passionate rugby fans, especially in Merriweather. But some of his friends got his ball stuck in a tree. He woke up from a nap, was devastated in the news.
Oh no.
But they didn't give up. Guys like Morgan Siblick and the rest of the crew just spent the rest of the afternoon.
The rest of the afternoon.
Chasing down Baker's good luck charm. Little wedge setting up now for Joel Vaughn. How clean was that top turn wrap? Wedge section, gets there and jams it. Thinking that's got to be his best wave so far.
Yeah, when you look at the rail work and really the length of time that he kind of put that board on a knife edge, that was a really fresh look at what the maneuver choice that we've seen from Kalani, from Jackson. I really enjoyed the approach here of Joel. Let's get a good look at it. He just slices through that maneuver right there. It's quick in transition again. Lots of power, but the flow and the style to me, it was really pleasing.
So Joe Vaughn trying to break down a 5.13. Let's now join the celebrations on the glass as we send it to AJ.
Cole, so many people waiting to congratulate you for the moment you have been waiting for. But first, you told me yesterday, I just have to make this one heat. I just have to get through it. How did you focus in on the heat in the moment, knowing what was at stake?
Yeah, Will told me a couple days ago, he's like, you want to know what you got to do? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And then he told me I have to make one heat, and then the last 3 nights I couldn't sleep. I've never been so nervous to make a heat, you know. You think after like a couple event wins I'd have some confidence, but I was like tripping out. So no, it really doesn't seem real. It's in the moment I just try to keep my composure and try to stay in the moment and do my best surfing, but you know, I couldn't help but think about it the whole time.
And the moment is here. You have officially qualified for the 2024 Championship Tour. What goes through your head?
Oh yeah, a lot of emotions. It's like more so just like all the hard work paying off, kind of all the sacrifices, the good and the bad, the wins and the losses. I mean, I had one of my hardest years last year, and I think everything happens for a reason. So I'm just super stoked. I stuck with it and put my head down. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I'm just stoked to do it here. All my friends and family, it's like I wouldn't have wished to do it anywhere else. And yeah, now I can kind of put that behind me and try to surf the rest of this event with a good mindset. So
I want to talk about your friends and family because they were the first ones to greet you in the water. What does it mean to not just have their support, but know that you're representing them now as a CT surfer?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, those are all my best friends, from Griffin Kolohe to Crosby, Cade, Jet, Taj, all of them. And yeah, it's just cool to have them here, and we're all on the same path. We have the same goals. So, I mean, this year's a huge year. Cade's 5th on the rankings, Jet's 10th, and Crosby's like top 15 as well. So, I mean, now I can just support them, and you know, this whole community we have is pretty awesome. So I wouldn't want to represent anyone else.
Soak it in, Cole. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to probably not be sleeping for a couple more days now.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, AJ, and congratulations, Cole Hauschman. We will see you on the Championship Tour Pipeline to make your rookie debut. I'm not crying, you're crying.
I'm definitely crying.
Yeah, that was emotional.
That was, yeah. But I mean, so cool. You just get to know the guy more and more. The more he wins, the more interviews we get to see. And I mean, that was such an amazing interview with AJ. Just getting that insight. So yeah, lots of emotions. And like you said, there's a handful of San Clemente surfers that are right there too. So let's see if this can inspire them.
Yeah, the story of Cole Hausman is so cool. I mean, talk about a hotbed of talent in San Clemente. You know, arguably the craziest talent pool in North America with lower trestles there. He named all of his best friends. Those are all contenders as well. But there's more to that list. And when he was growing up, you know, he wasn't the top few names that you'd think of as a potential surfer that would go on to big things on the Dream Tour. But he grew into that form, grew into his body, became a man, and after some tough results last year, he turned everything around. So he's got a lot to celebrate. That's a lot of hard work and dedication, which then gets us to the point of there's only 9 spots left.
That's right, we're chipping away at it, and there can be more surfers getting within that qualification realm. And talking about qualification watch as this event goes on, Joe.
Jackson Baker sitting number 7 in the world, so a good spot at the moment, but wants to get a little bit more comfortable moving into the next few stops of the season. A very popular human being to hang out with. Always has a smile, always has time for you as well. Really kind human being, and you know, there has been events on the CT where he's lost early, and he's always in the athlete area just hanging out, supporting everybody, not just the Aussies, which he is passionate about, but just enjoys great surfing. And it's one of my favorite parts about Jackson. He's always around, he's always willing to have a chat of what he's been up to, and he's still so dedicated to get right back on the championship tour, sitting right under Sammy Pupo at the moment.
Yeah, and Sammy Pupo made his heat this morning, so those two guys having to keep pace. Morgan Sibilik, he's also made his heat, so man, this is really cool watching this all shake down. I mean, we're halfway through the season here at the Challenger, with the Challenger events. There's not too many more chances to make your dreams come true.
Yeah, the next surfer we're looking at after Cole Hausman is certainly Jacob Wilcox. This is heat 4. Wilcox out there, heat 11 in this round. We'll have a heat with guys like Evan Geiselman. Edgar Grogia will be representing Brazil in that matchup as well. We'll be counting down the heats with Wilcox at this event, and if he needs to, for the rest of the season. But he's definitely in a great spot.
Yeah, finding that consistency. I mean, talk about someone, he's been so close to qualifying too, Joe. And when I think about that and that, like, you're so close, and it's so disappointing when you don't make it, to put together another great, consistent season. You know, hats off to Jacob. He's grown. I think his character's definitely grown from those experiences, but his surfing is just amazing. He's so talented.
So interesting how Cole and Jacob have a lot of similarities. Both really tall, both really strong, goofy footers. Wilcox a little bit older and a ton of experience on the championship tour with at least 13 wild cards that he's been given over the years. 13:50 on the clock. Baker trying to strengthen his lead. Third priority getting this one. Kind of a foam climb, shuts it down, and couldn't help himself, just had to check it out. Same wave further down the line as Brody Sale finishing his second effort. And now a little wedge towards the pier bowl for Kalani Ball. Big swinging frontside wrap. Jams it on the second turn, and there's the finishing move for Kalani Ball. So looking very aggressive, looking loose. Did show us variety on that wave. Sometimes the wave itself, the way it's breaking, helps you with variety because it just needs different turns on different sections, but he met it well with a lot of speed. Kalani Ball not having the best results so far this season. But you can tell he's still really fired up, switched on today. And with 10,000 points on the line, 3 events remaining, there's a lot more stories to tell as far as qualification is concerned. Let's see what happened here with Brody Sale.
Yeah, so this is Brody a little bit down the line from what the wave we saw Jackson take off on. Better wave for him, but I feel like he's still just that little bit sticky with his timing. Kalani, this was a fun looking wave as it cupped out, winds through that maneuver, a lot of spray. That last turn, I feel like that could be the best of Kalani. We'll wait for the judges, but that could strengthen his position right now.
Yeah, look loose, look comfortable. Great pace down the line as well for Kalani Ball. Still hanging on to the second spot, right behind Jackson Baker. We've got Michael Rodriguez coming up next. Familiar face on the championship tour, who's brilliant in conditions like this. Cole Hausman just mentioned Cade Matson. Matson coming up next, probably gonna be fired up after Cole's moment. That's still happening on the beach. They're joined also by Justin McCret and Ian Govan. Ian looked sharp on the opening day.
He did, and he said that, you know, he had his first final ever in his career here at Huntington in a smaller qualifying series event. His dad had made the final. There's Kalani celebrating after hearing that number, Joe.
Kalani Ball, best score so far in the matchup, 617. Protects that second spot, so well done there for the Australian. We talk about home court advantage when it comes to just familiarity with a lineup. A lot of the kids that grow up in California, even on the East Coast or Hawaii, spend a lot of time in their grommet hood surfing at the south side of the pier. And you look at the past champs and it kind of shows all that time spent surfing this wave has really paid off. Where you look at the last Australian to take out the US Open, you go to Julian Wilson back in 2012.
11 years ago, Joe.
It's been a while. I think Jackson, this whole crew, Joel Vaughn, Kalani Ball, want to change that story around. Last year it was Hawaii's own Zeke Lau taking the win. Now 10:30 to go, a little bit of a lull in heat number 4. A lot more action coming your way with Emrod grabbing his jersey. He's coming up next. Wonderful Monday. Spending it here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. There's that iconic Huntington Pier in the backdrop. That's been there for over 100 years now. Seen a lot of great surfing over the years. If you've been lucky enough to stand on that pier during some big heats, towards finals day, it gets completely packed and fans are screaming at their heroes. Going back to the early days, Shane Horan won back in 1982. And he's here in town. Tom Curran ended up going back-to-back. Then Aki did the same thing. Martin Lynch, a couple of big titles here at the south side of the pier. Great to reminisce on the rivalries as well with Shane Beshin and Kelly Slater, because at the time this was a championship tour rated event. I remember this ad campaign came out with Shane on it. Shane was riding for O'Neill at the time. And it just had a quote underneath Shane Beshin. It's like, next time we have a heat, it's going to be all out. It was just like the coolest rivalry happening at the time. I don't know if Shane really wanted that to be printed, as I've heard more stories about it, but it definitely got the fans excited for the next time Shane and Kelly would meet. As we look at a heat recap, Jackson Baker still holding down the lead.
Yeah, Jackson Baker opening up with his 2 scoring rides right off the bat. Back-to-back 5s for Jackson Baker.
But looking so powerful. Board looks really responsive, and little trademark Matt Hoy throwing that turn to one of his heroes on his same local break of Meriwether Beach. And Kalani Ball hanging on to second. 6:17 his best mark so far.
Yeah, this is been a fun heat to watch with Kalani kind of surfing into rhythm. Watched him celebrate as he heard this number drop in.
Really spring-loaded. Nice spontaneous act from Kalani Ball. And the key thing, just staying on his feet for the big finishing move. Now we've got Joel Vaughn using priority. Fin throw, and he goes down. So tough one there for Vaughn. Did have an equal 5th last year as we look at a nice smooth silky wrap from Brody Sale. Blows out the tail. Laying low to get the completion. He gets there. Something cool about Brody's style where he's just really centered over his board. Really cool posture. He's never in a rush, but he's always just about to do something explosive. He waits for a big section and he'll just drill it there. The boys love that one.
Boys love that one. I think that's the Rip Curl crew down here to support Jacko Baker. But Brody, I mean, watching him surf at lowers, he's out there quite a bit. He's just got such a silky smooth style. But like he said, just when he gets to get a bit of aggro with the lip line, he's so fun to watch, so explosive.
So Jackson Baker also taking off, and he's going really fast. Such an amazing athlete, great human being. I love watching him at Big Sunset. Really enjoyed watching his celebration when he got into the 9s at Winky Pop this year in the heat against Toledo. Just using all of that rail.
That was a good battle, Joey.
Let out a roar. One of my highlights of Jackson Baker in his career, because it was smaller Winky Pop. You always think, okay, great, coming into Bell, 6 to 8 foot Bell's Bowl. Jackson's going to be a standout, but it just reminds you so often how great he is in smaller surf as we slow this one down.
Wow, beautiful power on display. I think that could improve his situation. We'll wait and see. But yeah, Brody Sale, he kind of winds through that maneuver. That right there is what we've been talking about. Just that pure power and aggression. Stoked he got to make it out and ride out in front of that whitewood. I think that's going to be a better way for Brody. He's only holding on to 2 4s.
Saw him right before he paddled out. He's just like, yeah, I just want to break this second round curse. He feels good though. He's happy. He's not like a guy that's wearing his results, but he just knows he's been just having trouble in the round of 64 this season. Of just progressing and gaining momentum. So he's looking forward to it starting now. He's another Challenger Series athlete who said how good the waves have been this year. So even though he's been losing in this round, he's been surfing a lot. So he's in a great place. Hung out at J Bay as well, so fitting in some cool travels with a great crew. Last of Jackson Baker, a 7. Last of Brody Sale, a 6.27. Jackson to first, Brody to second. Kalani Ball now drops to third for the first time in a while. Needs a 4.48, and Joel Vaughn needs a 5.62.
Yeah, this is an interesting shakeup as we head into 320. Kalani Ball, he does have priority. Brody Sale, he's hearing that. He's kind of letting those shoulders release a little bit of the tension for now. I mean, he only needs to replace the 4.37, and that's where it can get dangerous for Kalani. Kalani, similar scores in their scoreline, Joe, as you look at the way that the numbers are shaking out. It's very close between those two surfers in second and third.
Yeah, super tight. Really, really close. And we'll see how Kalani can manage his emotions to put up a comeback, because he doesn't need much. He's got the advantage of having a great air game, so if he just finds a closeout, needing just a 4.48, that could be really doable there for Ball. Just like Brody, Kalani wants to get on a roll as he's been stuck in some early rounds this year on the Challenger Series.
This is the heat that can make a difference for either one of these surfers, where they can get on that hot roll, make it through this round. You know, they have that kind of where they've been tapping on that glass ceiling, and all of a sudden you break through it and you can get on find some magic form.
What a great feeling for Brody Sale, who's been selective throughout his heats. He's had the heat earlier in the opening round, and also this one, very calculated in his approach. But using that progressive finish to get the 6.27. And still just 20 years of age. It's kind of fun to go to worldsurfleague.com and look at Brody's profile picture. He looks like he's 5. I hope they never change it.
It's so interesting because I feel like we watch all of these athletes grow up on tour from the junior rankings, and then all of a sudden they're these huge athletic hulks. And yeah, like you said, their little profile pictures from when they were Groms to where they are now.
And he was a pretty little kid when he was like ripping and getting new sponsors and coming over for nationals. And then he just sprouted. He's super tall now.
He spends a lot of time with the Dorians, right?
He does, yeah. Learned a lot from what would be like an uncle to him, Shane Dorian, competing at Banyans in the Keiki Classic. 59 seconds to go. Priority with Kalani Ball. A couple little lines showing up on the ocean. So it looks like he'll have a chance. Joel Vaughn likes the look of this wave. Throws up a nice vertical snap. There's a second one. Knifing 2 turns. There's the third on the shoulder.
Oh, this could get interesting, Joe.
And now Kalani Ball uses priority, and he can't catch up to that wave. The Aussie's looking on and looking at the clock with 25 seconds. Ball goes down to 3rd priority, and Brody's trying to chase him down.
I think this it's going to be an interesting number that comes in for Joel Vaughn.
Wow, what a moment for Kalani. He could have had the wave that Joel Vaughn had. Saw one behind it and ends up not catching it, losing priority, and we're going to count this one down. He won't be able to get this wave in time. Kalani Ball will stay in 3rd place. And I guess we got 1 score left, and that's that last wave for Joel Vaughn to see if he did enough to go to the top 2. 2 big verticals, finished off with a 3rd move. Rosie, what'd you think?
5.62 is what's required. Vertical approach, fast transition through that maneuver. I mean, the judges rewarding the 2-turn combo. That's right up there with one of the best in the heat.
What a great performance. Joel really didn't have too much in the matchup. Scores are in. Joel Vaughn, hearing the announcement from upstairs, a 6.17 buzzer beater moment. Moving into 2nd place to advance on along with Jackson Baker. What a clutch performance from the Australian. We lose Brody Sale and Kalani Ball from the draw here as the round of 64 continues. Take a quick break. We'll bring in Chris Cote, Peter Mell, and Brett Simpson for the call. The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Nissan Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Pacifico, Live Life Anchors Up. By Hurley, Born from Water. And by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing, and we've already had huge news go down here. We've got surfers qualifying for the 2024 Championship Tour. We've got buzzer beaters and everything in between. It's going to be like this all day long. We are into Challenger Series competition. Chris Cote, Pete Mel, Brett Simpson here to talk you through the action. These are 30-minute heats. Of course, the basics apply. Top 2 surfers advance through. 3rd and 4th place surfers, your run is done, and we've, unfortunately, this is kind of the dark side of competition. We've lost some big names already this morning. We're just getting started in this 9-day event. We're here on day 3. Pete, Mel, the good news is for everybody, not only for the surfers, but also the fans, the waves are looking fun.
They are. You know, we had the south wind kind of threatening, and it still kept it at a nice, steady 8 miles an hour, we'll call it.
Yeah, maybe a little east in it, a little bit.
Oh, look at,
no?
We're going to get really
Could get aerial assault.
Whoa, Brett Simpson, 2-time champion at the U.S. Open here. Just made the commute from up the street down to the south side of the pier, which I'm sure you've done about 5,000 times in the last couple of weeks.
It would be pretty cool to know how many times you've done it, but I guess it's probably nice not to. I actually surfed this morning over on the north side, which was fun. Sometimes it's a little more protected from the south wind, but all your buddies were out.
Is that a surf trip for you to go to the north side?
That's a total surf trip. The water is 72. I thought I was in like
your passport,
Ubatuba or something, Brazil.
Well, speaking of Brazil, we've got 2 amazing surfers representing Brazil in Michael Rodriguez and Ian Gouveia. They'll be going up against a French surfer, Justin Becret, and Cade Matson, who I actually just saw about 10 minutes ago. He was one of the surfers that ran out there to congratulate our rookie on the championship tour, Cole Hauschman. But Cade Matson, I mean, he's right in the conversation as well, currently sitting in the top 10 of the Challenger Series. So there's got to be an incredible array of emotions and energy and hype and curiosity going through Cade's mind right now. And haircuts.
And hair
all
designs.
of those things at once.
I mean, all San Clemente, as we watch this replay here, Justin Becret, a little loose on the final move there. That was nicely done. It seems like the rights are probably best opportunities there, although their scores both going both directions, but the rights a little more punch. And doing that kind of surfing right there, that's why he sits in that top 10 picture right now, Cade Matson. And it might be the haircut.
Haircuts help.
Well, what about a mustache?
The mustache could help too. We'll see. That could be the 2024 thing. And speaking of mustaches, this man is known for having one of the greatest mustaches in the history of surfing. I'm talking about the man who just took out that last heat. Jackson Baker standing by now with AJ McCord.
Jackson, a hectic heat there, a flurry of exchanges, everybody in on waves. How did you keep your cool and make sure that you found the wave you wanted?
Yeah, I was pretty lucky with the start. I was feeling really comfortable on this new Model C I was working on, the eco carbon technology. And I mean, for me, I'm a bigger guy, so for me to be able to have a board that helps me have that spring and the pop like the little boy, like the boys in my heat, I've probably got 10 kilos on them. So yeah, to be able to just have that spring and got that good start, got those 2 5s, which kind of fired me up a little bit. I felt like I was surfing pretty well, and they were kind of capping me with those scores. So that's a good thing. It fires me up, and then once I got the chance on the 7 at the end, I laid it all down. I went, there we go, there's a real turn. So I guess there's things in heats that happen for a reason, and yeah, just chipping away through the contest.
How do you process that in the moment where you think you're surfing pretty well, but then the score comes, it's not what you thought it was going to be? How do you keep your cool?
I guess it's just watching the other scores that come through as well. And I mean, once you're out the back and everyone's on waves, you can kind of see what everyone's doing. So I could see when they were getting 4s and high 5s, I was like, okay, there is that split there. So I was happy with that. But when you only got 5s, you don't feel safe. So once I got that 7 at the end, I was pretty stoked. And yeah, these round 1 heats are probably gnarlier as the contest goes on. You lose so many guys that the heats can almost get easier. Like, that's a gnarly first heat, and a few I've watched this morning have been pretty gnarly. So yeah, I'm just trying to stay in the draw as long as possible and yeah, get back on tour as quick as possible. That's the goal.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. How do you stay focused on the task at hand, making the heat that you're in, but knowing what's at stake in the back half of the Challenger Series?
Wave by wave, minute by minute, heat by heat. Can't get ahead of yourself. I mean, of course, I'd love to come here and do what Cole's done. I'd love to get the W and seal this puppy up, but yeah, he's had that dream year, and that's inspiring. Like for me, I want to be dialed and on tour and thinking about the tour next year. So as quick as I can get that done, I feel like I can get a good result here. I got third in the ISAs last year, and probably had a few more kilos around my waist then too, so I'm a bit lighter and springier now. I've been putting in that work, and yeah, to go to Erasura as well, I got a second there the year I qualified, so the next 2 events I'm really fired up to get this thing done.
One heat at a time. You made it through. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. One heat at a time. You.
Love to see it. Jackson Baker coming through along with Joel Vaughn, who had an ultimate buzzer beater. Did get the chance to watch Joel Vaughn's performance in episode 1 of Stab Highway in Europe. Hilarious, but also some really good surfing in there, specifically by Joel Vaughn. Now let's get back to the water where Michael Rodriguez is basically doing what he does, powering his way down the line. A couple big turns there for Rodriguez. This guy really is your kind of prototypical Challenger Series grinder. He's been doing it for a long time at a very high level. Super consistent, and I would say the same thing for Ian Gouveia.
You would. They both have had championship tour experience as well. So they want to be back. They've had that taste, right? And I mean, you had to requalify again. Brett, it's kind of gnarly when you fall off tour to have to go and requalify again.
Yeah, the mentality is, well, you get a taste of it, you know, and it's kind of like, it's a good life.
Yo, that's
you're
where I
traveling
want
to
to
good
be.
spots, and you know, the money's great, but you're surfing good waves, the high caliber, you know, and yeah, you just want to be able to get there and give yourself that chance to get a win and get as high up those rankings as you can. But I know Emrod is like, his skills there, I feel like there's been those moments where he's had heats where he's put on good performances and kind of got edged out by some, you know, getting a higher seed of, you know, a Felipe or a Gabby. You get there and you get those draws. You got to somehow beat him, and it's really hard. So at the end of the day, he's been kind of in that range, and obviously his surfing, you know, fits the Challenger Series really well too. He has gotten better in the bigger waves, but also like these style waves, you got to say he's one of the top guys. I mean, you look at he put on a really good performance at Snapper Rocks this year. There were some really highlight moments, but really springy off his, you know, he's not a really small guy either, but he's very springy, has the airs, the big turns. He's really light on his feet. So
yeah, this is one of those early morning nightmares if you're Cade Matson and Justin Becret, because Michael Rodriguez, Ian Gouveia, they're not going to make any heat easy. They're not going to make mistakes. They're going to put up solid numbers. They always do. So if you're Cade or Justin and you're going up against, you know, two guys who have Challenger Series win percentages probably in like the 80%, I mean, these guys are gnarly. How do you overcome that mental wall that's put up when you see these names come through on your scoreline, Pete?
You can't think about it, right? That's the whole thing.
No
I mean,
names,
you got to
no
go
flags, nothing.
No, focus on your own performance and what you got to do right to be in the perfect frame of mind to be able to compete. You know, get your equipment dialed in, do everything you can. If you know you have a good coach to help you, you know, psychologically, all of that stuff. You can't worry about whatever the big names are.
Yeah, it's so true. It doesn't really even matter. Obviously, the matters like, you know, the surfer and the performance, but you can't control any of that. All you can control is the waves you select, your performance, how you ride those waves. You know, there's some in-between stuff with, you know, strategy and where to sit, but you're not. They're riding their waves. You know, you're not. You have nothing. You have no control.
Yeah.
So you're kind of just trying to control everything you can.
And I wouldn't think that obviously there's no walkthroughs, there's no easy heats in a Challenger Series event. I would just feel like there's a couple of names that you see and you go, oh man, this guy. He's going to make me earn it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for example, I mean, you look at what Jackson Baker was talking about. Like, you know, he's had the taste, and you know, ultimately he knows what he has to do to go out there to perform, and he's literally focusing directly on his own performance and his own what he can do. You know, it's crazy. He sits at number 7 right now in the rankings, and it's that would be more pressure than worrying about whoever's in Jersey next to you.
Yeah, and even in these conditions, like there's air sections, but Jacko, he can do airs, but he's not thinking, oh, I'm going to go get an air off with these kids. he's going to sit there and he's like, hey, I know two big combo turns have been, you know, 7+, and boom, went out there and kind of did that job where.
And that's what Cade's got to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, same thing for Cade. Like, you know, he's got Emrod, who's a former tour competitor, Ian Gouveia, former tour competitor. You know, at this point, he's like, okay, what am I going to go do in order to get 7+?
And Cade's surfing is big. So if he's able to, they want to score it, you know, and the way he combos his turns, and his turns are big. So it really comes down for him now. He's got priority. Just focus on that next ride. You know, pick the next best wave that comes through. And here's Emrod on a little insider, and that's kind of that speed and flow we were talking about. The turns weren't super dynamic, kind of down the line, check snaps through spray, but I don't think it's going to be you know, a huge score by any means.
Are we going to see an air as good as Silvana Lima's air yesterday today? You got any aerial wizards in this draw?
Well, Emrod's one for sure, I would have to say. But yeah, we already saw one earlier today. You know, Nolan Raposa is able to get above the lip. Saw Kehu Butler.
I think we're going to see.
Yeah, and that's the kind of surfing you want to see at Huntington Beach. I mean, of course, you know, those are those highlight moments. You think about the air that solidified it for Seth Moniz. Remember that backside air next to the pier?
Upside down, inverted.
That was crazy.
In the
those are the moments. Right?
Yeah.
Those are the moments. And that literally solidified his spot on tour. That was it.
It was kind of in on those shore break. Remember? It was like way inside, and he did that cartwheel thing.
It was a cartwheel.
And it's hard to, I mean, I've never done one, but it seems pretty hard to pull it.
Yeah, he did everything he could.
Hang on by a thread.
And again, like, he rides out of that, and that was the moment he needed to get himself that heat to get on tour. So it's funny how, you know, those moments can happen, and they're etched in our history and memory forever.
And I like that the judges are really, you know, they're looking closely at the landings of these airs, because to get up, inverted, and fly around, I mean, most surfers who can generate enough speed can get in that position, but the landings here, especially in Huntington, I would say underrated for how difficult it is to land big airs here, because more often than not, it's an uphill landing on that inside section. This happened yesterday. Silvana Lima went out there and just blew up, and I gotta say, she was probably the first most progressive female on tour, and I love that she's just keeping it going, still progressing. You know, she still has, it's like she's found the fountain of youth.
38
and
years
it's
old.
through aerial surfing.
If that doesn't inspire, I'm 38.
Let's go.
How old are you, Pete?
Come on.
Come
53.
on. Yeah, but you surf a lot, and
I do.
Like, that's inspiring. That's inspiring,
100%
you know?
it is.
I mean, that's like, it's super cool to see that she's still doing it. She's still excited. Even the claim was like a bow to, like, yeah, I'm here. I still can do this.
Don't forget about me. And I did love the call. Pete, Kaipo, Brett, you're in there. I probably watched it 6 times last night. It got me psyched. For lack of a better term, it got me psyched to go surfing. So thank you guys for that. Thank you, Silvana Lima, for that. So 15:10 on the clock. Emrod is in the lead for now. Michael Rodriguez with a 5.33 and a 4.20. Becret in second. Kind of quietly just jumping up into that advancing spot. But Ian Gouveia has the hammer in his scoreline right now, a 6.17, the highest single wave score. Cade Matson just with a 3.83. So Michael Rodriguez seems like he's building some momentum
And this was just now, Chris, like, really nice 2-turn combo. Gets the finish. I like that wave a bit better than his previous. And
because it was in the pocket.
Yeah. The first turn still was a little bit of a check, but through spray, and the next jam was, you know, tight on rail. There it is, 5.1. So, yeah, that's totally fair. I like that. You know, it was a smaller wave comparative. These guys are, you know, Cade's with priority. He's definitely waiting for a little bit bigger of a wave. I will say sometimes the waves can play possum with you out there, and they're moving around, and you're like, he's kind of like, guys are catching waves on both sides of him. It can make it a little bit confusing. You're like, am I in the right spot?
Yeah, you had said day before yesterday, I believe, that, you know, this really is a wave that feels like the home field advantage is pretty equal, because regardless of how many times you've surfed here, you know, what peak you like to surf, it does change enough throughout the day that, you know, these surfers that have competed here just a couple times, maybe a dozen times, they're pretty much even with even the strongest locals, because it does change that much. 13:30 on the clock. Michael Rodriguez in the lead You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing, and we'll be right back with more.
So this is the 25th anniversary of Nixon. So do you remember what you were doing in 1998? Hey, what's up? My name is Patrick Odell. We're here at the world headquarters of Nixon Launches, and we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the company. I really like how Nixon has always been endemic in skateboarding, snowboarding, surfing in a really authentic way. And it's really cool to dig in and look through binders of pictures and look through all the old photos and just dive through the history of 25 years and see what they got in store for us in the future. I'm excited.
A very cool short film made by Patrick Odell, one of my favorite documentarians. Nixon, 25 years of time, out now. Grab your phone, hit the little scan code right there, and it'll take you straight to that feature, which is really cool. You got homies like Salema, you got Chad and Andy, the founders of Nixon, all the cool Nixon team riders like Nora Vasconcelos. I have a cameo in there, Pete, so that'll be worth it for you just to watch that.
Rad brand. Seriously, it's a rad brand. Like, it's been around a long time, and so true. They are truly authentic to the board sport industry, always have been, and stayed true to those roots. You gotta love a brand that's done that.
I've always loved the style of Nixon. The designs and all that stuff, super cool.
Logo's dope.
Yeah.
Well, 10:25 on the clock. Michael Rodriguez still well into the lead. We do have some scores to drop through. Interesting strategies happening out here. You got Rodriguez with 7 waves ridden. Cade Matson with almost 20 minutes transpired in this heat, still hanging onto one wave, a 3.83. Do you think, Brett, this was a coached type of scenario that he's gotten himself in, or is it bad luck? Why has he only ridden one wave?
That's Cade. I think a little bit of his MO. He's pretty confident on, like, wave selection and what he wants to ride. I don't think he's going to chase around right now and grovel, and he has the priority. So
he also has another wave coming in.
He does have a wave coming through that he just got. So he will be on the board. Here's Emrod again. So snap, little float, a little more of a pop, kind of, more of a choppy. Yeah. He looks real casual right now, I will say. He doesn't look like he's over amping or pushing too hard.
And just like that, Cade Matson, his last came through. Last wave comes through a 5.10, so the patience paying off. He's now in second place, and he made the requirement for Becret, a 4.77. Gouveia still right in it, needing a 2.76. This was that last wave for Cade.
A little bumpy one, but big turn right there. Ooh. So the big hammer.
That's one of those turns that just looks like it felt really good.
Yeah. And then right here, a little spit, but see how the board's kind of facing down the line the whole time? Never really got the direction of the board back, and I think that kind of That's why the judges have been staying in that, 5-3, 5-1 range,
His friends are going to wrestle him when he gets in.
I know, they might snap, huh? A little jiu-jitsu on the beach.
You guys know me, I love a good chop hop, but, I feel like at the end of that wave, that was kind of like maybe a little bit of subtle frustration coming out. He was wanting that big section.
Well, he carried a bunch of speed.
Yeah,
right?
that's it. He was wound up. If there was something there, it was going to be liftoff.
Yeah, and that's that. It's great flow. I mean, that's that horizontal surfing will, load up with speed, and you're just hoping you have that section at the end to utilize it all. It just doesn't there.
Couple lumps coming through here, nice and peaky this morning. I think the waves might be a little less consistent than we saw yesterday, but it feels like maybe a little bit more push, maybe some more potency in the set.
That's a good call. That's a good call because it's
small-time energy added to it.
Yeah, a little more south. I think that kind of lets these rights definitely have a little more oomph to it. Looks like Gouveia split peak. Yeah.
Nothing doing for Rodriguez. Surfer in green, Gouveia. I would say that's his trademark turn.
Yeah, he seems
upside down, under the lip, snaps it real quick.
Seemed pretty happy. Emrod on another little pier bowl. I think he's a little closer to the pier. Goes for the spin, so
a little messy.
Little force there, maybe starting to feel the pressure. 7 minutes ago, other guys are riding waves. He knows 2 5s isn't. You're not too safe.
No. Yeah, I mean, 10 points bare minimum, in this round of 64 to turn the heat. But
be within it, huh?
Yeah, you need the 12 to 14 points is where you start to feel a little safer.
Yeah.
Gouveia doesn't need much right there. I feel like we missed kind of one turn in that wave before the finish, but it does feel like the 276 is going to get done because he had the completion on the closeout.
Yeah, he could be.
He's going to turn the heat right now. There's the second. Oh, there you go. Hammered it. And straight to the bottom for the finish. So this is a nice 2-turn combo. It's going to be probably close to his number that he already has.
Yeah.
So Cade's going to have some work to do as well as Justin.
Yeah, that's going to put Ian Gouveia in a dangerous position. And, again, there's certain surfers that, there you go, 617 with a 527. Gouveia now knocks Cade Matson into third place. Rodriguez drops to second. Becret has been quiet. He's got a 417 and a 257. So that made this whole situation a lot different. Cade Matson now needs a 5-3-4. He does have second priority, but Gouveia's got to be happy with the numbers that he just heard. And, for Gouveia, he has made, he's got probably 4 turns in his arsenal that he can go to guarantee himself points. That big power snap that he did to start that wave mixed with the closeout snap. I mean, that's his bread and butter. He's been doing it for a long time. It's undeniable. You have to score waves like that when you're surfing that fast with that much power and that much finesse. He placed those turns perfect.
Yeah, and he's been having a really good regional series, been winning events on that tour, and it's not an easy tour to qualify in. Brazilian tour is gnarly, just as gnarly probably as the North American circuit. So he's been producing. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to produce here on the Challenger Series, and self-admitted, he just has not been able to pick up the rhythm in these events. And that's obviously he's in this tour, and he has to produce results if he wants to get back onto the championship tour. But right now, he hasn't been able to do it. So he's trying to build some momentum here, and right now, looking pretty good.
That's the crazy thing with competitive surfing. You could feel so good, you could be ripping, and you could be losing a lot, and you're like, what is going on? Like, what do I got to change?
Yeah, like Kolohe, right?
Yeah.
For example, like watching Kolohe surf, all his clips, you're just like, how is he not winning heats? And then all of a sudden you get into Jersey and like the waves just disappear. They're not giving him opportunity.
It's just limited. Sometimes there's limited opportunity. So one little mistake really can cost you. And you're in South Africa or you're in Australia. You're so far away from home too. It's such a challenge, and I think a lot of it too is mental. Most of it probably. Here's Emrod. So nice little combo there. He's liking it. Did he just bop himself in the face?
Oh, no. He didn't do a Daru.
Accidental self-punch.
He didn't do a Daru. But
it was kind of like...
I think he's a little frustrated with the scores.
Maybe. Yeah. And you never know. We'll have to see the replay, but I feel like he's placing that first turn nice, but let's see. Right here. Off the bottom. Nice placement, but a little kind of...
Three-quarter turn.
Three-quarter, a little reverse pivot, and then jams it right there. And he's trying to fire himself up,
But you don't want to make Michael Rodriguez or any of the Challenger Series Brazilian surfers angry, because you know they have another gear in them. You know, that heart, that desire, that passion. You know, if you poke the bear and you get Michael Rodriguez fired up like he is right now, he can throw some haymakers. That is for sure. So we're waiting for that last score to come through, and that could be a score that puts Cade Matson and Justin Becret in a more difficult situation. Cade's still within reach, needing a 5.34, and with 3 minutes to go, priority is spread out across this lineup. Becret in that top priority spot, and this is where things could get chippy in the lineup. And I'm not opposed to watching a classic Challenger Series paddle battle, bait ball happening out in the lineup. That's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's going to get, the guys that need scores are first and second priority. So if they can get their positioning right, put themselves in that chance, we're going to have a, flurry-full finish.
Well, the score came through.
Wow, he's going to be
5.07.
So you had one guy go, oh, it's his best score. Then you had a few just say, no, we didn't think it. 4.6, 4.8.
It was cool. It wasn't shocking. You
first
want to be
turn,
shocked to get that big score.
And it is bumpy out there, so I am noticing, and that's been the difference from Ian's waves. He's been getting up, waiting a little bit, and then all of a sudden he's picked good waves where they were a little cleaner on the face, so his turns just looked more dynamic and a little more committed. Whereas the last few, if even Cade's wave, he kind of had to place the first turn down the line and then the big turn.
Huge moment for Cade Matson here. Has a little bowl to work with. Quick snap there and goes down. I think that wave had a good look right from the jump, and it dissipated so quick that he had to try to force something in there. And then he turns around and sees it. Probably the biggest set we've seen of this heat.
Becret's going to get a chance. Is he in the spot?
He needs a 6.26. That would be the highest single wave score of this heat. Is it going to be enough? Decent section to work with, throwing some spray, but slightly flat on the turn. Second setup, so a third turn there. Was that tentative? I mean, did he push?
I think the wave was a little tough to really push extra hard.
So it wasn't quite his fault.
No, that was pretty tapered. There wasn't a ton of energy. First wave of the set had, in that zone. So it was a little bumpy on the face, and that's the whole thing. Like, you get a little chop on the face, you can't really lay into a turn, because all of a sudden your board's going to release, and a mistake could happen.
Yeah, your fins get a little disengaged, and you're sliding around.
We have seen surfers overpowering waves here, and when you do that, basically the wave just passes underneath you. So with 29 seconds to go, Rodriguez coming in. We are waiting for scores. Did Justin Becret get enough? He's looking at a 6.26 if he wants to get in the advancing spot. That means Cade Matson's out the back with second priority. Time is flying. Is there any opportunity out the back? Gouveia with top priority. Takes the wave away from Cade Matson, playing a little defense there. And that is going to be it. The San Clemente Cyclone stopped dead in its tracks by the Brazilian Storm. Gouveia and Rodriguez unofficially moving through. Score does come through for Becret. It's a 4.6, not going to be enough. So Team Brazil makes it through. We lose Cade Matson, we lose Becret, but we're on to surf another heat. Heat 6 coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action. Welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing Challenger Series heats. Firing on all cylinders out here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel and Brett Simpson. And the Brazilian Storm just came whipping into town as usual. Ian Gouveia and Michael Rodriguez making it through that last heat. Rodriguez had the lead the entire time, but with Gouveia's last-minute heroics, gets the win. That brings us to Heat 6, and it is stacked. We got Jabe Swierkowski in green, Maxime Houchinot in red, Jet Schilling in blue, Connor Coffin in white. France, USA represented. And this one's stacked. We got veterans, we got rookies, we got more members of the San Clemente Cyclone. You got Maxime Houchinot, current rookie on the championship tour. Some for everybody in this one, Pete.
That's true. You know, full global. You know, Southern Cal, call it Central Cal, you know, Santa Barbara. Getting in there, at least they've got full suits pretty much all year round. We've got short sleeves down here. But good to see Connor Coffin back in a jersey. We haven't seen a lot of him as of late, focusing on a lot of fishing.
Literally gone fishing.
That's what I asked him.
surfing.
I saw him up in the athlete zone. I'm like, man, you've been fishing a lot. He's been having a good time.
He got himself a boat, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, there's bluefin around, and he loves a halibut, grows his own food, and gotta love it. And, you know, again, he's happy to be at Huntington Beach because he's got a lot of heat knowledge at this place.
And a lot of fans up and down this beach, that
He's
is
having
for sure.
a lot of success, too, right? Didn't he win the juniors?
At
He won
HB,
the juniors
yeah,
and
for sure.
over, like, NSSA years, won a lot of things. So, Maxime, nice verticality right there. Kicks the fins, then does it again.
Good energy right
Yeah.
there. It felt, you know, explosive.
And here's Jet. Yeah, this is a nice little wave. Choppy. Ooh. What do you think, Chris?
Sparky.
That looked like a little bit like you, that kicktail.
Come on, I was going to say Rob Machado. But I'll take it. Thanks so much.
Oh, and then that does not get old. Connor Coffin, just the big layback gouge.
Wait, this all happened literally a second after the buzzer blew. 25:36 on the clock. We've already got a ton of scores coming through. Here's Jabe now flying down the line.
Oh,
and
that was a wave right there.
He
That
was
thing had,
onto a nugget.
That thing was one of the better wave rights we'd seen. That thing had energy.
Snowman.
That's bittersweet.
Ugh, he wants that back. We've seen that happen a couple times where your board just catches the whitewash as you're coming through it, and it almost looks like your board breaks right underneath your feet. And then this is the little left right here, so everyone's busy. No one's wasting time. I think, you know, in hindsight, if you look in that last heat for Cade, it was like maybe ride the rhythm a little bit more. He sat. He only rode 3 waves, you know. So, and Emrod, I don't think he once the whole heat had priority. Just kind of pinballed, found these little double uprights.
Yeah,
you know, sometimes it works to your favor that way. Can't say always.
Both of you guys have been on both sides of the surfer/coach equation. How long do you wait for the surfer who lost to come in before you start the breakdown and the decode of what happened?
A
minute, an hour, a day?
I usually let the surfer come my way.
Right.
That's a good, yeah. You're not running
I'm not going to go there and start shaking fingers at them.
You're not running up to them like, you blew it. You should have.
Yeah.
5 to 7 minutes,
I
ride.
mean, as a dad, that's generally my major coaching role. It's different than, say, I'm just coaching some other surfer. But ultimately, yeah, no, you don't want to be shaking finger at anybody until they're ready to swallow it, right? To take the knowledge that you're going to be giving them at that point. You know, and when you're angry, you know, it's you're basically should be the peanuts teacher talking to you, you know. Wah, 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 wah.
Here we go. We'll see if Jet Schilling is mentally prepared for this heat. It looks like he is. He's feeling it. Big power snap right there for Jet Schilling, the strong, goofy footer representing San Clemente, California. He's been making a push up the QS and Challenger Series rankings for a few years now, and I will say he is looking like he's in prime form right now.
Do we have a claim stat? Who has the most claims on waves through the year?
No,
Jet might be right up
Jet's up there.
Boom. That was big, though. Big,
There's a set.
you know. He likes it. He's already got himself a 617, so he's just going to solidify his spot right there.
Even the jump off his board was a little bit of a subtle claim. That was a plank
All
claim.
it was.
Yeah.
That was a little Machado up and over the woods wave, Machado Peak.
Well, 23 minutes on the clock. Finally, a respite from the action as the surfers make their way back into the takeoff zone. That gives us the chance to catch up with Ian Gouveia, standing by now with Rosie Hodge.
Thank you, Chris. These heats have been so exciting. But Ian, from an athlete's perspective, being in the water, the seesaw battle, what's that like?
Yes, it's always tough, especially here. You know, anytime the waves can have a break and take a long time to come the set. Luckily, I was lucky enough to fight that first one. That gave me confidence, and I could stay calm to get just one more wave. But at the same time, I was, was a low score heat, so could happen anything until the end.
And your second heat win here at this event, what does that give you? What kind of confidence does that give you that you're not just swigging through, but that you actually have complete control?
Yes, it's awesome to have another heat win. And, this time we already have guys qualifying. We already have guys that is on the pressure of making results. So I'm the guy that there's nothing to lose because I don't have any results. So no pressure for me there. I just want to make my surf and have fun.
And if you have no pressure, do you feel like that is an advantage to you? And how does that free you up?
Yes, of course. If you have a big result and you need to make some hits to qualify for the World Tour, it's when the pressure comes. So hopefully I'll make a big result and I feel that pressure in the next event.
Good luck to you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Ian Gouveia is in a dangerous position. No pressure, here to have some fun, and he's winning heats. That's a great equation. As Connor Coffin now blasting his way through a series of turns. And, with Connor spending less time in a jersey, one can only hope that we're going to see more and more video coverage, because Connor Coffin is a purist's favorite. I mean, he is so fun to watch. That style, that power, the turns that he chooses on his waves will never go out of style. It will always be fresh. It will always be inspiring to watch. I mean, who wouldn't want to surf like Connor Coffin?
There's a lot to be said about free surfing. Competitive competition is fun. It's actually, especially if you're competitive, it's fun. Competing is rad. It drives you. It helps to lift your game, especially when you're competing with the best in the world. But also, free surfing part's going and chasing good waves. That's pretty good life too. And I think that's really where Connor's been, pretty much focusing on competition.
Yeah, not a lot of guys are in a, special enough in a way to be able to do that. I mean, he's competed the last. How old's Connor? 28-ish, somewhere around there. Maybe not even in the 30s yet, and he's competed his whole life, And so he's made the tour, made the top 5, battled it out at lowers. He's had a great career, so.
Competitively, and there's still so much more for him to give, and especially nowadays where you basically could become your own brand.
Exactly.
Oh, man, he's probably going to get so good at guitar now.
You might have a partner play with, just go all in.
What would you guys name your band?
The CNC Music Factory.
Oh my gosh, it's already done.
Yeah, we're already making plans. We're making side plans.
CC's day off.
Yeah, exactly. But Connor obviously has a lot to look forward to. He's getting married very soon here, and like you guys said, his downtime is everybody else's vacation. So we'll see if he continues the business at hand. Right now, sitting in 3rd place, but more waves coming through. Maxime Houchinot. I mean, this guy is solid, steady. Rarely makes mistakes, and I will say he is underrated for how much he's still improved. We remember way back when he won the WSL World Junior Championships. Everyone's going, all right, Maxime, next big thing. And he's made a steady climb onto the championship tour, and he is just one of those surfers.
He's looking solid.
Yeah, blue-collar style, but he's going to make you earn it every time.
He's also well-rounded, right? Because where he's from, he's originally from Reunion, but now spends a lot of lives in France, and so the beach breaks are can barrel ride really, really well. So yeah, just really well-rounded.
Look at this wave. Jabe's, he's looking just a little more lively and springy than most, and it showed right here. I mean, kind of threw some buckets all over the place.
Yeah, I would say so too. I mean, again, trying to mix it up too on each of his different turns.
Well, he had that first one, and he was on his way to a pretty big score. Big first turn, and then fell on the kind of layback, where that one he made count. So we'll see. I think that, I don't know if it's going to, could be up towards Jet's waves.
Well, Jabe was one of those surfers that blazed the regional circuit, right, on the North American circuit. He had some great results, was surfing really well. Everyone was talking about him, and then he thought he was going to be able to transition that to the Challenger Series, and instantly it's that transition, that global move, right? It just changes things. You have to get used to that, and Jabe necessarily hasn't probably been traveling the globe as much yet and getting used to all that competition in foreign lands. So
I think
it's been a little bit difficult for him.
That was his, I think that was his first heat this year, right?
Ooh. Meanwhile,
wow, really nice
3-turn power combo,
and the first turn was money. It
Big
was
carve.
yeah. I mean, we saw that first turn, like a lot of placing that first turn is what's been happening, but that one there was
solid.
Yeah, full round, and then straight back into the bottom turn again. This feels like probably the best number of the heat, although Jabe just put up a pretty good one himself.
6.47, the highest heat single wave score now is 6.6. Here we go, Jabe again.
Oh my gosh, that was sick.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And let's see what that man.
Yes, thank you. Connor Coffin. That was kind of like a mix, right? Power, slide, slash.
That's the turn.
We were talking about that section, like what do you do when you have this foamy section and there's not really lip there? That was it. You carve into it, and then you get the pillow to just lay into, and
Pete's
get
got
the
a good layback. I've never been a good layback guy. Connor is like the epitome of like that section right there, to do that where you click it but drift down, kind of like stay over your board. Yeah, it's a tricky body contortion situation.
Yeah, that back knee needs to go to the deck.
Drop it.
Yeah, drop it.
TBCS.
And what's crazy about it is this: it's a transition, because when you're going into a layback, it's all back leg, right?
Yeah.
You're cocking that back leg. It's all pressure on that back leg.
The weight's off the front.
And then you're going into it. You've got to transfer
Go forward,
it, and you're doing it when you're compressed to your board. So it's not it's not natural to a lot of people.
It's a trippy one, but it sure did look good right there.
I'm going to go ahead and say so far this has been the heat of the day.
Look at this one.
Every surfer with a score of note on the board. Jet Schilling with a 6.6 and a 6.17, looking like he's feeling some freedom. Blows the tail twice, building speed for the end section.
Wow.
Nice hammer right in the shadow of the pier. Jet Schilling.
He definitely, he also
loving
has
it.
nice spark. I think Griff's coaching Jet and Crosby this event, he said. That's
a good coach right there.
He has this little slinky vibe right now where he's really carrying his speed well, but also doing pretty dynamic turns.
He's got a really cool, kind of a good mix of styles, right? You see the Machado influence, and then you kind of see the Nat Young influence, where you can mix that kind of like loose, bendy style with just a hard, balanced power snap.
Yeah.
Which he showed us on this last wave. But here was Maxime's. This was that power trio, like the band Rush. A 1-2-3 punch from Maxime. That was just solid, steady surfing right there.
Yeah, I felt like that was going to go upwards a little bit more than it was gifted to him. A 5.8 is what they gave him.
I know, it's kind of surprised too. There was some dynamic turns. This thing, ooh, that was beautiful.
You could almost hear that, huh? You could almost hear that turn from all the way over here.
It was only a single maneuver, though, for Connor, unfortunately. So that'll play in because his competitors are getting combos.
This is the wave of the heat. What do you think? I like the first turn, how he climbed up, but then also got the kick fins up and over. That was really, talk about weight on, weight off.
Yeah, that was what that
body
is.
Positioning. It's a
difference, though. Connor's going to be bending the fins, whereas Jet's gliding
over.
He's flying across the wave.
Like floating.
So it's two different approaches. Right now, the judge is liking what he's been able to do, but he's packing it in. We saw that the 617 was a pretty nasty backhand hook. So there was some meat there. But generally, light surfer, tall. He's using that to his advantage.
It might not go there. It might better. It looks like it'll better his score a little bit.
The single turn wave from Connor Coffin comes through at a 4.7. Jet Schilling does one better. He gets a 6.33 for his 3-turn combo. We got 13:15 on the clock here, round of 64, heat 6. Can Jet Schilling stay on top? Stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Es muy importante para nosotros, los integrantes de la escuela de surf Cuyagua, entiendan que parte de la esencia de un buen surfista está en proteger nuestros océanos y el medio ambiente.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
We are back. This is the 2023 Wallex US Open of Surfing Challenger Series men in the lineup as we speak. Jet Schilling from San Clemente in the lead with 10:50 to go. Maxime Houchinot in second. Jabe Swierkowski in third for now. Connor Coffin in fourth. All surfers still with the potential to make those top 2 spots. The basics still apply. Top 2 surfers will advance through. Third and fourth place, you're out. Chris Cote here with Pete Mel and Brett Simpson. And so far, we're loving what Jet Schilling has been doing. This laser sharp, lightning fast goofy footer out of San Clemente, putting together the combos the judges want to see.
See, more haircut too out of those guys from San Clemente. They've got their racing dues going, a little dye, got some stars on Cole Hirschman's head. They're trying to outdo it. Outdo each other with their hairstyles.
Go fast. Gotta go fast. Even look faster.
That's the crew, I would say, that has kind of brought the wraparound shades trend into the limelight.
They should start. Remember the ones you surf in? That would be cool.
Why not?
I'm actually really surprised if we don't have
still sponsor people?
Functional pair of
surf. Yeah, surf. Those afternoons. I mean, I got trigiums. I'm sure you guys too. Like at some stage, it's hard to surf in the afternoon. You're
Duct tape and sunglasses, man. Let's go.
Take it off. You just got a patch in the back of your head.
I like surfing without my glasses because I can blame mistakes that I'm making in the water on not being able to see.
I didn't see you, bro.
Dude,
is that what it is?
You were back there?
Yeah. Did you? No idea.
I actually snaked you.
I'm blind.
I had no clue.
I thought you were my brother. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
We split peaks.
He said I could drop in on him. 9 minutes, 18 seconds to go. Surfer in top priority right now is Jabe in green, sitting next to Maxime Houchinot.
Think these guys are talking about splitting a peak?
Nope.
Yeah. How's it been out there on tour? You having a good time?
How was your last wave? Was it a 5.8? How was it? Some
James
guys are there's some chatties, but mostly it's.
Who would be like in your career? Who would be one that used to chat you up?
Who was pretty chatty was Parco. Parko would be pretty chatty, like, oh, how was, like, the wave, like, he would just be talkative, which was pretty cool.
Friendly chat or mind game chat?
Slater was like...
Slater was diddle too, right?
Slater yelled at me one time in Portugal. Like, I had the best heat of my life against him, and he's like, what are you... And I kind of was sitting on him, but, like, doing exactly what he would have told me, and he's like, what are you, Brazilian now? And I took it as a compliment, because I was like, I just surfed a really good heat. And he's yelling at me. I'm like, well, I beat him, so I was pretty
You're doing
happy.
something right if Slater's yelling at you.
It kind of sat with me funky, but like it just showed how competitive he was.
Did you ever bring it back up? Ever?
No, I just tell people that story
This is
because I'm like
exclusive.
so stoked. But I mean, all respect to Slater. You know, he's
pretty
the
good
guru.
still.
He's still pretty
He's
good.
still pretty good. Well, we got 7:58 on the clock. And I'll tell you, the competitor area right now is raging. A lot of energy, a lot of mixed emotions happening in that area. And right in the mix is our guy, Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, Chris, as you were mentioning, some big heats coming up and some big names like Crosby Colapinto, who's over my shoulder right now. He's going to be coming up in a few heats. But speaking about, you know, surfing in the United States, Brett, obviously known as Captain America back in your day, two-time U.S. Open champion. Both you and I have had the chance to see a lot of resurgence in surfing in the United States. We have 3 surfers from the U.S. right now. What do you think has been the major catalyst to see this new crop of surfers from the U.S. and specifically from California tackle the QS and the Challenger Series?
You know, the Brazilian Storm, I think everyone got pretty fired up. Like, we had to band together. We've always been very individualistic, and it shows in cool style. But as you can see, like, we got some very stylistic guys and surfers, and the talent's always been there. But we're supporting each other more, and not just look at my result, this and that, and doing it as the individual side. They're banding together. They're using similar coaches. Everyone's kind of supporting, and it's showing in results.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, Chloe and Dino, a major catalyst of that, grabbing the crew from San Clemente going, you guys, all right, are
Stop
you tired
fighting
of
each other.
losing to Felipe? Are you tired
Yeah.
of losing to Italo? Let's get together. So, and the proof is in the pudding. I mean, this crew, it's not just guys from San Clemente. You know, they've brought in surfers from Hawaii to kind of just, I guess,
Spar.
strengthen
Spar.
numbers. Yeah, and they're doing practice heats all the time.
Yep.
So it's really been a movement, and I fully agree with you, spurred on by kind of the Brazilian
It's a
storm
movement.
that just keeps coming
Community.
around year after year.
Well, you look at the events, you know, over the years, and they're always there supporting their whoever's left in the event. You know, no one's leaving really early just to because they're disappointed or frustrated. They're staying, you know, and you stay now and you support because you want that support when you're having that success. Nice carve there for Connor. And this is more the style wave he's got to look for. And, yeah, I mean, it definitely goes a long way when the support is there. It's not just me. You know, you have to, it has that ebbs and flows, and I think it is a delight to see everyone kind of, you know, staying with each other. And
it's working for the Aussies, too.
I was
going
gonna say,
there's another.
And they could almost be accounted for the first ones to almost do it, you know, in a way.
The bronzed Aussies?
Yeah, they were always pretty good at staying with each other and traveling as a pack and pushing each other.
What's happening now, too, you know, day one, all the Australians were down there cheering on each other. And then day 2 yesterday, which was women's challenger and women's longboard all day, you still had a huge, strong contingent of Australian male surfers down there.
That was the Philippine group.
The Philippines are
That's
coming
awesome.
up to, you know, it's just, look, it's really cool to watch, you know, not only these surfers supporting each other, but in a way, they're all firing each other up now. It was a one crew, you know, story for the long time, Brazilian Storm. That's kind of all we had in surfing forever. But I think that really helped, you know, just fire up the rest of these groups. And it's not necessarily just nation by nation. You know, these are friend groups that, you know, come together and they gather other members as they go around the world. And, you know, as this event progresses, well, we've got 7 full days left. You know, we're going to start to see, you know, kind of the outsiders pulled into the fold, into that cheering squad. So it always gets really fun to see who shows up and supports through the end of these competitions.
No one's doing it on their own. And even if they're telling you need support from all angles. You know, there's so many events. It's challenging mentally and physically. So you definitely have to surround yourself with the right people. And seeing that success, sometimes, obviously, as a competitor, you want the success, but it drives you, it pushes you. So I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing these guys in girls get hungry and support each other, and it's paying dividends.
It's also happening across genders, too. I mean, you think about it now when we're having a lot of these events coinciding together, you're going to see that these posses are going to include women and men, and it's, again, lifting the entire group as a whole. There's
one thing, it definitely is fun to beat your rivals.
Yeah.
That feels good, but beating your friends, that's better. It's better to beat your friends,
Winning with friends.
It is.
Yes.
There is like, it's like ping pong or something where you get that one up, but it's like, it's going to happen again, but it kind of sits with you a little funky. So here we go. There's the man. There's
Where's his posse?
Yeah, I think he's
They're
working.
in front.
This is the moment where you leave the guy alone.
I think he's working with Simo. Simo's down there. The boys are locking in.
Oh, big heat coming up next. Kalohe Andino, you just saw him there in the red. Ezekiel Lau, Luke Thompson, Aiden Mason Camp. So
that's a big boy.
Just
heat.
as I said that this
Big
is the
turns.
heat of the day, expect big things from this next heat. That one's going to be.
Yeah, those are all lead foots. They're all bigger stature.
And that's when you're a guy like Kalohe. Like, you could surf that style, but you also can take to the sky. So I always look at, when I was competing a lot, I'd look at, like, who's in my heat. Here's Jabe, kind of a really important wave. Yeah.
Big time.
Oh, no.
You did it, but
oh, no. So the rhythm and pace was all a little bit off there. Looking for only a 3. Man, that'll leave a mark.
Well, and here's Maxime trying to better.
Yeah. Do not make mistakes if you're surfing a heat against Maxime, because he's probably not going to make any. 5'8",
really
4.33 for Maxime.
He really tried to carve that second turn, and like, it looks like he typically rides his normal board, but the length of the board got him a little bit right there. I think even if he pulls through and finishes it, he probably gets the score. What's he need? A
3.66.
Oh my goodness.
That one's gonna burn.
That hurts. He's got a minute 40. He's got to hustle. It's not a super far paddle. Here we go.
3.27.
Oh, he was on his way. Nice jam. Goes a little bit high on that little chip shot behind it. He almost surfed behind the wave because he saw the crumble.
Oh, that's so hard.
It's incredible to me that the split-second decisions you have to make, not just with what wave you're going to ride, but how you're going to ride it, is Connor now.
Oh.
Nice combo there for Con.
I mean,
pressing.
Kind of literally showing Jabe how it's done.
Yeah.
With an open-face carve right there. They're both incredible surfers, but Connor's carve, one of the best of anybody.
Yeah, and he was only looking for a 5.37.
Yeah.
So, interesting. People are paddling for waves.
Jet's out the back, chilling.
Jet's making his way in. Get away from an interference.
This is that last wave from Connor Coffin. Was this a 5.37?
I love how he kicked on the brakes right there. Nice jam. I think he's on his way, fellas. Big carve. Wraps it again. More of a slide. Yeah, why? I mean,
5.37?
Big boy turns all day.
That second carve he did,
you
could tell that was kind of the type of turn Jabe was doing. This just happened.
I go out on short limbs. Bang.
Watch yourself.
A big maybe. Maybe got the score.
Maybe, baby.
13 seconds left. Now we've got some news to wait for as we wait for some scores. Connor Coffin needing a 5.37. Jabe needing a 3.66. Maxime has a score to come through. This is going to be this is going to take a minute. There's Connor Coffin.
I don't see Maxime actually improving too much. It just feels like too disjointed for me. There was a nice, beautiful first turn, but it's not really going to change him. It's really about this score for Connor, and again, only needs a 5.37. It feels like to me that whoa, it's coming close.
Well, this is one of the best parts of the U.S. Open right here. Fan-friendly event. Come meet your favorite surfer. Connor Coffin gets the score. It comes through a 5.73. So he's going to hear the news right about now.
Thanks, dude. Your video part in here and now. Yeah. So that, I love your
this is sick.
video part. Like, thanks so much. Yeah, thank you.
The kid's all frothed on his.
Yep. I know. I'm stoked. Hey,
Feel good moment.
All right, so Connor Coffin gets through along with Jet Schilling. We got more to come. Heat 7 coming up next. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a banger.
What have you done to sort of build your mental muscle?
The last few months have been me just trying to focus on the positive things in my life, focus on manifesting positive things to happen. And I've been trying so hard this year. And that's why I'm laughing so much, because I'll paddle out in the heat and all of a sudden all this crazy stuff's happening. I'm like, I don't understand why. I'm trying to be so positive here. Where's all this coming from? I've just been, for me, I just feel like I'm getting tested and I gotta stay strong. There's good things happening around me, and competitive surfing is not everything in my life, so.
Catch up more on the conversation with Ezekiel Lau at worldsurfleague.com. His one-on-one with AJ McCord, and you can get into the mind of the Hawaiian who's trying to crawl back into the championship tour right now via the Challenger Series. We got a new heat in the water. 2 ex-CT surfers in the way of Kolohe Andino and Ezekiel Lau up in the heat against 2 South Africans, Luke Thompson and Aiden Mason-Camp. Top 2 advance into the next round, the round of 32. And the road to the championship tour, the pathway is right through Huntington Beach. Luke Thompson, quick hit off the top, pokes the nose, goes down. Well, we just had an exciting buzzer beater heat, that last one, and more excitement probably today. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. And Mitch, your thoughts on this heat?
Well, a great one out there. Kaipo, defending champion in the blue jersey, Ezekiel Lau and Kolohe Andino. This has historically been a good event for him before. Semifinal finish a decade ago, but you know, a lot of people are expecting him to be a champion at the end of this event. I wouldn't disagree with them. I mean, he's been surfing great during the free surfs, but as you see right there, Lau looking to go back-to-back here at the U.S. Open, Kipes.
Which would be key for Ezekiel Lau, as his run through the Challenger Series so far this year has been a challenging one. 17th at Snapper, 33rd Narrabeen, and a 49th in Bolito, which it would be basically, you know, ducking out in this round. So Ezekiel Lau, he's got to put it behind him. He has the good memories from a victory here last year that got him back onto the championship tour. See if he can do it again. We'll review a replay here. This is Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, this is brother's first ride, a 3.57, a decent opening ride. Smaller wave, wraps it all the way back, and opting for the trunks. I saw him free surf earlier. He was in a full suit, but the water's so warm that, you know, 30-minute heat, you want to be out there and be as loose as you can. Zeke right here, a decent score as well, 3.67, throws the tail. Some strong surfing right there from Zeke, our defending event champion. But this kid right now dropping the best score of the heat, Kaipo, 6.67. Thompson from Cape Town, great connection with the lip, wraps it back, and has that little rebound section where he's just able to lay back and drops a decent number. Then Mason-Camp right here in the conversation as well, into the lip line, wraps it back. Really love the slide of the fins right there, Kipes, and coming off of a great result over in Bolito in his home country, South Africa, then got to surf the CT event at J-Bay as well.
Yeah, Aiden Mason-Camp. So the 2 South Africans on the lead, Luke Thompson and Aiden Mason-Camp. Give us a while to check in with the winner of the last heat. He was flying through sections out there, and why wouldn't he? His name's Jet Schilling with Rosie Hodge.
Good one, Cups. Yeah, Jet Schilling looking impeccable out there. First time we're seeing you here at this US Open. Tell us about your preparation coming into this event.
Oh man, just a lot of mock heats, just a lot of surfing and training. I feel like this is like the first event I've finally been able to be home and just train as hard as I can. And I've got Griffin coaching me, so I was a little nervous. So I was like, oh, I gotta follow his plan. So yeah, I'm just very grateful. He's in my corner and all the boys are here, so I'm just very stoked.
And talking about San Clemente people, you were one of the first to congratulate Cole Hauschman as he was coming out of the water. What does that do for you for motivation, seeing Cole qualify?
Oh, to watch him qualify, I was almost like crying. I was like, oh, I can't cry before my heat. I just gotta go out there and surf. But yeah, I'm so stoked for him. He's been a lifelong friend, so I'm so proud of him.
And having Griffin coaching you, what's that been like?
Oh, it's been amazing. He's so much knowledge, so I'm just so grateful to learn from him and have him as a friend.
Stoked to see you go through, Jet. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Thank you, Jet. Good luck.
Jet Schilling on to the round of 32.
Get a barber down there in San Clemente, it appears. I mean, Cole has the 1 stars. Kolohe's rocking a serious mohawk out there right now, and you saw Jet Schilling's haircut.
Yeah.
feel like Crosby hasn't gotten into that rhythm yet, neither has Griffin, but wouldn't be surprised if they do it if Griffin wins the World Championship this year.
Yeah, and the reintroduction of the wrapped sunglasses seem to be coming back as well. I thought we were over that, but I guess we're coming back, and to every generation you can rediscover trends.
Yeah, and there's Griffin right there on
and
screen.
Some nice wrapped sunglasses as well.
Well, those trends are coming back. Luckily, I wasn't born back then, and I didn't have to go through it myself, but I think right now a couple of things are coming back. 80s making their way back. I mean, Chris got me into Van Halen, Duran Duran. I'm listening to a couple of James Bond albums as well, and I think Tina Turner might even make a comeback.
Should have been there, Mitch. It was a good time. 22 minutes, 35 seconds. And then Kalohi Andino, by virtue of having 2 waves in a temporary second place right now. Brother, 29 years old, 11 years on the championship tour. It's been a fixture, 5 runner-up finishes, but coming into this event, number 46 on the leaderboard for the Challenger Series. So it's going to be the back half of this Challenger season that Kalohi has to put the turbocharge on. Get going.
We know what he's capable of, too. When he qualified in 2011, he went on a roll at the end of the season, won 2 or 3 6-stars in a row, then qualifies for the CT. 2012 doesn't have the rookie season that he was looking for, but the next thing you know, has several top 10 finishes in a row, and as you mentioned, 5 runner-up finishes throughout his entire CT career, and I think what's eluding him right now is just a finals day appearance, Kaipo. You want to be at least making the quarterfinals here on the Challenger Series level, but realistically for him, what would elevate his confidence would be a win here at home at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, quarterfinals, when we look at the scheme of points, that's 4,745 points. And that's when we have the real keepers. Taking a look at Luke Thompson, just a teenager, 19 years old, out of Cape Town, South Africa, has won a number of South African titles, now on the bigger stage here at the Challenger Series.
One of the better juniors that's come out of South Africa in the last few years as well. He was at Seaside Reef earlier this year for the World Pro Juniors, and you look at both surfers out there in the white and the green, both of them are representing Cape Town as well, and you think with the place being that cold, there wouldn't be that many surfers that would be excelling at the professional level. Think again. I mean, most of the surfers that are on the Challenger Series coming from that area, including Natasha Van Groenen as well on the women's side, but this kid rips as well. Really love to see him get the opportunity to compete at the CT. Don't think he really fulfilled his promise of him wanting to do as well as he could have at one of his home breaks, but either way, the thing is to qualify there, Kaipo, and he might be there in 2024.
Yeah, he had a chance, had a taste of it, right? Over at J-Bay, just the last stop on the championship tour. Bowed out with an equal 17th. I think he went down to Felipe Toledo, if I recall. But just getting those reps, getting a feeling, just a little feeling.
And then you're also losing to the best surfer in the world right now, too. There's no shame in that, but I think what Jordy Smith has done and his move to Cape Town has really inspired a lot of the surfers like Lou Thompson and Aiden Mason Kemp to go out there and pursue a career of professional surfing themselves, Kipes.
Yeah. Well, Ezekiel Lau, he's a surfer that I have an emotional attachment to, just watching the kid grow up and being very proud of what he's become as a husband, a father, a championship tour surfer. But for more on Ezekiel Lau, I want some insight from A.J. McCord.
Kaipo, I got a chance to catch up with Zeke before he headed out for his heat, and the pre-heat ritual looking a little bit different for Zeke these days because his pre-heat ritual now is snuggling with his daughter Luna. Her and his wife Jenna are here at the U.S. Open where he won, of course, last year, and he said it's obviously so different, but being with his daughter before his heats, it just gives him some perspective, helps him stay in the moment, and for him, that's what he's really trying to focus on for this 2023 U.S. Open.
Yeah, watching the evolution of Ezekiel Lau, watch him grow up from an outstanding junior, multiple national titles, married Jenna, his high school sweetheart, basically, and now with a family. It's great watching. I mean, I love watching people grow up and expand their horizons and into different chapters in their lives in our family of surfing. Speaking of family of surfing, this brother right here, there was a lot of anticipation for this guy as a child prodigy to get onto the championship tour where he made a name for himself and now is the leader of San Clemente surfing, and with that last wave, Mitchell, I feel like he's going to get right back in the mix in this heat.
Yeah, and we're looking at his best wave as well. He was able to find a left that actually, stood up a few times in a row, and good wave selection, good use of, second or third priority here, and a little bit further inside. Look at how steep this first section gets. Goes straight up in vertical, even slides the fins a little bit, wraps it back. Really like the energy that he puts into every single turn as well. That third one was real hard because it was a much flatter section, but as I said before, working under priority of everybody else is something that is so crucial to being good at surfing 3 or 4 person heats, Kaipo. He hasn't done that very much in the last few years because he's been on the CT to 3 person heats or man on man afterwards.
Yeah, and I really, as we see him on the power back out, I feel that he's really given up of himself a little bit this year at the beginning of the Challenger Series, where he's been so supportive of guys like Cade Madsen and Cole Hauschman, who's going to be on the championship tour. He's been the mentor, he's been the coach, he's been the glue for that San Clemente squad. So emotionally, I'd love for things to go Brothers' way right now.
Right. But he hasn't focused on himself, though, because he's focusing so much on everybody else.
Yeah, I almost have that feeling. I have that feeling that that's going on.
No, you're spot on, and I think that's great that you bring it up right now, because you look at how good he's been over the last decade or so. He qualified when he was 17, and that's a lot of pressure on a young kid's shoulders, especially when there's expectations of him of being the next Kelly Slater, right?
I mean, you remember when we look at the history of surfing, guys like Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, in interviews saying, I hope I'm still on tour when brother gets on tour. They could see him coming that far away, and sure enough, he fulfilled that destiny.
Yeah, and I think it was the early years for him that he had, some struggles when it came to his confidence, him going up and down on the rankings, and then once he started making finals, he had top 10 appearances for many years, and consecutive years too. Keeping up that consistency is very difficult to do, and when we shift our energy to Ezekiel Lau, I think the same thing could be said for him. A lot of people thought that he was going to be the Hawaiian prodigy to go on to win a world championship. It actually became John Florence. He won 2 in a row, and Zeke still hasn't been able to come up with that one crucial win on the CT, Kaipo.
Yeah, and mirroring the journey for both Kolohe and Ezekiel, both husbands, both fathers now. So your priorities tend to shift just a little bit. Here we go, Zeke Lau with priority. Big snap there, trademark snap from Ezekiel Lau. Vertical again. Running that Tokoro through its paces, Tokoro surfboards, and a nice, it's a little chilly on that finish right there. That was spicy.
Yeah, and maybe need a new pair of shoes too. I mean, Zeke looking to go back to back, and that was some strong stuff right there. Great use of priority. You saw Thompson raise up his hands. He thought Zeke paddled for the wave before. Just looking at it, Kaipo.
And Dino sticking to the lefts, goes to the air, lands on the roof. He's going to have to fight through the white water and unable to ride in front for the completion.
Just didn't have enough speed coming out of the air attempt right there. Still has plenty of time, 15 minutes on the clock, but this is going to be a tight heat at the end because we're halfway through it. Zeke's no doubt going to get his best wave, and that goes to show you patience is key here at a beach break like HB. Great use of priority and excellent wave selection. Look at how bully it was from the get-go, straight up and vertical. Once again, more of a foam climb kind of tail drift, and the way he's able to wrap it back and throw in this layback that he really liked. I mean, it's enjoyable to watch Zeke go on a Kopi right-hander like that.
Yeah, that's the kind of surfing that the big guy was able to employ to his victory last year at Southside Huntington Pier at the US Open. I mean, tipping the scales, he's right near 200 pounds.
Easily, and I actually think he might have even slimmed down. I was looking at his boards. They're pretty thin, but I love that he's working with Wade Tokoro right now. I think those boards look great underneath his feet.
5.3 checks in for Lau. He goes to second, bumps Kolohe and Dino down to third. Luke Thompson still hanging tight, the teenager out in the lead. 14 minutes. Aiden Mason-Camp, he's got priority. He's going to utilize it right now. Winds up off the bottom. Kind of a sloppy lip, but does well on that second turn to get a little bit of release. That's all he's going to get. Mason-Camp's going to back up his 5-point ride. A 3.98 will give him to second place.
And Zeke with just a look right there too. So Mason-Camp not needing very much, something close to a 4. Basically, that's what he's needing. And Thompson here with another luck, he's going to go right.
Luke Thompson, the windup. Eases through a carve. Slams the oncoming section.
Man, his timing is so good right now, and it seems like Zeke was up on the split peak on the left, but Thompson no doubt going to extend his lead right here, looking to improve on a 3.8 with 13 minutes to go. And Brother on the outside by himself, he found a gem, Kipes.
Chloe Andino, good looking wave. Cautious start, then he throws it out there. Layback a la Tom Curran, one-footed. And questionable whether we are going to score that last maneuver, Mitchell Salazar.
I don't know. I'm right there with you. He wasn't fully out in front of the whitewater, and unfortunately there for Kolohe. I think the tempo of that one layback just a little bit put off because of his timing on the first foam climb, but 12.5 to go, still plenty of time for at least 2 more waves.
Aiden Mason-Camp, a 4.43, checks in. Mason-Camp goes to second. Ezekiel Lau now needing a 4.13. Chloe Andino, we're still, we got the number in for Andino, and they did deem it incomplete at 1.83.
That was unfortunate too, because that was a major maneuver out there on a decent sized wave as well. But as I said before, he's still probably going to want to replace both of his scores, and I think he needs to be focusing more on the rights rather than the lefts. You look at both of his best scores, the 3.57 and the 5.17. Those have been a little bit flatter lefts in comparison to the rights, and he needs to get to work right now with just under 12 minutes to go.
Here's Ezekiel Lau. We're waiting for the score from this wave.
Yeah, needs a 4.13, a bit forced on those 2 turns, just compared to his 5.3 on the right. And this is the wave that we're talking about. See how he's just a little late to the section right there and forces the layback, nearly pulls it, but look at how long it took him to try to ride out in front and was never fully in control, and unfortunately not in front of the whitewater there. It's incomplete.
We're going to take a break right now. We'll come back with that score for Ezekiel Lau and let you know if it changes the situation when we return to the Wallex US Open of Surfing. Last year at the pier, Ezekiel Lau was able to perform, put it together, and just danced on the south side, bringing it to the rights, bringing it to the lefts, bringing it home with a victory, Mitchell.
Yeah, and that board looked incredible as well. He had to actually come back and win the final over Joao Chianc after trailing the majority of it. But look at the crowd right there on finals day 2 for Zeke's biggest victory here in HB. He's been a national champion at this location before, but none other than being a US Open champion. It's got to feel great here at the south side.
Wants to replicate that effort right now. He's got some work to do. Last score in for Ezekiel Lau was a 3.83. Was not enough to move him into second place in advancing position. Chloe Andino also needs a score as well. 2 South Africans, 1 and 2 right now, Mitchell, with 8 minutes 45 seconds remaining.
They've been dominant. It seems like, you know, Mason-Camp has been building on his scores and selecting great waves, and the patience of Luke Thompson. He's got 4 waves so far, one throwaway and a 3.8. That was just really the one turn. But man, Mason Camp is on fire too. Kaipo, their wave selection been on point. And I think their positioning too. Seems like the pressure getting to both Lau and Andino at the moment. They haven't broken anything more than a 5, as both Thompson and Aiden have a 6 in their scoreline.
I mean, if both Ezekiel as well as Kolohe go down, that goes into the upset column.
100%, and no doubt favorites, especially Lau being the champion from last year, and Kolohe. Everybody knows his pedigree when it comes to surfing beach breaks. You're only 45 minutes north of your home break in San Clemente, and this is something that I'm looking at. I'm just saying, wow, talents from different parts of the world, and especially from Africa, that have been quite underrepresented on the championship tour. It's happening a lot more.
It's happened during the break.
And Mason Camp right here, great opening turn, ditches the fins, and the second one, the timing on point. He loves it, gets a 6.37. That is a great score. And then Kolohe just dropping a 2.6. The one strong grab, but look at how fast that wave just shouldered off and goes for the front side 180. Unfortunately for him, that's incomplete. 7 minutes to go, and you were talking about upsets. That could be happening right now. And look at the amount of respect that Mason Camp is showing Andino with 7 minutes to go, Kaipo.
I think Andino would enjoy some space right now. He's going to find it. A little right. He's going to need something dynamic here. And that wave did not offer that, but he did create a little bit of space away from Mason Camp, who was paddling shoulder to shoulder with him.
He's looking for a ramp, though. Cool looking jersey right there for a little fan of Kolohe, but
that's right. Hey, look at, we got the WSL store right here. If you come down Southside Huntington Pier, we got the WSL store. All that merch is in there, Mitchell. We got some limited edition stuff.
You got a nice jacket yesterday.
That's a collaboration jacket. They're very limited. They're high fashion. But there's all kinds of good stuff over there in the WSL store.
With you saying that, I know that that's going to be reserved for you the entire time. It's fine. It's cool.
See, now, okay, so this is what I'm seeing. A little bit of frustration on display by both Chloe Andino and Ezekiel Lau. The two veterans in this heat. Really, I mean, now it's turned into a pressure situation. 6.08 is what is on, actually a 6.21 is what Kolohe needs. And you know what?
Well,
maybe.
And you diminish the requirement if you do better than 5.172. So you got to start somewhere, Kaipo. And with 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go, you're mentioning frustration. I think all the focus now is going to be on Ezekiel Lau, because he's the person in third that is closest to knocking down Aiden Mason Camp. Seems like he's having a dig at this one.
Just needs a little over a 6. Come from behind there and able to do a snap to reverse combo. Talked about the big guy with some light feet.
For real. And to be able to maneuver like that in a short space with that size, impressive stuff right there from Lau Kipes.
Yeah. That's what the little rights at Kewalo Basin will do for your surfing right there.
100%, and especially, you know, a big difference from Wallex to here. You're going into a very shallow reef, into a sandbar, so no comparison whatsoever. But I think an important wave at a crucial point of the heat now for Lau with 5 minutes to go.
So just needs a 6.08. I say just. I shouldn't say that. In that is a pretty beefy score in the context of things. We're going to check it out one more time.
Oh, I really love this combination. Was able to gain enough speed to go up in the lip right here. Look at the way he tags in. More of a down-the-line hit, and then throws the tail around. I mean, to be able to spin like that in a short section with his size, very difficult to do for Lau.
Heartbreak number comes in. 5.37 does not change the situation for Ezekiel Lau. He still needs a 6-point ride.
And as you were mentioning, it's just due to the quality of the waves that we have out there, they're reserving those big numbers for those larger size set waves, and you see his reaction right there. He's just like, man, what do I have to do to impress you guys? You need to be on better waves. If you look at both of the 6s from Thompson and Mason Camp, much cleaner set waves, much more quality sections, and it's not something that you're trying to garnish just based off of scores that aren't really out there. There's opportunities, Kaipo, and they just haven't been on those best waves when they need to.
All right. Under priority, Zeke's going to get another chance here. Looking way down the line and just trying to escape is the feeling that I'm getting right now.
Yeah, trying to break away from both Thompson and Mason Camp. 3.5 minutes to go right here, and Kolohe with third priority, still needing a 6.21. Where's Thompson, though? He's right in the middle of the beach. Kolohe kind of sticking to the left over there by the pier bowl.
Aiden Mason Camp, things have just been going his way in this heat. Got another wave, maybe improving upon his scoreline. Just needs over a 5-point ride to distance himself further from Ezekiel Lau and Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, going to be close. More of a down the line snap at the beginning, and then a nice finishing turn right there. But 3 minutes to go. Thompson's been very patient, holding on to first priority for around 15 minutes, Kaipo, and out there in the lineup, it seems like he's going to focus his attention towards Zeke, who needs a smaller number out of him and Andino. Kolohe by himself over by the pier bowl. That is a lot of time to give Kolohe Andino to work out there on the south side. Been very successful here in the past, not only at this event, he's also won the Vance Pier Classic in the past. And when we talk about amateur events, probably the best surfer to come out of the United States in the last 20 years.
Yeah, that is true. Went on, and that's why there was just a bidding war for that young man coming into the pros. Ezekiel Lau, patient, holding it together, but this is when luck becomes a factor, because Zeke, you know, with his priority, needs a couple of waves set to come through, and it looks like the South Africans are splitting duties covering the two other competitors.
Well, Thompson's smart. I mean, he's focusing on the guy that could potentially take a lead if he gets on a set wave right here with second priority. He's going to try to hold him off on the quality wave that comes through in the next 2 minutes. But as I said before, Kolohe Andino, he's in a good spot. He's over there on the pier bowl by himself. And look at these waves coming through just a bit too far inside. And that's what I'm saying. They're focusing a bit too much on the smaller waves, knowing that there's still sets out there, Kaipo.
And Kolohe's going to have to just let that one go by. And Dino, though, will have a second chance, catching up for Mason Camp. He's just kicking out of his wave. Zeke Lau finds the left. Looking for a finish. Big finish on that oncoming section. Hangs on. Little foam climb for control. Hand clap. Needs a 6-point ride. The Hawaiians on the beach thinks he got it.
Strong turn right there, and that's a big boy that we're talking about going up against that section.
Here comes Andino, throws it up, pokes the nose, gets gobbled up by the soup.
I like the attempt, though. I mean, he knew that he had to go for something big with how short that wave was. You can't blame him. 45 seconds to go. I think it's going to come down to whether or not Ezekiel Lau was able to get it based off of that one turn with the big oncoming section, Kaipo. You look at his fives, smaller waves, this wave much larger, and a consequential section at the end, too.
Tense times in the water, clock ticking down. Still waiting for the number for Ezekiel Lau. Tough times for Kolohe Andino. He's not going to get really a start going here at the U.S. Open.
Not at all, and another poor result for him, and unfortunately he's going to focus on both Portugal and Saquarema to try to re-qualify for the CT. Big props, though, to the South African kids. Luke Thompson and Nathan Mason Camp doing a job well done here at the South Side in one of their first events ever competing here.
All right, well, a little bit before the horn. This could just be an insurance policy for Ezekiel Lau, but the previous score is really the one that we're paying our attention to.
100%, and that wave just too small for Zeke, but good effort, though. I mean, those 2 fives, definitely some strong scores, and given how slow it was for a lot of this heat, he tried to make do with what he had in front of him. So it has the little setup turn right there, but it's going to come down to this. I mean, a strong oncoming section. Look at how big that wave is, too. And that is a consequential maneuver. Little Johnny Boy Gomes back in the day right there for you.
6-point ride is what he needs.
Well, he needs his best ride, too.
On the beach now, waiting for the number, Ezekiel Lau. Kekoa Casimiro on the beach, backing up Zeke Lau.
One of the best surfers to come out of Hawaii as well. Former national champion himself.
Now entrepreneur with his own clothing brand.
Yeah, Ava.
Supporting Ezekiel Lau.
Ooh, it's
Oh,
close.
1 up, 1 down by the judges. 2 up, 1 down by the judges. 2 more scores to lock in. 6.07. Ezekiel out gets it. We're going to see him in the round of 32 along with Luke Thompson. Turn the heat. Last wave.
Wow, what a
There we go.
performance. What a way to be clutch at the end, too. I mean, keeping your composure. There's a reason why he was the winner last time, Kaipo, and looking to the round of 32 now.
That's why it's exciting. That's why you got to stick around. We'll be back with more action and a special guest right after this. Welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Round of 64 for the men. Heat number 8 out in the water. John Mel, Crosby Colapinto, Mateus Hurdy, and Michael Dunphy. 4 surfers in the water. Only 2 going to advance into round of 32. I promise you guys a special guest when we return. I'm going to deliver. Thank you for joining us, Griffin Colapinto.
Thanks for having me, Kipes.
What are you thinking about this heat? You got little bro in it.
Oh, I'm super nervous. Yeah, we've been running drills all week, and yeah, I'm kind of like taking the coaching role for him right now. So yeah, I was just getting him dialed before he paddled out, and so yeah, super nervous, and I hope it goes well.
Well, I mean, the other competitors can't hear you right now, Coach. So what did you tell them?
Oh, we were just breaking down the lineup. Like, there's 2 different takeoff spots out there, like 2 like defined peaks, and kind of just breaking down like which one he wanted to go to first, and he's going to the South Peak first, and so far there hasn't been a set, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, most of the work's done before the contest starts, so yeah, I'll see how he surfs his first wave.
Well, Crosby, he had a great start to the year. Semifinals up at Snapper Rock, so he's got to keep a result right now in the bank.
Yeah, definitely. He's got a keeper. So he's 13th on the rankings now. How she just qualified today. They're best friends. Cade is super close, and so the boys are on their way, and yeah, it's really exciting times.
Yeah, Jet won his heat. It was what kind of tour are we looking at in 2024? There's going to be a lot of San Clemente potentially there.
The SC Mafia.
It is, and that's you guys are like the 3rd or 4th generation of the SC Mafia. Your guys' Mafia is going to go by a long, long time in that surf city, San Clemente.
Yeah, super core little town. I mean, all the surf spots are like really compact, so I think that's why we all get so close, is because it's like there's only a few spots to go surf. It's like T Street and Lowers, and so you end up just surfing with all these guys every session, and you just become best friends and push each other to the max.
Yeah, ups the level, right? I think the big tides rise all ships.
100%, and this has been obviously a significant event for you in the past, Griffin. You've made the final and you won in 2021. It still surprises me that this was your biggest win up until that date. What kind of memories do you have, and what kind of emotions does this event bring out for you?
Yeah, that was crazy. From that win, before that, I hadn't won a contest since the junior pro era, and that had been like 6 years. So like this is where I kind of like found my momentum, and I hadn't won an event in so long, and yeah, to do it here, you got all your friends and family, so it's like that much more special. And then I think it just, you know, gave me the confidence that I can win events.
Yeah.
So this is a special place for me, for sure.
Special moments. Talking about the future of in professional surfing, another guy to keep your eyes on right there in the white jersey, Matheus Herdy, just 22 years old, the Brazilian, is quick on his feet. Actually, his best result happened.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Let's just pay attention.
Bro.
Ooh, Crosby.
Like ooh, oh, he's looking on. Land that. There we go, buddy.
We got a clap from the set, and then we catch up with John Mel, actually also in this heat, coming in as a replacement, 23 years old, out of Santa Cruz, California. John, he's won an event here. He won the Jax Pro earlier this year. It was a QS 3000, Mitchell.
Yeah, no, and the people that he had to beat on finals day too, Ryan Huckabee, Alan Cleveland Jr., and then Cole Houshman in the final as well. Three of the best surfers that we see in North America right now, and I think John's right up there with him. You know, he has a couple of victories already on the regional QS, one in Puerto Escondido, one in Morro Bay over at the Pismo Pier, and here in Huntington Beach. Well deserving to get the opportunity to compete here, Kipes.
Yeah. Pretty, you know, 22 years old Crosby, 22 years old Matheus, 23-year-old John Mel right here on the replay. But we have a veteran out here as well. Let's go with Crosby on this replay first before we get to that ID.
Well, I was really stoked on that first turn. I told him before he paddled out, I said, one major turn, that's what's going to score. And we'll see what the score comes in. But it seems like if you just kind of like link it together and connect the dots, all the turns are the same. They don't throw as high. But if you just like throw everything at one turn and then just connect the dots after, then that's when the big scores come. And looks like he's looking at a 7.5 here, one of the biggest scores we've seen today. So it's a good start for younger bro.
That's a good start. Look, this is when you finally sit back in your seat, Griffin. I like it when you get a little bit more relaxed. Hey, let's hear from Luke Thompson. He won his last heat. He's from South Africa. He's with another South African, Rosie Hodge. Have a moment.
Arguably the hardest heat of the round. Luke, I was chatting to you earlier, but we were talking about it. You had last year's winner, former tour surfer, Zeke, and then Kalohe, obviously amazing surfer, championship tour surfer, and then fellow South African Aiden Messenkamp. What did you make of that heat when you first saw it on paper?
Yeah, actually, I was pretty freaked out. I hadn't looked at my heat until yesterday. And then yesterday I was thinking, flip, I got to find out what heat I'm in. So I went on and looked, and I was sitting next to my good friend Connor, and I was like, bro, have you seen my heat? And he was like, it's got to be the most stacked thing ever. And I was super excited, actually. Like, it's those kind of heats, you got to do like one thing, and it's perform. So it's nice to focus on that over like kind of like trying to get 4s and 5s. You know you're going to have to bank smart and surf smart. So yeah, I was excited to go into the heat and hopefully make it. But yeah, I'm stoked with how it all went down.
And having a heat win, what does that do for your confidence? I know it's been a long time since you've had that success.
Yeah, geez, I've had a pretty rough start to the year. Haven't had many good results. Made like one heat, got scraped through it on second. So it definitely feels nice to get that first heat win. Yeah, I'm just super stoked to get it done, but definitely not. I don't want to end here. I just want to kind of stay calm, take it heat by heat, wave by wave, day by day, and yeah.
Keep the ball rolling. I know it's about 9 p.m. back home in South Africa. Anyone you want to say hi to?
Yeah, thanks to everyone watching back home. I'm sure some of my friends are watching, my family. Yeah, thanks for all the support, and yeah, let's keep it going.
Well done, Luke. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Luke Thompson on to the next round. During that interview, we saw Matheus Herdy perform for a 6-point ride. A tidy little reverse there, Mitchell.
Yeah, pretty sick, and a wave that didn't have a lot of scoring opportunity, but he was able to manufacture a score out of that air, and split peak opportunity here, Kipes. It's going to be Dunphy.
We haven't talked about Michael Dunphy yet, so let's watch him surf first. Goes vert for the first turn. Nice carve for the veteran of this crew, 33 years old. Michael Dunphy, he's been doing this for a long time. He's got a great skill set. He's got high heat IQ. Took a while for him to get going. Your thoughts on Michael Dunphy? I know he's a friend of yours, Griffin.
Oh, yeah, Michael's a great guy. Everyone in the surf world loves Dunny. Yeah, he's a great surfer. He's from Virginia Beach. He's one of the best. He's probably the best surfer ever from Virginia Beach, so pretty sick to see him out here doing his thing. And yeah, I'd love to see him make the tour one day. I mean, he's been in my corner for a long time and great support and always gives me good words of wisdom. So yeah, really pulling for Dunny.
Mateus, tail slide there, taps the lip once, carves back around, works it through to the inside, and Mateus will back up his 6-point ride.
Well, and if we talk about, you know, the Brazilian Storm and how influential they've been, I think if you look at it, Florianopolis, Floripa, that area has been so influential to the sport of surfing. You look at Iago Dora's success, he's number 5 in the world. This kid comes from the same place in Santa Catarina, and they've been so developmental when it comes to producing so many good surfers that have made it to the championship tour. And I expect this guy to be there, maybe not next year, but in the years to come. 3rd place finish, as you were going to mention, in Oaxaca a few years ago during the CT event.
As a wild card.
And the way he was beating people was the most impressive thing. That one air that he did in the quarterfinals against Titolo, one of the best airs I've ever seen done in New Jersey.
Burn through the field there, so showing the potential. Mateus Hurdy, he's in the lead right now. 2 wave scores, a 6-point ride and a 4.57. Griffin, Crosby Colapinto, I'm sorry, still with the highest single wave score of a 7.5, just up and out for Michael Dunphy. He started with a 4.23. And in the framework of this heat, Griff, it seems to me you got like your brother, but you got 2 other good friends in here. You got John Mel, you got Michael Dunphy, you got your brother. It's almost like friendly fire in this heat.
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean,
not all 3 can make it.
I mean, I've been doing this long enough now to where I'm almost friends with everyone in these contests. So, yeah, it's pretty classic. Yeah, just be a good battle. And, I mean, these guys will do anything it takes when they're in the water. So, but they're great friends on land. Here we go.
Here goes Crosby. Good-looking wave. Big snap off the top. Long bottom turn. Fierce second snap. Smashes the oncoming section. Crosby Colapinto is going to take the lead.
By far, and you know, he's a former event champion here at the Jax Pro as well, the QS, and here's Dunny now.
Winding up off the bottom.
Oh, Dunny.
Michael Dunphy.
Oh, make
flare finish, petting the catch, trying to get in front, gets in front.
We like that.
And so rapid fire right now, so we'll be waiting for a couple of scores to set the situation. 3 scores, actually. We need a score from Mateus, Crosby, and Michael Dunphy.
And John's got to get to work right now. Has priority, 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Only has the 3.5, and he has something to prove as well. It just seems like John Mel, you know, he's always been under the radar. He hasn't been able to qualify for the Challenger Series so far in the few years that it's been going, but when we talk about talent, he has it. Charges, has won at a diversity of waves too, but this is a big moment for him in his career in the round of 64. Gets a chance to compete against these big names, Kaipo. Want to make it happen here.
So priority with John Mel, and we're waiting for scores for the other 3 competitors to set the situation. We're nearing the halfway mark. 17 minutes and 48 seconds on the countdown. While waiting for that scores, Griffin, I want to get your thoughts about yourself and the next stop, Tahiti. The work's done already. Congratulations in person. I know I congratulate you. We're going to see you at the WSL Finals, but you got still one more stop. We're going to the end of the road there.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm freaking psyched for that. It's nice to be going to Tahiti, already solidified for the finals. The last 2 years was pressure cooker and just barely nipped me, so yeah, excited for that. Here we go, Dunny's replay. That was a really nice, crispy turn. And that one too, a lot of spray. Just took a little bit to ride out, but that'll be his best wave.
What about this guy?
Oh, we like this one. This is good rhythm starter right here. Connects with the spray, and then boof, big spray finish right there. I think that might be better than a 7.5.
I agree. So Dunphy's number, a 6.17. Still waiting for score for Crosby Colapinto. Crosby likely is going to take the lead when the number comes through. We're just going to have to see how big the number actually is. Will it go excellent is the question for Crosby Colapinto. It felt like excellent surfing to me. We'll see what the judges think. 8.17 comes through. It is excellent. 8.17, 7.5, 15.67 two-wave total. Crosby Colapinto now with a strong lead. And Griffin, you can just sit further back and just see if you like.
Yeah.
I think you can kind of lounge right now. Take another look at that 8.17.
Yep, here he goes. That was nice. He had really good flow on this wave. His timing was perfect, and he had spray on every turn, which is nice. You know, what's interesting about this, Crosby was, he went surfing before, and he took out this 5'10.5 and like that had been the board he kind of been psyched on all week. And then he had this session, and he just like he told me he like kept catching rail and was kind of having a shocker, and he was getting some like weird thoughts about losing and stuff. And then he thought, oh, he had this other board that he's on now, this 511 squash tail, and he told me his instincts were telling him to ride this board. And so it's kind of like a weird thing, you know, right before the heat, switch boards, and it's just so cool to see how confident he's been able to take it onto this board, and he obviously made the right decision.
Not to get metaphysical, but sometimes you got to take clues from the universe.
100%.
Truly, I mean, because it's hard to define, Griffin. Surfing as a sport is a sport. You guys are athletes. You guys are working out, but there's this X factor that is a little bit spiritual that happens because you're dealing with the water. You're dealing with the ocean.
Totally. I mean, that's why we meditate, is to get in tune with our intuition. And Crosby's been working on that a lot this year, and his intuition told him to ride this board. And you know, there wasn't that indecisiveness in the whole thing. He just went, this is it, I'm doing it. And first 2 waves, 15.67 total.
There you go.
So I'm freaking so proud of him right now.
Yeah. John Mel has priority. He's in the red jersey. His need, a 7.07. He's sitting further away from the rest of the pack, Mitchell. So even though he has first priority, I don't know if that's going to be a factor, seeing that he's not in the middle of the other surfers.
At the moment, no, but once it comes down to the last 10 minutes and even this wave right here, it seems like he's going to go left, Kaipo.
Here he goes. Quick snap. Now has to get through this flat section in the middle, winding up for something big. Catches the rail, goes down, and maybe moving position closer to the pier now.
Right, but now you don't have the pressure of having priority, and I think Griffin can attest to this too. There's times where you're needing a score, and you already know that the person in second has a very low score as their backup as well. You know that you're needing 2 brand new scores out there, so it's almost a blessing in disguise that he doesn't have priority anymore. He's going to be able to work under the priority of everybody else.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, yeah, he's put himself in a bit of a pickle here, but I think best bet, probably get away from everyone, find his own peak. Hopefully, you know, next wave he's got to be going, okay, 6. It's got to be a 6. You know, look for that.
What's the play right now? I call this heat control for Crosby. You got a big lead and you have priority. What's the play?
The play is you either sit next to Hurdy or Dunphy and you take the next best opportunity off them. And then that way you get a score and then they don't get a score. And yeah, that's Snaketails 101 right there.
Right. We just saw John Mel. He got a 2 on the last wave, and he's still swinging for a 7.07 to get into the top 2 and advancing on. And I like the Snaketails 101 strategy. Snake calling you the sponge early on that you were learning so quickly, you know, when you first came on the tour as a rookie.
Yeah, I just wanted to be on tours so bad. I was willing to do anything it took. Like, I didn't even care. Whatever, anyone that I knew was successful in the sport, I was going to take in and listen to what they had to say and apply it and at least see how it worked, you know? So, yeah, I think that helped a lot.
Here goes John, Mitch.
Yeah, getting his best rate, 3.67 and the priority of everybody else. Just a bit too small for, you know, the requirement of those 6s that he's going to need at the moment. But there was a decisive moment, I think, in your career early on, Griff. In 2018, you had a heat in Karamas against Matt Wilkinson, and a real competitive heat, first of all. But I think that's kind of like a catalyst for you, that you almost broke through, and it seemed like you were able to beat some of the top seeds early on after that event.
Yeah, thank you. That was, yeah, had my back against the wall. I needed like a 8 or something with, oh, here we go,
Crosby using priority.
See, maybe ramp it. Oof.
I mean,
Nice.
the board's looking good.
Cool.
That wave just gave up on him. I don't think he's going to improve upon his heat total. But, oh, there's Dad and the rest of the crew.
Boys are frothing. Got Beeve, Gabe Garcia, Troy Eckert, my dad, Caden Matson, Gian, Jet. It's the posse right there, support crew.
Yeah. Gian is your, for Mayhem Lost Surfboards, your board handler. How important is his role?
Oh, super important. I mean, our boards are really crucial for what we do, so he's so on it. He loves what he does, and he's actually our really good friend, too, so it makes it easy. He comes over, saunas, we party together, whatever. We just have a good time.
How many boards you go through a year?
Probably in like the 60 range.
Yeah, because I want to know how hard Gion's working. So he's working pretty hard, given the team over there times 60 per each rider. Yeah, he's a hard-working man.
It's not even that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I heard there's guys that have like over 100 sometimes.
Taj Burrow used to ride firewires and he'd go over 100.
Wow. All right, well, we're going to continue the conversation with Griffin Colapinto. His little brother, Crosby's in the lead. We'll see if Crosby can hang on to that lead when we return to the action here in Huntington Beach. Back in Huntington Beach, the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. John Mel coming off the bottom, banking off the top, tap dancing through some flats right here, looking for an oncoming section, snaps it around, redirection, snaps the other way, hangs on through the convergence of water, and we'll be waiting for that score for John Mel. He needs a 6.9 to get into the top two to advance into the next round. Crosby Colapinto, our heat leader, has been dominant, opened up with a 7-point ride, then went better with 8.17, 15.67 two-wave total for Crosby. He has a strong lead over the rest of the pack. Waiting for the score for John Mel and see how that changes the situation.
Well, John's back in the heat right here. No doubt going to be his best wave and real deep bottom turn on the first section. And with 8 minutes to go, G doesn't have anything better than the 4.57 as his backup, still leaving the door open. Dunphy doesn't need much either, a 4.4 at the moment, Kipes.
Here's the heat leader, Crosby. Call it, Griffin.
All right, flares it out. Bang.
Oh my.
Probably won't bet or anything, but fun to show a little variety.
Good surfing by Crosby. By the way, if you're just catching up with us, I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar and our guest, Griffin Colapinto, here on the set. And we're going to see some of the numbers come through. This other wave happened during the break, Mitchell.
Yeah, Crosby going down the line, eyed the ramp with a lot of speed. Look for the rotor right there. Unfortunately, when he was spinning back around, it seemed like the whitewater got the best of him. This is the last one, though. I mean, when we talk about technical surfing, look at the way he never had to shift his feet backwards either. That was some real solid stuff. And there's a big similarity that I see between you and Crosby, Griff. It's that little double pump that you have right when you're about to hit the lip. It kind of makes your surfing a little bit springier, and I really like what I'm seeing right now from Crosby, Kipes.
Well, the judges are liking it too. He's got some big numbers.
Yeah, that might be like a little like weight transfer moment where you're like shifting your weight onto your tail, so that way when you're hitting the lip, you're throwing water.
And it's always on the top third of the wave too.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So still need that score for Crosby. We'll see if he improves upon that 7.5. Of course, the goal in the Challenger Series is to get 4 good results, be in the top 10 of the men at the end of the year, and qualify for the championship tour. This is a 5.23 for Mateus Hurdy. That's going to keep him in second place. But with that being said, and the goal to be on the championship tour, the scenario, Griffin, Crosby makes the tour. How's that going to change your life in 2024?
Oh man, it would definitely help. It would be amazing because, I mean, this year we barely even got to hang out at all. Like, we're on separate programs, so yeah, it would just, everything, like traveling together. It's always nice when you have a travel partner, like makes things a little easier. You know, you can help each other out.
All right, deeper question.
Yeah.
What about a heat against your brother? You've probably surfed heats against your brother in the past. Many of them?
I don't know if we've ever had a man-on-man heat before.
Wow, so that would be really cool.
Yeah, be really
CT, man-on-man heat, brother against brother.
Yeah. One day.
That's the goal, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it on tour before. CJ Damien.
Yeah, we've seen tons.
Andy Bruce.
We've had wonderful, I mean, we've had incredible brothers on tour. We got the Pupos, right?
Yep.
We've had the Padaratses back in the day. We got the Hobgoods. We got the Hose.
The Currents,
we got
Tim and Nate.
The Wright brothers.
We had 3 siblings on tour at one point.
Yeah.
John Mel winds up, snaps off the top. Popping the fins, finishing it off. These are 6.13.
Well, got a 5.1 on his last, and I still feel like that wave maybe a bit stronger than the last one we just saw from John. Used second priority right there, but at a point of the heat where he's just needing his best score, Kipes.
Well, and really right now, when we look at the framework of this heat, it's a battle for second place.
At the moment,
the real
yeah.
battle's happening for second place right now. I mean, our top 2 highest wave scores are owned by a single surfer. That'd be Crosby Colapinto.
Really surprised that Dunphy's not pushing the envelope a bit more right now with 4 minutes to go. He doesn't need much. Needs a 5.06, and here's Mateus trying to improve on his low score.
Hurdy paddled into that one.
Well, he's looking for a ramp for sure. And you could just see it from the get-go.
And the wide version of our field of play looking south. Actually, that black buoy right there, I think that should be indicating kind of part of our borders here as far as the competition area, right,
Yeah,
Mitch?
that's the most southern buoy, so that's really where Machado's Peak would be. That's where you're catching that one left that goes all the way towards the pier. And, you know, Griffin was mentioning that there's 2 defined peaks. I think there's 3, but one's a bit more inconsistent than the other 2.
Oh, you found the secret peak, Mitchell.
Oh, it's, you know, surf here almost every day, Kaipo. You're going to learn a few things about the spot.
I'm taking lineup tips from you, Salazar. Set me up.
But, yeah, it comes down to, I think,
here we go.
The quality of the waves that we're looking at in terms of the consistency, too. It's been the middle peak like this one that John's on right now, Kipes.
Finds one, swings off the top on the backhand, and pokes in those. And that's going to grind down the clock. Crosby, one-footed layback. Why not? And Mateus going incomplete. So a flurry, but nothing meaningful from that last flurry of waves.
Once again, though, Dunphy, he's won multiple QSs, has priority right here, has a 6.17. I didn't really notice a sense of urgency right there to be on that set with 3 minutes to go, and now with 2 minutes, I feel like he needs to be moving around as much as possible just to find a wave. Needs a 5 right now, Kaipo.
Got a couple lines. We got 2 minutes, so that is enough time for these lines to hit the bar here and see what it produces. Michael Dunphy, like you said, Mitchell, 5.06 is his need. He's got priority, plenty of time on the clock for these waves to arrive. It's just decision time. Mateus Hurdy's going to get this one under priority. Nothing going on there from Mateus.
9 waves so far for the surfer in white. Many of them just being throwaways, small scores, but he is just making things much more difficult for both John and Mike. Anytime he stands up and the beach announcer saying his name, it distracts everybody else.
You know, Mateus, with all those strikes against him and still in second place, he's going to take away some lessons from this heat, I think, Griffin. But then Crosby, on the other hand, he's probably going to just want to replicate whatever he did in this heat going forward.
Yeah, that's always a nice feeling when you have a heat like this to start the comp, because then it's just in your memory like super recently. So yeah, that'll be the first heat. I feel like is always the hardest one, you know, just to like get the nerves out of the way, figure out what's working. Pretty.
Mateus.
Looks like there's a wave coming here. Looks like there's an opportunity possibly for Dunny. Got to get out there.
40 seconds as Griffin spotted. A wave is formulating. We'll see if Michael Dunphy activates with his priority. Paddles over that one. John Mann will take a left. Throws it up. And puts it down.
What do you need?
6.13 is what John Mel needs to turn the heat.
So really just the 2 down the line snaps and then
the finish.
The nice throw tail reverse there at the end too.
I'm bad at calling those. What do you think, Griffin? 6.13.
I gotta watch the replay, but looked like he had really good flow and he had clean rails the whole time. So, you know, it could be close. I mean, Mateus got a 6 for his air, and that was a nice air with 2 turns before it. Right? I think he might get it.
Bank, speed, air.
It's gonna be close.
It's right around there. It is right around there. I mean, the 6.0 from Air G and then the 6.17 of Michael Dunphy. That was a 2-turn combo as well. So John Mel takes to the air, and that's something we normally see from him on the lefts. And his right, the 5.1, it's going to be right around there. But capitalize on an opportunity. I mean,
gave himself an opportunity, right?
No, and gets in the event as a wild card too, as a replacement surfer. Was able to make things at least exciting and close at the end too, and got to give big props once again to this kid. I mean, left it all on the line at the end and was looking for the opportunities too. He caught 8 waves in 30 minutes.
Let's take another look at it. These are 6.13, Griffin.
All right, hit it there. Kept his speed really well, and then got a nice pop with, you know, didn't have any catches. So, oh, it's going to be a close one, huh?
Oh, the numbers starting to trickle in. One's under. Another one's under. Things are starting to look dark now. One over. Another under, and it's not going to be enough. 5.93 for John Mel. It's going to be Crosby Colapinto, as well as Mateus Hurdy, just dodging that one. You can see the relief on Mateus. Colapinto, Hurdy, moving into the round of 32. We're going to move on to a commercial break. Thank you, Griffin Colapinto.
Yes.
Thank you, Mitchell Salazar.
Thanks, guys.
Stick around. More great stuff on its way.
I mean, the special moments were just being behind the scenes. You know, I was with Jeremy, surfing trestles, and just Jeremy taking me surfing trestles is special, right? I was 12 years old, And then Jeremy and Andy were good friends, and Andy comes in, and Jeremy goes, hey, this is Leonardo. And Andy goes, oh, you're that little Italian kid that serves good. And that was just like, are you serious? Andy Irons knows who I am.
Everybody knows who this guy is, Leonardo Fioravanti, representing Italy in the championship tour. What a year he's had so far. Kicked off with a great result at Pipeline, runner-up in the final to Jack Robinson. I feel like he's surfing better than ever here in 2023. He headlines the matchup with Tim Bissau, Cauli Vast, and Rafael Teixeira representing Brazil. Top two move on into the round of 32 as we still have rippable conditions here on the south side of the pier for the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Coming into screen on that clean bottom turn, representing France and Tahiti. Cauli Vast kicking things off in a positive way. All about spray here at the US Open. The Italian digging in on the forehand. Quickly through now his second turn. And frames it back up for a finish. Always turning as hard as he can. As we like to make a nice introduction here in the booth, we've got Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and this guy, Jackson Baker. Hey, thanks for joining us.
No, of course. Good to be in here and good to watch some stacked heats. This round's crazy.
Where do you like to buy your sunglasses?
Just a local liquor store up the road. I bought a pair of choppers yesterday and I bought these just to come in here. But no, all of us Aussie boys always have a bit of humour and getting in these, and it's pretty funny. They're not that comfy, but they don't look that good either.
Can I take them for a test drive?
You can take them for a test. They're speedy, they're fast.
Wow.
I think they're kid sunnies, actually.
I think they're kid sunnies. That's why they were so cheap.
Can I have them for my boy?
Yeah, of course. I'll gift them on.
Actually,
That's
Joe.
fast.
Yeah.
That's what we came
you
for.
You look like Keanu Reeves.
Is there another pair across the street?
I can get another pair.
Ah, you legend. Wow, Jackson, first of all, well, second of all, we've got through the shade bit there, but you're ripping in the water today.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell us about your heat from your perspective.
Yeah, I was really, really stoked. Like, as we see in this heat, the first wave exchange is so important here at Huntington. You've got Cauli with a 7.83. That's a crazy start.
Wow.
To start like that, that's a dream. I mean, I started with a mid-5 and then kind of back there with another mid-5, and to me, that felt like a great start, and to be in Cauli's position would be a dream. But, yeah, it's a tricky, tricky wave, and I was lucky that we've kind of got the second peak kind of up the southern side of the beach, and just has that little bit extra bowl. And I mean, from the years I've been coming here, it's usually mostly going left at the pier, so to be able to go right away from the pier is kind of really nice.
That's fantastic. As we see Teixeira looking smooth, he's got a really, really good backhand. A lot of good waves around where he grew up in a state in between Rio and Bahia called Espírito Santo. He's got some reef breaks. He's got a couple slabs. He's been around for a while. Really cool guy. Good friends with surfers like Tiago Camarão and William Cardoso. Always really happy as we look at Fioravanti with some speed, layback, blowtail. And looks like he is fighting for a finish. He'll get there. Always a cool move to watch on an end section, Rosie.
Yeah, just hammering that end section, especially when you have one turn option coming at you, Jacko. It's just so important to finish with something with a little bit of flair and some power.
Yeah, for sure. It's so hard out here too. The waves come in so quick that you think you're going to get two, and sometimes the better option is just to concentrate on that one big one. And you can still get a 5, 6 upwards for a big layback, and then if you've got the airs, you can kind of throw that. But I don't know, I love that stuff for Leo, that big, powerful layback. It's kind of in my wheelhouse, so when someone does a big layback, it's pretty cool. But when you do it, when you see someone do a pretty big air, I'd still froth on that, because you don't really see this big rig getting in the air too much. So.
But we see it happen. Jacko, tell us about your process when you have an event with a lot of rounds and you want to really understand what the judges are looking for. How do you go through heat wins, and how do you spend that time before your next heat?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is I find it's hard because you don't want to watch too much of the contest. Like, you've really got to concentrate on yourself, but I think the heats before yours are really crucial just to understand that scale and what they are scoring. I mean, it can get really hard watching too many heats. You kind of get drained, and if you are a late heat, you're like, whoa, I'm kind of tired without even doing anything. So I think for me, it's just watching those crucial heats before, understanding what the judges want. I mean, at the end of the day, 2 big turns at any location on the whole Challengers and the CT is a big score. So just simplifying, and for me, I'm just taking it wave by wave, heat by heat, minute by minute, and taking it as it comes. You can't get ahead of yourself, because I've definitely done that before, and it doesn't work very well.
Staying present. We love that. This was the 783 from Vost, Rosie.
Yeah, such a vertical, powerful approach. I mean, just thinking back to some of his performances last year, now into this season, he's looking so strong and powerful.
Then Teixeira there as well, Ro.
Yeah, just an easy flow. Doesn't get the same sections that stand up at him, so kind of has to wind through a couple cutback maneuvers to stay in that power source.
So Teixeira, 3.67. We've got Tim Bissot on the board with a 5.0. Fioravanti 4s and 3s, just that real significant score coming for the Tahitian Kaoli Vost, who's focused here on the U.S. Open, but knows he's got the trials coming up in Tahiti right after this. Vost up again. Nice connection off the lip and throwing a nice clean backside finishing move to back up the 783. So could be jumping up to first with that wave as we have some time to catch up with the Cross hanging out with AJ.
That's right, Crosby. Not a bad way to start your 2023 U.S. Open campaign. Not just the win, but the highest heat total so far that we've seen today. How were you able to find your rhythm?
I just had a game plan, and I was talking with my brother. We just made a plan where to go, and then I just stuck with it, went out there, and I mean, you're dealing with the ocean that you never know what it's going to give you, so I was just trusting that the waves were going to come into that spot, and the first wave did, so I don't know, I just trusted it and believed that it was coming, and it came, so after that first wave, it was kind of like, let go of the pressure, you know, get that first heat, like score, and you're like, okay, we're here at the US Open, I got to score, let's do this.
I want to talk about that connection with your brother. I know he's coached you for years, but as you've improved upon your surfing, getting to this level, working for that CT, just how critical is it to have somebody who's been there telling you, helping you how to get there?
Oh, it's insane, because, I mean, he's gone through everything I've gone through pretty much, and had the thoughts and emotions that I'm dealing with, and the questions you're asking yourself, so it's always cool to bounce stuff off him and be like, what do you do? And then kind of do it my own way and just figuring out what works for me and what worked for him. So it's just, I don't know, it's cool having him as just like a coach, a brother, a guy, just like everything.
As we move towards the back half of the Challenger Series, what is working for you? What do you want to hone in on?
I think what's working for me is just trying to trust it and just be in the moment and not really like think about the expectations or the future. So just, I don't know, I feel like everyone is getting tapped into this like trust in it and stuff and like meditating. So I think it really works too. So I'm just trying to do what works for me, and I think what I'm doing is working.
I would say so. One heat win under your belt here at the US Open. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
I like it. Thank you, AJ. Way to go, Crosby Colapinto. 15.67 total. That feels great. And yeah, a lot of people getting into the meditation, the journaling as well. Jacko, you do any of that?
I've kind of dabbled in a few different things. I've just got back onto journaling. The year I qualified, I was kind of writing a lot, just day by day, not so much about the result or a contest, just to be able to see where my thoughts are at. So, and I feel like I'm in a good position now to re-qualify. So it was really cool to kind of look back on that the first year, and now to kind of do it again and see the process. And the first year on tour, I did the same thing. So just to see where your head's at in those positions and how you turn things around when things aren't going your way or when they are going your way, and how good you felt physically or mentally, or days when you don't feel that good, you can still perform. So I feel like it's cool to go back on and just to jot down your thoughts. I feel like it really, really helps.
Looking at where you're sitting now from the day back at Margaret River when you realized that you were going to the Challenger Series, how different do you feel in a really short period of time?
Yeah, I think the first year when the cut was there, I was lucky enough to kind of get on the front foot and make it by one spot, and then last year missed it by one, and this year I feel like where my surfing is, I'm in a much better position. I'm almost surfing better than the year I made the cut. So yeah, I did take it pretty hard. There was a few emotional moments with my partner and family, and didn't really turn it around quick enough at Snapper. Kind of just was kind of in cruise control, and then really once it got down to Narrabeen, I really wanted to put my head down and got myself in a great position. So yeah, I mean, it is not easy, falling from the top where you really, really want to be, but I mean, that shapes who you are, and kind of now I've realised where I am. I'm excited to kind of go through this journey again, and I'm fired up just to get the job done and do what Cole did today. That was pretty inspirational, and I was sitting out there clapping him, and all the boys and mate were looking at me tripping, but you got to credit where credit's due. He's been ripping, so hats off to him.
Speaking of ripping, Tim Bissot getting a nice combination of turns on the back end and kicking out of his second scoring wave of the heat into a wrap from Kaoli Vost. End section, fin throw reverse. He'll sink on the transition of the landing. But he's got the lead. Previous score, 4.7. Fioravanti to second, Teixeira in third, and Tim Bissot in the fourth spot. Timothy Bissot had the beautiful post on social media where he said, hey, I'm not giving up on this goal at all. And he just went out to social media and said, hey, if you want to back me, I'll set up a GoFundMe. And then everyone started supporting his journey. And the coolest thing ever was he started writing everybody's name on his surfboard of who donated money. So he's carrying them with him around the world. This is a different board, but it was really cool that he wanted to honor everyone that was funding those travels and making it not just a small community effort where he comes from in Guadeloupe, but a global effort because he realized he's got a lot of fans out there, Rosie.
Yeah, and even just that would be inspiring for him and motivating, seeing how many people are kind of reaching into their pocket and believe in his dream.
Teixeira off the lip. Another blast there, keeping it controlled, super smooth in that approach. Needs a 7.31 to take the lead. Fioravanti's now dropped to third, but we still have a few more scores coming through. Enjoying our time with Jackson Baker. We were just recently talking about the move from the CT to the Challenger Series. Now sitting in a nice, comfortable place at the moment, getting some great heat wins, which has to feel amazing. But I think the one key thing I wanted to touch on was, I think we all know physically when your muscles are sore, you're tired, you've expended yourself, but the mental exhaustion when you go through a tough loss and how to recover that confidence is something really big and kind of a common theme as we've introduced this cut. A lot of big names have gone through it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I guess I got to see it the first year, and I've seen some close mates go through it like Morgan and Ryan, and to see the way even Leo trains with my trainer Adam Tripaz, and so does Ryan. So to see the boys go through that whole process, it was kind of almost in a way easier for me the second year because I got to see what happened the first year and to see their performances and turn it around the next year. Morgan just didn't get it, but the performances to like back that year up and get so close, and then Ryan sealing it up in Portugal, and Leo pretty much, I think he already sealed it before then. So that was super, super cool. So yeah, I'm really inspired by those moments, and to have mates go through that same thing, I can kind of bounce ideas off them, and to see even how Ryan's bounced back this year on the tour, he's sitting like just outside the top 10 or within the top 10. Like, I feel like he deserves to be there, and I mean, hopefully I can just do that exact same thing. It's like, I feel like things happen for a reason, as much as it's hard when you're losing or things are getting tough, but I just feel like it's a detour back to the road where I want to be. Like, that's the best way to look at it. And it took me a while to realize that at the start. Like I said, it was not that fun. Couple crying sessions, you got to let the emotions out. But yeah, like you said, with the mental exhaustion, I think that's where I was at Snapper. I think physically I was back, I was training, I was ready, but mentally I was just like, I am ready for this, but I'm not. And it wasn't until I got that loss and then had to turn around for Narrabeen and into what we're into now. I feel like that happened for a reason as well. So just going with the flow.
Loving that, Jacko. Competing at an event like this with so much history, what does that mean to you to put the jersey on to compete at the Huntington Pier?
Yeah, it's so cool. I think this morning was actually my first heat I've ever made here, which is pretty funny. Really? I don't think I've ever won a heat here before, no except way. In the ISAs last year. So that's kind of what I drew on the ISAs at the back end of last year. I represented Australia, and it was such a cool experience. Ended up getting third, and probably had a few more kilos around my waist than what I did now. It was the off season. I was drinking a few beers, and I still got third. So I feel like this year I had that confidence to kind of come back. I'm lighter, fitter, and yeah, I'm excited to kind of do that same thing, and if not go further. So, but it's nice to finally make a heat out here. I've had a couple tricky ones where the conditions have gone against me. I was still kind of growing, pretty young, learning. So now I feel like coming back from the tour into these tricky conditions, you can really kind of hone in on what you need to do and just simplify it. It's a tricky wave, but at the end of the day, it's really, really simple at the same time.
Two big turns. You did that earlier today. Enjoying our time with Jackson Baker in the booth. Still plenty of time in the round of 64. Heat number 9. Kaoli Voss still out in front. Back for more action right after this. Last year in Tahiti, a local boy turned into a hero globally as a runner-up in the final to Miguel Pupo. Kauli Voss coming through the trials into the main event. Comboed Kelly Slater in the semifinals and just came up short to Miguel Pupo. Jackson, where were you watching this day go down?
I was sitting in the channel on a blow-up thong and taking in the serenity, having a few Hananos, and it was kind of the dream. It was just such a good day. Like, this whole contest, being able to sit in the channel, see it firsthand, it's something you dream of, just sitting there and kind of watching it unfold. It's not like sitting on the beach here, you're like in the face of it. It's pretty amazing.
Amazing viewing. Remember, that's the next stop on the championship tour. You can tune in August 11th. That is opening day, the final stop of the regular season on the championship tour. Kauli Voss is going to be moving quickly from Huntington to compete in the trials once again. He told me the waves are going to be really big as he's already checking the forecast. Snap to start, nice little check there to keep his motion down the line, and a tidy little fin drift to finish it off. Just providing better backup for the 783 if he can increase his total out front. Tim Bissot still second, Teixeira in third, and the big CT name, Fioravanti, hanging on to fourth at the moment with his priority, so doesn't need much. Very close at the moment when you're just needing 4s and 5s with the talent we have on the Challenger Series. Rosie, walk us through this one.
Yeah, beautiful connection with that lip line. Just really keeping that board tight in the pocket. Definitely going to improve on that 4.7. I wonder how it will align with the 7.83 that he has in his scoreline at the moment.
You could tell he's just so well traveled already. I think we always reminded the route for Michel Perez back in the day. He was competing in Europe at a very young age, and Kauli Voss had a very successful junior career, 3-time European junior champ, and then obviously living locally there at Teahupo'o at the end of the road, that sleepy town where kind of, you know, back in the day, a lot of pro surfers weren't living there full time, and this is that new generation of talent. You think what's on the line for Voss, with obviously trying to play a big spoiler role again if he can get into the main event, but also with Olympic qualification and knowing that that's the venue. I mean, he's got a lot in his backyard in the next couple of years, Jackson.
Yeah, he's just actually bettered here too, a 6.77. That's a huge heat total. And like, this heat's gnarly. Like, to have Leo still in fourth, but with first priority, I feel like these last 9.5 minutes are going to be pretty exciting. I feel like Leo hasn't really opened up yet, and then the other two boys are still probably yet to get their best scores, so could be a really exciting finish here.
Now it's a great time to check out one of the surfboards for Tim Bissot with AJ.
Joe, this is a very special board for Bissot because you see all of the names written on that board, and those are the names of people who believed in him. He had a really roller coaster of a year to this Challenger Series. He started with a 9th in Snapper Rocks, but then got hurt the morning of the Sydney Surf Pro, ended up taking a 49th there, and so he started doing some crowdfunding to try and help him get to the last 4 events on the Challenger Series, fighting for a spot on the championship tour. And in honor of the people who supported him, he's written the names of all of those people on the boards that he's riding here in Huntington Beach. He took a 17th at Bolito. I saw him do a couple of free surfs, and he's certainly surfing with a lot of motivation, knowing how many people helped him, believed in him to help get here.
Really special. Thank you so much, AJ. Look at all of those names. And that is just some extra energy on that surfboard. How cool is that?
Even some of his peers. I saw Josh Moniz, his name was pretty big on there, and Victor Bernardo, a former Challenger Series surfer.
I even seen Leonardo Fioravanti's name on there. I was like, that's sick. They're in the same heat. That's cool, lads. Just to be able to support your peers. And I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of us are all in the same position. It's been traveling around the world, doing all these events. It does get tough, but it's cool that he's just sticking at it, and he's gone a different route, which is super, super cool. And to have that support, like, he'd be feeling out there so good having all that support. And I mean, it'd be hard getting new boards. I don't know if I could sit there to write all those names down, especially if he starts getting more and more support.
Oh, it's amazing.
Kind of tricky getting new boards.
Yeah, just like you guys are saying, it's not even just his region. It's an international field of people supporting him, his competitors that are saying, hey, man, you've got the talent. Let's not see you give up yet. And he's on that run now. At the moment, he is in second. He needs a 9.43 to take the lead. But every round means so much more for advancement when you know it's helping you out financially. And with 6 events this year, that's a lot of traveling, a lot of airfare, a lot of hotels, accommodations, let alone food along the way. Sometimes you get those sneaky board fees in when you hop on an airline. That can be a surprise at times. So we're back in Biso, hoping that he gets a complete season on the Challenger Series and gets close to his dream of qualifying this year, as we look at Rafael Teixeira throwing down the backhand wrap. Nice snap again. Fioravanti looking interested behind him. The Italian getting started. First turn gets a little sticky and he's out of there. So he waited a long time with priority. And for Fioravanti, being a big name, hasn't had a great result at the US Open, but he certainly has spent a lot of time in Huntington Beach. He even went to Dwyer Middle School for a little bit, hanging out with Kanoa all the time, a young child, you know, prodigy, hanging with Kanoa, surfing the south side of the pier. And it'd be kind of cool to be a kid in class in HB, and this Italian walks in, and we got a new classmate. You know, he's going to be one of the best surfers in the world one day. Leo talks about that time as really special. He started just loving new cultures and just wanted to keep traveling. As we see the last of Rafael. Jacko, what'd you see?
Got a nice little 3-turn combo here. Kind of the wave was really tapered, but he did a really good job to stay in the pocket. And I mean, like I said earlier, it's really hard to actually get 3 turns out there. So for him to squeeze 3 in there, and he kind of had the nice little squirt out the back on one of those turns. There's definitely a major in there. What's you need? A 4.94. I'd hate to be a judge, but it looks pretty good. He got it.
There you go, 5.5.
I should have just put my hat in the ring and said yes. I should have done it.
You knew it.
But no, that was really cool. Like, to get 3 turns in a pretty pressurized situation, he's in a good spot, and Timmy's got first priority in a 5.56. So Raf's put himself in the best position and kind of got to leave it all down in these last 5 minutes to see what plays out.
Always good entertainment for heats when you get a change-up like that. Moves to second, Bissot down to third. And the fall for Fioravanti. He's already worked his way back up to second priority, and he's chasing down a 6.4. So Jackson, where you're standing now, you know, inside the top 10 on the Challenger Series. Well, we've got some waves coming. An important one here for Timothy, as he just dropped down to third. He's got priority, needs a 5.56. He'll let that one go. Wave selection, always so interesting. Sometimes I feel like you can only really break it down in hindsight at times. 4.15, here comes Kauli Vost with third priority, but he's got some space. The heat leader choosing his backhand here. Nice clean snap, quickly to the top for a 2-turn combo. Don't think anything will be changing in his top 2, but we're down to 4 minutes. But I was thinking about you, Jackson, your support crew, all your plans to really make sure you got the best shot of getting back on the championship tour. What do we got for you?
Yeah, I'm just really lucky. Like, I'm over here with 5 other Aussie boys all staying in a house, so it's good to kind of have that back. It's kind of hard to have that on the CT. Like, I don't know, there's just a different dynamic. So to be back on the Challengers and traveling with the boys, I've got Jacob Wilcox, Dylan Moffat, Mikey Madonna, Kalani Ball, Morgan Sibley. Like, it's the dream crew. It's a full Aussie crew. And I mean, that's the best thing, like, now with that COVID year when we're all having to be on the road for 4 months, just to be able to travel together and support each other. Like, at the end of the day, it's an individual sport, but to see your mates do well and succeed, it's like super, super cool too. So we're to support each other, and we got a good crew. And I'm lucky enough back home, I got my missus Emily. She's queen supporter. She's cooking for me, looking after me. It kind of sucks. I was lucky enough to have her on the CT with me most events and kind of travel with her. And now I'm adjusting back to traveling with the boys, which keeps you honest as well. We're a couple grindy spaghetti bowls and probably not as good a fee, but nah. Got my whole family back home, my dad, my sister, and got my mum upstairs who's the biggest supporter. So yeah, I just fly the flag for everyone, and yeah, just keep doing everyone proud and get back to that number 61 where I really, really wanted to do my mum proud with that number on my back. So that's kind of my main.
Again, so 2 falls for Fioravanti, and he's back of the line for priority. Tim Bissot, important wave here, sitting in third, throws down a snap, and he's out. Not the one he was looking for. 2:15 to go.
I've just looked over my shoulder. There's another set here. What do we got? White, Coley.
First turn, throws down the backhand snap, a bigger vertical whip to finish.
He's had one of those heats. He's just on dial-a-bomb once you get that first one. And I can't really tell from where we are, but it looks like most of his waves actually have been on that pier bowl. He kind of, when you see the camera angle, it looks like he is right kind of close to the pier, and the boys are kind of more down the beach on that Machado's kind of peak. So I don't know if that was his strategy, but if it is, it's definitely played in well into this heat. He's sitting pretty at the top. So these other three guys, I know, chasing 5s and 6s, it's definitely a sketchy spot to be in. Especially with a minute to go at Huntington, you never know what's going to happen.
So true. Minute 25. Let's see what's going to happen in this heat. Fioravanti, a championship tour athlete, and doing his best so far on tour. Absolutely ripping. There's some events where he goes down, but sometimes it's the round before where he's one of the biggest standouts, pushes so hard through his turns. So I'm sure he's trying to find a way to get out of jail here. Needs a 6.4. And Fioravanti, can he provide a buzzer beater moment for us?
He's out the beach here.
He's got the drive, fin throw, reverse, incomplete, but really fought hard to try to stay on his feet there. And next one's going to go to Teixeira. Getting his last wave in. Scores won't be changing, but he'll leave the lineup. Now it's just Cowley Vost, and then Tim Bissot has first priority. 30 seconds remaining.
He's got the shot, he's got the P, he's got the right priority for it. Kind of looking over my shoulder, it doesn't look like there's too much. But a 5.5, you could definitely manufacture that on a mid-size one.
He certainly can. He's starting to paddle. Just a small little bump on the inside. He might have to commit to this.
He's gonna have to have a crack for sure.
Here it comes down to this. Needs a 5.56. First turn, snap off the lip. Trying his best to find something to work with, but it's not going to work out for Timothy Bissot. We also lose the big CT name of Leonardo Fioravanti. And what a clinic that we saw from Cowley Vost. 7.83 on his opening ride, and then just went to town. Well done for Raphael as well, as we'll see him move on into the next round. Jackson Baker, you little legend, you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me. It's so cool to be able to jump in here and, I don't know, commentate some heats with my peers, and yeah, thanks for having me.
Oh, let's do it again. I'm gonna buy some of those shades when I get a chance across the street. We'll be back for more right after this next heat. We've got Frederico Moraes coming up. The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. By Hurley, born from water. And by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open. You're watching the round of 64, heat number 10. We've had a lot of representation from Europe in the last 2 heats. We've got Joan Duro representing France, Frederico Moraes representing Portugal in this one. Those are the veterans, you know, the older guys that have been around for a while. They've been on the championship tour, on road to comeback. You know, in fact, Frederico's got a chance to put himself on tour early if he wins this contest. We'll keep you posted on those scenarios. And then we got the younger crew coming off an amazing start of the year at the World Junior Championships with Jarvis Earl getting the win, representing Cronulla. But Eli Hanneman was a standout in that event as well at Seaside Reef. And Rosie, you were there on the call. Waves were firing for that event.
It was one of the best swells of the winter, and that can be said with a lot of confidence because Pete Mill was there with us, and he said pretty much the same thing. So, yeah, big waves, Seaside Reef. Jarvis Earl was so impressive. Him and El Cleland Jr. as well as Eli Hanneman was just so good. Getting death eyes from Chris Crote across the room.
Oh, it's one of his favorite spots in the world. It was firing as we look at Eli Hanneman. Coming off a snap, big end section wedge. How about a tail high whip? And he still has control, but he won't get credit for it as he didn't ride away in the whitewater. That is definitely his biggest strength, his ability to just throw something massive above the lip. He's had big scores on the Challenger Series for using the air game to his advantage. Raised on Maui, but living on the North Shore of Oahu these days. Such a super talent. I want to see more of that.
That was incredible. And Frederico Moraes was having a look at that one. Eli, you know what? We expect so much from this kid, and I feel like when you see him throwing things like that, you're like, okay, this is it. Like, just get into that gear and keep hammering away at it. Frederico Moraes has his turn. Like you said, he's been doing so well on this Challenger Series already. His knowledge as a competitor too is just, he's one of the lethal competitors on the Challenger Series, on the championship tour. His ability and his technique is pretty flawless, Joe.
Pretty cool when you see Frederico Moraes in Portugal. He's an absolute superhero there. Finishes even a round 1 heat. He's got about 5 cameras around him. He's such a household name and such a great ambassador for the sport, representing Cascais. He actually got his feet wet as a wild card over at Super Tubos and made the quarters. And if you're making the quarters of the wild card, that means you're affecting the title race. Remember, he got past Mick Fanning in a crucial year for Mick. As we look at Joan Duro.
Joan Duro is another guy that's been doing incredibly well this season, obviously with that past championship tour experience.
And he's a tough animal, man. He charges hard, hits the lip as hard as he can. He's a classic to watch. Love that he's having a great season. Let's catch up with Cowley Vost with AJ.
Yeah, Cowley, coming out of the water, first heat for you here in Huntington Beach, first heat win. Just how much momentum does that give you?
It feels good. This one felt good, and yeah, especially today there's good waves. I managed to find 2-3 good ones. It was hard because it was super slow at some moments during the heat, and yeah, 30 minutes here it's a long heat. So now I'm stoked to find two waves, and it feels good. Yes.
You got that 5th place finish in Bolito, that quarterfinals finish. Just how are you finding your rhythm in this back half of the Challenger Series?
Yeah, so it was a hard beginning of the year for me for the Challenger Series. So yeah, I first got my result, like a good result in Bolito, and yeah, to come here, win this first heat, it's it feels good, and yeah, I hit by hit, and I'm doing my own thing.
One down. Do you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Ouais, tout le monde qui regarde, ça fait plaisir. Merci du soutien et voilà, hit by hit.
Congratulations, Cowley. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Well done. Merci beaucoup. Great to see Cowley Vost in that kind of rhythm, representing France, and a big hope to represent France and Tahiti in the Olympic Games. As we look at Joan Duro in motion, had a 4.6 before that. He'll improve on a 0.93 with that effort. Tail blow reverse from Hanneman. There's the float, deep off the bottom. Nice snap there. Chipping it on the inside corner. He's fired up. Love combos where he gets to go for a big rotation. And now seeing the end of Jarvis Earl. Jarvis Earl got his feet wet on the championship tour at Margaret River this year. Ended up going down to Joao Chianca. But fun to see him just get that experience, even though he had an early loss. Gosh, he learned so much. His eyes were just wide open, taking it all in. Got to hang out with Louis Egan and just trying to soak up the knowledge and that experience, getting the call up as a wild card.
Yeah, that's getting a wild card call up is just invaluable. It's crazy how much you can learn from doing that, just going up in those few heats, even when you lose early. I mean, that's almost that moment where you're like, okay, I got some work to do. Like, these are the things I can improve on, and no doubt he took away a lot of lessons.
Wild cards have been helpful for Eli as well, as far as experience. He got to surf at Sunset at the start of the year. He also was at the Surf Ranch in the past, as we see a nice clean bottom turn wrapping cutback for a man who's made a final at Jeffreys Bay in the past, Federico Moraes. Always classic with his rail work. Really reliable. It always reminded me of a Bede Durbridge when he was on a roll. It's just he could guarantee he's going to get great waves and get at least 7s in heats. And that's when Federico was even a rookie on tour. He was battling with Connor O'Leary that year as the hot rookies that season. Here comes Eli Hanneman, deep bottom turn, snapping quickly, but running out of wave. Gosh, he's really spring-loaded, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks ready, Joe. I mean, you can tell even that little claim after that second last wave, he's engaged. He wants this so badly.
So Eli on his way back out. Sometimes if I leave my front gate open to my house, Eli's dog will sneak in, and I've got some cleanup to do.
PSA.
Yeah, he lives just a couple of houses down. He's great. He's a fantastic neighbor. But yeah, and he always has a lot of up-and-coming superstars at his house. He's got the ice bath going, the sauna, the ping pong table, and just a lot of positive reinforcement around him.
He was also coming back from injury. I remember chatting to him at the World Juniors. He was going through some stuff and recovering, and then, you know, really getting back into the competitive spirit at that World Juniors.
That was one of my favorite events of the year. Wave quality-wise, you mentioned Al Cleland Jr. I think semifinals against Jarvis Earl, if I'm not mistaken. That was just such a solid heat, and just seeing them score waves like that of that quality, the whole coast was firing. As we look at a roll in now for Jarvis Earl, the World Junior champ, throws down a snap to start, perfect transition, hits it again off the lip, more of a carve off the top, and fourth turn to shut it down. Great opener for Earl, getting a spot on the Challenger Series for winning the World Junior title. We talk about how that's a great role in the WSL where, hey, you win this junior title, you get a spot onto the Challenger Series, and sometimes we see a quick transition onto the championship tour. Scores in now for Hanneman. Second wave, a 6.33. That was the left where we saw him do the reverse and finish a few minutes ago. So we take a look right now.
So this, Joe, like you said, this is the 6.33 that's just locked in for Eli. So very well rewarded for that one maneuver option.
Instead, yeah, that was just his last wave. So a 6.33 a few waves ago. As we look at Jarvis Earl now. Had a lot of great energy on this one, Rosie.
Yeah, just good linkage. You could hear a lot of applause and claps coming from the crowd, so he's got a good support crew with him.
Yeah, representing Cronulla, you always think of Mark Occhilupo, Richard Dog Marsh, Connor O'Leary representing on the big stage as well. Eli, Maui boy, will just hold his position there. But great to see that he had another big ramp to show off that skill above the lip. Seems like a really cool tradition to be from Maui and be really talented in the air. Jarvis setting up a nice first turn. Throws it vertically, then do a quick little check carve there. Tries to go for the reverse, but gets stuffed. But his opener was a 5.53. Duru, his last 5.83. Kind of raining fives right now. 5.93 from Moraes. So the veterans at the moment out front, but some crucial scores coming in for the Groms in this heat.
Yeah, I think we got waiting on 2 from Eli, Joey, so that's going to factor in as Jean Duru has taken that second spot.
Your last wave, a 5.83.
Yeah, Eli finding a big air section to work with on his back end. That'll be an important score. And Jarvis Earl getting his second scoring ride in as well. So the veterans and the up-and-coming superstars trying to work this one out in the round of 64. Top 2 move on to the round of 32 with some really cool scenarios on the line. Duru having a great season on the Challenger Series along with fellow European Federico Moraes. Last score coming in for Eli Hanneman, a 7.23. So 6.33 before, where he did a reverse and a few turns, and then a major ramp came through. Big backside rotator for a 7.23 and has control of the heat.
Yeah, so good to see him kind of link those 2 waves together and get control of this heat over the veterans.
We're going to take a quick break. Eli out in front. Let's hope he continues to find some ramps here on the south side of the pier. We'll be right back. October, WSL Pure grantee Native Like Water is releasing Hawa. With over 20 years of service, Native Like Water prepares and integrates teens and adults of underrepresented populations into ocean recreation, conservation, wellness, and intergenerational cultural exploration. The program focuses on one's sacred relationship to water through an indigenous lens. Looking forward to that this October, with now 13-14 on the clock. Exciting times for Eli Hanneman, because he's got a pretty big lead here in the round of 64. A 7.23 and a 6.33, leading over the veterans in this matchup. What a great day to be watching pro surfing here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And we want to thank all of our friends that are watching on CBS News Los Angeles. Thanks for being with us. We've got a great day planned. This is the Challenger Series, important part of the World Surf League, because the top 10 for the men, top 5 for the women get to move on to the championship tour. And that's a place where Rosie got to compete for a long time. I'm Joe Turpel. Rosie, fun waves and conditions the last few days. Great to see Eli Hanneman in this seat, getting to do what he does best and go into the air.
Yeah, it's incredible to see the caliber of surfing that we have at this event, Joe. Like you said, high stakes at these Challenger Series events, and it's good to see everyone come and bring their A game.
Yeah, really fun conditions, and you know what? In Southern California, the conditions have been pretty tough. You know, we rely on Mother Nature, but that's the beauty of it as well. When you score, the whole event lifts up, the fans get excited, and you're always hoping that all the stars align and you get really rippable conditions. And that's what just goes even further when you talk about athletes that find consistency in an unpredictable lineup and they can still find a way to win. That's what makes it so special. Let's check out the heat recap. Eli Hanneman doing a great job today.
Yeah, he has been so solid. As soon as we saw him take off on his first wave, we knew we were going to be looking forward to maneuvers like that, Joey. Been so impressed with this young talent coming out of Hawaii. Definitely one to watch.
Love that kid. So fired up, so dedicated to his craft. He's able to look at things that he wants to improve on, and he's got such a great future. I love when he starts ramping up like this. You know he's going to do something big. How about that whip to reverse? And the posture, it's showing a lot of confidence today.
Definitely, and that's what you need right now, that confidence to draw on that experience. Like this guy, Federico Moraes, a former tour competitor in the hunt, holding on to second at the moment. He wants to make a big mark at this event.
Also getting another fun-looking right-hander representing Portugal, searing cutback, using all of that rail on that surfboard from JS Industries. Right now, though, Federico needs a 5.6 to move into the top 2. So you can see the scores on your screen there. The highlighted yellow numbers are the keepers. You're counted on your top 2 scores. Believe it or not, in pro surfing, they used to have top 4 scoring rides, then top 3, and then kind of around the turn of the century, it went to top 2 scoring, which promoted better wave selection, promoted more radical surfing. Everything just got better once they went to the top 2 system. As we look at the last wave for João Duru.
So this is the one that dropped Federico Moraes into that 3rd place position. John squaring up off the bottom, off the top on his backhand. 2 maneuvers at that point, that's the 3rd. And that's enough to take that 2nd place.
João Duru representing France. Amazing when you see him surfing on his home court, the beach breaks of Hossegor in the southwest. Remember that event, Rosie, where his back was against the wall, went down to Portugal, went on to make the final at the championship tour level, and it was cool. His family had made the trip, the drive down from France to Portugal to support him, because they weren't sure if it was going to be a year where he'd fall off tour. Made the final there, backed it up with a quarterfinals at Pipeline. Such a cool part of João's career.
That was amazing. I think he promised everyone a steak dinner if he had made it. It was so fun just to see the celebrations. And, you know, he's a pretty even keel kind of guy. So to see a little bit of emotion from him when we were doing the post-heat interviews, that was a special one.
I kept trying to talk to his dad, but my French is terrible. He's still learning English, but just the smiles, that's how we connected, because it was an emotional run for Duru, making his first championship tour final. 8:50 to go. Duru likes the look of this wave, almost slid out on the bottom turn, so something was off as soon as he took off there.
Yeah, that wax can get pretty slick here at Huntington, just with the grittiness of the sand. It can sometimes coat your feet. That wasn't what John was looking for right there. You can tell he's just kind of doing a little debrief after that wave.
Yeah, tough when you fall. You know you're going to be in the back of the line for priority. You can see the P next to Jarvis Earl's name on your screen. That means he has first priority. So any wave that comes in, he can take it, and the competitor's got to back off. If they don't, they'll get an interference. Second priority, Federico Moraes, so he can have the second choice. If it's a split peak, they can share it if they give each other some room. So Duro on the comeback trail, sitting in the top 10 at the moment on the Challenger Series. After Huntington, they go to Portugal at Ericeira and finish up the season this year for the first time at Saquarema, which, just like the US Open and Huntington, it's a very important venue. Saquarema serves as a Challenger Series event and also a great event on the Championship Tour as well.
Yeah, they've had some really good conditions on the Challenger Series so far, some high quality stops on this tour.
And then you get 2 throwaway results, so you keep your top 4. We were chatting with Jackson Baker earlier. He's just right ahead of Joan Duro on the rankings. Punching out a reverse, kind of forcing it, was Eli Hanneman. He goes down.
Yeah, I'm thinking Eli must be so fired up. Watching Cole Hauschman qualify earlier this morning, seeing one of his really good friends, Jet Schilling, do so well in his heat. He's really has a tight crew with some of the San Clemente surfers, so I'm sure watching some of his best friends achieve some big things this morning, he's going to want to emulate that.
Yeah, it's a good point. Eli's kind of been jumped into that San Clemente crew, even though he's represents Maui and Hawaii. He's always with the guys from San Clemente. As you see the green triangle next to Cole's name, that's what you want. He clinched a spot on the Championship Tour earlier today. Frederico Moraes is in red right now on your screen. He's in 3rd at the moment. He has a chance to qualify for the tour at this event as well. If he wins the US Open, we'll see him get his spot back on tour.
Wow, that's a pressure-filled situation to be sitting in 3rd at the moment with 6 minutes remaining.
And let's go a few names down. Joan Duro, 8th. He's wearing the blue jersey right there. Great spot. We take the top 10 on the Challenger Series and add them to the Championship Tour. The Championship Tour is where you get to compete for a world title. The top platform in the sport of surfing is the Championship Tour. All kicks off at Pipe. Sunset Beach has been added recently to the calendar, so a couple of great events to kick off the year, and the birthplace of surfing, the island of Oahu. Next heat getting ready to go. Edgard, representing Brazil, will be taking on Jacob Wilcox. And also Marlon here, Marlon Harrison. Alistair looked good the other day. There's Jacob representing Margaret River, Western Australia, with another good shot at clinching a spot on tour very soon, and he's been at it for a long time.
He has. It is. Let's see if that dream will come to fruition. It's been really tough to watch him narrowly miss out on his spot on the tour this year. He kind of wants to keep it all in his control, Joe. The way that he's attacked this season, how well he's doing, how consistent he's been.
Yeah, Wilcox, an absolute beast when it comes to competing, when it comes to charging. You just know his surfing will fit on the Championship Tour so well, especially at waves like Pipeline and Tahiti. And he showed us that when he was just a teenage wild card, beating the best in the world over at Peniche at Super Tubos. 4:22 to go. Decision time for Jarvis Earl with priority. Nice fun, rippable conditions. And now we've got a taker here. It's going to go to Eli Hanneman, our heat leader. Patience all the way down to the bottom. Nice clean snap to start. Just hugging the pocket, hoping to find a nice good end section. Big tail throw, incomplete. The guy is super quick. Gets a lot of mentorship from a local to HB, longtime competitor Sean Ward. Sean Ward used to travel around the world chasing big points. Had a big win in Brazil on the QS. Hangs out with Eli, hangs out with Baron Mamiya. He's got a really great crew of surfers that he manages. Eli 7.23 and a 6.33, and the big score was on a single maneuver section. Like we've been talking about this event, even the last event, the judges have really been rewarding progression significantly. The last few events on tour, where it is possible to get a 10 on one major move. If it's that radical and on a set wave, it can happen. We even saw at Jeffreys Bay, you know, Iago Dora save himself in smaller J-Bay conditions and doing a big full rotation. to send Medina into the second round.
Definitely putting a spotlight on the degree of difficulty for those single maneuver options. That maneuver from Eli was beautiful, start to finish, just a clean bottom turn into top turn connection. This wave kind of runs out of gas for him. It's really hard on that end section as that wave runs out of power as it hits deeper water towards the pier.
Speaking of Maui, Imai Kalani DeVault having a great season once again. He's already had a run on the championship tour, and he's on the comeback roll. We had Dusty Payne on tour from Maui in the past, one of the best to come out of that island. Went through some tough injuries, but man, what a weapon he was on tour. But then you add all the crazy aerialists like Albie Lair, Matt Miola, that really have done some of the most unique airs in surfing history. Working on rotations, and I guess with all the wind you get on the island of Maui, it gives you a lot of opportunity to work on your airs if you know where to go at the right time.
Yeah, and you can't forget the big wave surfers like Kai Lenny, world champ Billy Kemper.
Yeah, it shows the depth of Maui, doesn't it? You know, outside of the air conversation, having a wave like Jaws in your backyard, I'm sure you're tempted at some point in your life thinking, do I have to surf out there, or do I want to surf out there?
Ian Walsh, Paige Arms.
Yeah, tons of talent coming out of Maui. Minute 20 to go here. Pressure on the world junior champ Jarvis Earl, and also Frederico Moraes, who's one of the top seeds on the Challenger Series. We said he could clinch a spot on tour if he wins this event, but first we got to focus on the final minute of the round of 64. Doesn't need much, mid-range 5.6. Jarvis needs a 6.0. And rolling into this one with third priority, had the space to take it, is Joan Duru. Nice clean start, big belt in the pocket with some power, gets to the finish in time. Explosive final two maneuvers from the surfer from France.
Yeah, that was a quality wave as it stood up. Long stretched out wall. Probably one of the better waves that we've seen in this heat. Did he do enough to increase his second place scoreline? He needs a 7.73 for the lead. I don't think it's going to go that high, but it could up the requirement for Frederico Moraes and Jarvis.
I don't know how many sports in the world allow you to get this close to your heroes. Fresh out of the water, meeting the Groms on the beach. Last score for Duru, 6.77. So like you thought there, Rosie, not quite enough for the lead. Jarvis Earl getting up in time, but falling on a buzzer beater effort to try to move on into the round of 32. We're going to lose Jarvis and Frederico Moraes from the draw. Joan and Eli Hanneman will move on to the next round. We'll take a quick break, but all the action continues here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We'll be right back.
looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it. Time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. And Gilmore getting busy.
Yo, it's that time again where we start really focusing and talking about the Rip Curl WSL finals. Of course, one more end boss to get through until we get there, which I'm sure we'll be discussing all week long. But right now, it's into the business of round of 64, heat 11. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar on the call. And so far, so good. I mean, a lot of drama. We've got upsets. We've got underdog stories. We've got veterans. We've got qualifiers for the championship tour. An incredible day 3 here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing, Mitch.
And the waves have showed up, Chris. I mean, they are incredible out there right now. It just seemed like the wind backed off a little bit and the surfing is nonstop. Really excited that Southside HB is providing once again. And based off of how slow it's been this summer, we're really lucky and fortunate that we've had swell all 3 days long, and it seems like it's going to be like this for the rest of the period, too.
That's right. Well, there's a lot of good news there. One thing we're going to be watching right now is Edgar Grosjean. This guy actually came through here last year swinging hammers.
Yeah.
And he's always a contender in any type of waves. He's going to be one of those surfers that you might not be super familiar with his name, but you better recognize because this dude is a powerhouse.
No, and 26 years of age, came on the Challenger Series in 2021 when we had the reduced schedule, and that year, in order to qualify for the Challenger Series, made 2 finals in South America as well, and one of the most underrated surfers there is on the Challengers, I would have to say myself. 9th place finish here at this event, Chris. Looking to go a few spots better.
Yeah, I would say this heat right here, other than Jacob Wilcox, who I would recognize as a household name, this would be, in my estimation, a battle of the underdogs. We got Edgar Grosjean, Alistair Reginato, Marlon Harrison, Jacob Wilcox. Jacob Wilcox is your surfer in red, currently right there in the conversation to potentially qualify for the 2024 Championship Tour. Comes from Margaret River, Western Australia. You might think he's already made the CT because of all the wild cards that he's been, I don't want to say given, I say earned throughout his career already. He's had a ton of experience on the CT, and I'd say most likely will earn more experience going into 2024. What do you think his chances are of qualifying?
The highest they can possibly be. He's the number 2 seed coming into this event. Equally as good on the backhand as he is on the forehand too, Chris.
Yeah, you're about to see why right here. Wow. Well, that's what we call the commentator curse. It happens every once in a while. I'm not taking credit for that. That was not my fault. 25-20, and Grosjean right behind him. You know, again, look at how he's built. This dude is built for power surfing, and you're about to see more of that. 25 on the clock. Couple scores coming through. The only one of note, Grosjean's first wave of 4.83.
Yeah, and I really like his low center of gravity too. Has a real good base underneath him. Equally as good in the air as he is on rail as well. And you know, you were mentioning the youth in this heat. Grosjean in his mid-20s, Alistair Reginato in his early 20s, and so is Marlon Harrison, a kid that won his first major event, QS 5000 in Nias last year. One of the greatest waves on the planet. To be able to win your first QS there, think of that's made out of dreams, Chris.
Well, we got 24:42 on the clock. Surfers make their way back into the lineup. AJ McCord is standing by now with a spring-loaded Eli Hanneman.
Spring-loaded indeed, Eli. A lot of pop on some of those maneuvers that you had in your heat. Walk us through how you wanted to attack.
Yeah, I just wanted to go out and show my surfing. That's kind of what I want to do every heat, obviously, but I just wanted to have a little point of difference. I feel like a lot of times you see a lot of the same surfing on, in these comps, so I like to go out and have fun and do what I do.
So how do you differentiate yourself?
I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty good at airs, and when the time comes, then they're there. And in that heat, the time happened to come.
I would say it did, and it was certainly something fun for all of us to watch, as fun for you to move on to the next round. How important was it for you to get this first heat win?
Yeah, it was really important. I mean, I was actually in round 1, so this is my second heat, but first heat win of the comp, and all my family's down here on the beach watching me. And my girlfriend's actually on a flight to come watch me, so it would have been super awkward if I didn't make this heat, because she would have got here and I would have lost. So I'm pretty happy about that. And yeah, I just want to say thanks to all my sponsors, Hurley, Red Bull, Lost, Virtua, FCS, just everyone that keeps me, you know, funds me and gets me to these comps. It's really important. So yeah, thanks.
You're making him proud and keeping your girlfriend happy. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
I love that. That would have been an awkward airport pickup. How'd you do, honey? You know, you can tell right away. But luckily for Hanneman, he made it through. No relation to Jeff Hanneman, the guitar player from Slayer, rest in peace, but Eli Hanneman, I feel like he is due for a big result, and surfing like that, definitely foreshadowing some success for young Eli Hanneman. He got through with Joan Duru, and look at the names we lost in that last one. Federico Moraes and our reigning world junior champion, Jarvis Earl. When two guys like that are going down this early, you know we're in for a great surf contest.
Well, and the level's high too, and I really liked Eli's post-heat interview right there. I thought, you know, his source of inspiration obviously being his creativity and innovation as well, and he talked about points of difference. I think nowadays you need to bring that to the table, and especially at an event like this where everybody's great, you need to be unique and you need to be excellent, and that's what we see from the people that are able to qualify for the Championship Tour and the people that are just always so close. And one of them being the surfer in red right now, in Jacob Wilcox. This is a guy who's had many opportunities as a wild card on the CT, but he hasn't been able to qualify himself, even though he's been very close to doing so, Chris.
He's been to the buffet, just hasn't been able to fill up his plate. 2 waves ridden for Wilcox, 0.57, 260. So nothing much there yet. Grosjean with a 4.83 and a 4.83. Nice pair. Has him in the lead. Marlon Harrison just jumped up into second place. Unconvincingly, though, a 3.83. Most likely won't hang on to that score for the remainder of this heat. Alistair with a 1.83. So Alistair Reginato, I would say another name we're not super familiar with here on the world stage, but you know he's good. You know that if you've qualified for the Challenger Series, you're an incredible surfer. Mitch, do you have a scouting report on Alistair Reginato?
22 years of age, the Queenslander who had a consistent year last season on the QS over there in Australia. We look at the replay here of his best wave so far, 2 whips, and then adds in a third one for good measure too. Love the verticality. He's riding a Mayhem, and that thing is an epoxy. It is looking springy out there right now, Chris.
Yeah, that was my first indications of how good he really does surf, and
He's
that's
good.
that's how you want to prove it. In a heat, in your allotted 30-minute time limit, jumping from 4th to 2nd with a 6.5 and the current highest single wave score of this heat. What was the difference with Alistair's surfing compared to what we've seen from Wilcox or Grosjean?
Well, first of all, I think the steeper sections on the left right there, which hasn't been something regular that we've seen in the last few days. The lefts have been a lot flatter than the rights.
Ooh, Harrison now. 1, 2, 3 turn combo there. Pretty sure that would be considered a make at the end of that wave. I would say that the cadence was there, maybe the timing just slightly off, but you know, well done to just get things rolling. He didn't have anything really too impressive before that, so I think that's going to be his best score so far. But I like how Marlon Harrison surfs. My first impression is that he's powerful, he's consistent, he's steady on his feet. Let's take a look at what he did on this nice-looking right.
Yeah, you mentioned the timing a bit off too, but I also thought that he was trying to do a bit too much and how short the area was as well. Trying to get the 2 for 1 right there at the end. First turn was great, but as you mentioned, it isn't going to be a great score, but at the moment it's going to be enough for second place, Chris.
4.73, so these 4 surfers are going to be shifting all over the place just in terms of rankings. They're all that good that given the opportunity, any one of these 4 guys can post an excellent score. I would say the favorite, pretty obvious going into this one, would be Jacob Wilcox, but Edgard Grosjean is going to make him earn it. It's for sure. Another prototypical, you know, QS, CS style grinder. Like, he is going to take it to you for 30 straight minutes no matter what.
And somebody that's not afraid to get their hands dirty either, to make it difficult out there, try to catch as many waves as possible and really use priority to their advantage. And, you know, certain situations, especially at a beach break, you need to be capable of going the distance when it comes to shifting to one peak and towards the other. That's one thing that knowing that you're only going to surf 1 heat per day should be advantageous to you. looking at Wilcox right now, he has priority, has a 5.13. The difference this year in comparison to previous years has been the consistency on the Challenger Series. Has great results so far. Has made finals day in all 3 events, sitting number 2 in the rankings. We both expect him to make it to the CT, but even though Cole Houshman already qualified for the Championship Tour earlier today, you want to work on your seeding. You want to be one of the higher seeds going in to Championship Tour events next season, because it means that you're going to be going up against lower seeds when you're in there next year.
You know, and for Jacob, if he does make the Championship Tour, it's going to be tough to call him a rookie because he's been at it for a minute. AC/DC said it best. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll.
It's true.
Jacob Wilcox knows that full well. He also knows a lot about Hell's Bells. He is one of the best surfers to come out of that Bells region, or I should say to compete in Bells. And right now, could have his hands full. Sitting in 4th place, needing a 3.43 in Grosjean. Ooh, just right there, blue collar style meat and potatoes power surfing that we all love, that never goes out of style. But give this man a ramp, and he's going to go straight Nitro Circus on it. We've seen him do some wild airs right here in Huntington Beach. So hopefully we'll get to see that opportunity. For a big guy like that to be able to be so light on his feet and have so much pop, it's really fun to watch.
And he's running his Xanadu as well. I just saw him bring a couple of freshies for Edgar. I'm pretty sure he's on an Old Faithful right now, but staying with the local kid, Iago Ramos as well. Looked right, ended up going left. Deep bottom turn, was able to go up through the lip right there. Wrapped it back, and I really enjoyed this last one. Chris was able to throw the tail and slide the fins a little bit with the finish as well. Looking to improve on a high 4. This kid has a lot of experience already, still very young, 26 years of age. And when you talk about blue-collar surfers, he's definitely one of them as well. Mentioned before, he doesn't mind getting his hands dirty, but due diligence to him, because he's been on tour for 3 years now in a very tough and competitive South American region. So be able to qualify 3 years in a row through the CS, good stuff from Edgar.
If you have success in on the Brazilian qualifier series, you're going to have success anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine there's hundreds of names that we probably haven't even heard yet that could come here to Huntington Beach and do damage. So what a training ground, and you know that's the reason why the Brazilian Storm is still whipping up a frenzy everywhere it goes, because the place is packed with incredibly talented surfers. Edgard's one of them. He has now extended his lead slightly. He's got a 5.43 and a 4.83 now. Marlon Harrison currently in 2nd. Alistair Reginato in 3rd, but he does have the highest single wave score, a 6.5. Wilcox with a 5.13, decent start, but now he needs a 3.43 to get back into it. There's the Brazilian camp on the beach.
Yep, there's Iago Ramos right there.
It's kind of like a second Brazilian Storm wave, right? I'm not going to say B team because these guys are all really good, but you don't see Felipe, you don't see Italo. So this is the other Brazilian Storm coming through. I love to see it.
Well, it's the QS side to it, and then you have
Storm.
the CT, but you know, they stick together, and as soon as they see each other, they become one big group again. But having that support system is cool, and especially when you're coming to a country where you don't necessarily speak the language as fluently either. It's really nice just having some commodity of having people from your home and knowing the spot a bit better than you too, Chris.
And you know, on the beach here in Huntington, as on most beaches around the world, there's going to be a lot of Brazilian support. Ask Jadson Andre, who basically calls this his second home. Anytime he's had a heat here in the past, you're going to have dozens of Jadson Andre fans flying their flags on the sand. That definitely has to help with the confidence of our Brazilian surfers traveling around the world, trying to get those points. You know, it's a lot like a lot of baseball stadiums around the world when you have these teams with just fans that are spread out all over the country. You know, sometimes you go in, well, I'm at Petco Park and I'm seeing a lot of blue. This is very strange.
Well, Dodgers fans, they travel everywhere, and you know, they're all over Southern California too. But no, you're right. You go to different ballparks and you see certain people supporting certain teams, obviously due to popularity as well. But I think when it comes down to it, people just want to be able to travel, and surfing, you want to be a professional surfer, you got to be comfortable with traveling eventually. And for Jadson Andre, that came at a very young age. And luckily for a lot of these kids, like Edgar, there's been people that have already been through these processes before. They can garner a lot of information and give it to them, deliver it to them in an informative manner where they're able to capitalize on these opportunities and use them for good results, like Edgar has done in the last 2 years here.
That's right. 13:40 on the clock here in Heat 11. And all week long we've been asking who the fans are picking. It's an easy way for you to have your voice heard. You just got to tell us in the Pacifico fan picks. And again, I would venture to say, I'm just going to make my best guess here, that it's going to be, yep, that was my guess, Jacob Wilcox, 71%. You got Edgar Grosjean with 26%. And Alistair and Marlon, they're just starting their careers and campaigns. Those percentages, they're going to rise, pretty quickly. And we've actually seen unknown names come in to the U.S. Open. And by the end of this event, they're household superstars. I mean, we've seen it multiple times, many years running. So this is an event that really does seem to always have at least one or two Cinderella stories from day dot. We've yet to really see that one materialize, as we're still pretty early in competition. But I think after today, we're going to start to realize who some of those underground names are to rise through the ranks here.
And both countries out there historically have had a lot of success. Here in Huntington Beach, Australia, Julian Wilson, one of the most recent winners in Brazil. We have a lot of them, Chris.
Well, can't wait to see what happens next. We are going to take a quick break, but we will be back. Can Edgar Grosjean hang on to this lead? Stay tuned to find out. Welcome back to the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We are live from Huntington Beach, California. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And while there's so many good things happening on the sand and in the water, one bit of bad news came across the newswire today. Rest in peace, Paul Rubens, a.k.a. Pee Wee Herman. Had to send a shout out to one of my all-time heroes. Will be missed. Everybody could just channel some good vibes for Pee-wee today. That would be great. Now back to the action in the lineup. This was during the break. Surfer in green, Alistair Reginato, trying to make his name a household name for the rest of this heat.
Yeah, he gets a 4.87 out of that wave too, Chris. Great carve to lip line hit combination, and then Grosjean right here. Seems like we're still waiting on this score, but I mean, radical second maneuver right there from Edgard. Some real strong stuff, and you know, we talk about underrated surfers and people that maybe have been underrepresented when it comes to those big moments on the Challenger Series. It's the guy in blue, but coming up against two young pups from Australia, Reginato and Harrison, and an experienced veteran in Wilcox right now out there in the red.
You know, I think one thing that kind of a moment of discovery for a lot of the surfers in these first rounds of the Challenger Series, there's a huge percentage that you've surfed against most of the people you're going up, you know, up against here at the U.S. Open, but you know, sometimes you're going to be going up against a guy you've never even heard of or seen before. You don't know what they're capable of. You don't know what their cadence is, their style is in the water. So there is learning on the fly, which they're all experiencing right now with under 8 minutes to go. Jacob Wilcox now with a 6 and a 5.13 has sent Edgar Grosjean into third, needing a 5.71, and Marlon Harrison needing a 6.40. Everybody's still well involved in this heat. Heat 11 of the round of 64, so we started off in the round of 80. We're making some serious cuts. Later on in the week, we're going to go to 3 surfers in the water and then 2. And it's going to have that real serious feel. Right now, yeah, it's serious, it's hectic, there's a lot happening, there's a lot to unpack after every heat. But when we go man on man and woman on woman, it gets a lot more serious.
Yeah,
at least
and
the vibe.
You mentioned those heats where you don't really know the people that you're going up against. Those were always the hardest ones for me, because you need to be surfing at your 100% because you don't know what to expect from everybody else.
You don't know how much you could paddle battle them either. Grosjean trying to get back into one of those top 2 spots. A little reticent on that second turn, but effective through the third. He's going to grind this one all the way to the sand. And he's got a front row seat to Jacob Wilcox going 12 o'clock, boys, on back-to-back hits. A nice, solid third turn. So a 3-turn punch for Jacob Wilcox. He's got a big wind-up. Does have a feel of kind of like a Owen Wright, Corey Lopez style of just a whippy, strong surfer. When you combine the flexibility, the looseness, the bendiness, the whippiness with brute strength, you're going to be having a lot of success in heats.
Yeah, and it's a disaster for everybody else. One thing that I noticed about Wilcox right there as he attacks the lip on the first one, he's just always in the pocket, and it's because of the fade. He's just in perfect position on the backhand, so that's going to be a great score, looking to replace the 5.13. And then Grosjean right here, looking for his best, a 5.71 or better. You know, a little tentative on the first 2, and then I feel like he really went through that last section with a good amount of strength, but might have left a bit too much on the bone right there, Chris. And the score comes in as a 4.1, not even close to what he required. And I think that Wilcox right now probably going to take the lead with his last wave, only needing a mid-5.
We wait for scores here. Oh, this is going to be exciting. Eitan Osborne. This guy is always entertaining to watch surf. If anybody's going to find a big ramp, it's going to be Eitan. Ooh, this next heat, round of 64, heat 12. Come on. Jake Marshall, Eitan Osborne, Keanu Asing, and Sheldon Simkus.
Tough heat.
That is going to be a fun one to watch. But we've got 5 minutes, 12 seconds before we get there, and I can guarantee more fireworks for the remainder of this heat 11 in the round of 64. We got Grosjean and Harrison. Grosjean needing a 5.71. Harrison needing a 6.4. Wilcox in a precarious second-place spot. And quietly, seemingly out of nowhere, Alistair Reginato comes through for the top spot for now, and boom, the flip has been switched. The switch has been flipped. Either way, Wilcox is now in the lead because he just went off on his last wave. Got a 6.77, the highest single wave score of this heat. Pairs that with a 6. And you've got a glorious 12.77 heat total for Wilcox. Grosjean now needs a 5.95. He frees the fins, gets into the air with a follow-up layback slash. And the crowd goes wild, as they should have. That was a cool-looking air to start. Big muscular claim there.
Well, needing basically a 6. And it's going to be decision time right now because there's a lot of scores that are comparable in this heat. You have the 6-point ride of Jacob Wilcox. You have Grozia's 5.43 and the 6.5 of Reginato. I like that wave. As you mentioned, it was cool, it was unique, and very capable of doing it on any wave.
False alarm.
Jake, close though. I mean, watch out, you're in the lead. No need to break a magic board. No need to injure yourself right now, especially when you're number 2 in the ranks. And with still 3 events to go, might be a little bit more conservative here when there's 5 minutes to go, Chris.
Let's take a look at what went wrong. Looked like a decent ramp.
Not the best section though, when you don't really have a lip line and a little bit
away
forced.
from him, right?
Yeah.
The ramp itself actually dodged him.
Well, and especially when you're going into the flats too, no real padding right there. It's a difficult section to land on. Marlon Harrison though in this heat has been quiet.
I was gonna say
4.73, his best wave.
Makes me think of the Jizza. You know, right now he's just low key like seashells.
Wu-Tang reference, I like it.
He needs to pump things up a little bit here. It really is about standing out in this crowd of 4. You know, I don't think at this level with this many amazing surfers in the draw, tentativity is not going to get you through heats.
Nope.
Quiet surfing is not going to get you through heats. Everything has to be larger than life. You got to go above and beyond because, you know, we're seeing a lot of scores in the mid-range, right? We're seeing 5s and 6s all day long. We've had a handful of near excellent scores. You look at what Eli Hanneman did in his last heat, 13.56 total. That would get you through any heat today. But I think as, you know, this kind of midday, this midday feel starts to creep across the beach, you're really going to have to try to stand out amongst the other surfers. Power surfing will help you do that. A big air or two will help you do that. That wave right there, well, that was just a bad wave. That's not going to help you get through a heat, but could potentially, you know, just, you could switch the momentum. You can give yourself a little energy boost by just one big, nice turn or nice feeling turn.
Well, and Zeke Lau was a proponent of that, obviously, earlier today. Was able to get a 6 basically off of one turn. And you look at the last 4 waves that Grozia's caught so far, nothing better than a 5.2, and he's still looking for that score close to a 6. And, you know, you mentioned a lot of waves being in the 5-6 point range. That goes to show you how difficult it is to get a good to excellent score right now out there with the great conditions that we have on offer. And obviously the excellent surfers that we have in the draw too. Every heat I feel right now in the round of 64 has 4 people that could easily be on finals day. The big difference, and Pete actually mentioned it earlier, everybody's great at this point of the event, but not everybody's excelling when they need to. It's the difference making in the end that is really going to get those people on the championship tour. And right now with 60 seconds to go, both Wilcox and Reginato in good positioning out there close to Grosjean, but Marlon Harrison with priority still needing the mid-6, and he has some time, Chris.
You see Edgard right there in the blue jersey. He's just paddling straight up the guts of this heat into where the other 2 surfers were sitting, and he's in 4th priority right now, so not sure why he wants to go right back into the fold to try to battle with 2 surfers that have priority above him with 30 seconds left. And he did find a little bit of separation. That wave didn't do anything. Tense moments with 15 seconds left. As expected, Jacob Wilcox got the win. Pretty convincing victory there. Give it up to Alistair Reginato.
Yep. And you can't be mad at Grosjean for his lack of trying, obviously catching 9 waves, but the patience for both Wilcox and Reginato, very obvious out there right now.
Yeah, and keep that name, you know, keep those names on your mind. Edgar Grosjean, Marlon Harrison, didn't get through that heat, but they are great surfers. They will be back, and we will too. You're watching the Wallex US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned. In about 29 minutes, I'm going to make my way over to the WSL store and buy myself a Caitlin Simmers jersey. I've been wanting one since the beginning of the season, and now's my chance. Will I be buying a Jacob Wilcox jersey in 2024?
Good chance.
Well, so far so good. Convincing victory for your surfer in red, Jacob Wilcox. He moves through with Alistair Reginato, but now we've filled it up again like Frank the Tank, 27:30 on the clock. And we've got a big heat for you in the lineup. Jake Marshall, Eitan Osborne, Keanu Asing, and Sheldon Simkus. You know, Mitchell, I say it a lot. There's something for everybody in this heat, but this one truly has a really unique lineup. Here we're going to start with Jake Marshall, the Lot Troll, Seaside Reef, down in Encinitas, California. That is a great way to start your heat.
Yeah, 4.5 for the former runner-up at this event, a kid who has competed here many different times, and as you mentioned, from your neck of the woods down there in North County, San Diego, I would say one of the elite competitors that has come out of the United States in the last decade or so. But
yeah,
we're talking about somebody who has a lot of competitive experience in a jersey. More than anything, though, he is very patient, is willing to wait out there 20 minutes or 25 just to be able to get on the most quality wave, and that's the reason why he was able to finish runner-up in 2021 to Griffin.
Well, and it's great that he's made the championship tour. He's competing on the Challenger Series. That just means most of us at Seaside just get a little bit more waves because he is really good and catches a lot of waves. But always inspiring to see him surf in person in a free surf sesh. He's real good. And speaking of real good, this is one of the best free surfers on the planet. And no slouch in a jersey as well. Eitan Osborne from Ventura, California. Just up the road. You know, if you're joining us from anywhere else in the world, we're here in Huntington Beach. We're about an hour 20, depending on traffic, could be 4 hours to Ventura, California, but not too far away. So Eitan has definitely spent a lot of time down here in Huntington Beach and up and down the California coast. He's got incredible airs on lock. He's super fast, you know, and he could be considered unpredictable. He's had big results in the past. He's lost first round in more than a few events. So Eitan's one of those surfers that when he's on, he's on. It's awesome to watch. When he's off, be a little bit
yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating because he is that good. And Keanu Asing is another surfer whose name we've seen for many years, and that's because he's always been a really strong, powerful surfer representing Honolulu, the island of Oahu. Keanu Asing, I'd say going double duty right now. Of course, he's surfing to potentially get himself back on the championship tour, but he's also here as I would say the leader of the support crew for Team Hawaii. You know, definitely giving advice, giving support to the younger surfers around him.
Yeah, and he works for Billabong as well, so managing duties as well for Team Billabong. But, you know, we talk about a very consistent surfer, especially at beach breaks, one of the best we've seen in Keanu Asing. Won an event earlier this summer as well, the Surf in the Summer over there at Ala Moana Bowls on the island of Oahu as well. Very consistent on the backhand. Eitan Osborne, a former semifinalist. That was last year. Sheldon Simkus, too, should be very fun heat with 24 minutes to go.
Yeah, on paper, this is definitely one of my favorite heats of the day so far. We've got 25 minutes left to enjoy it. Out the back, it looks like Jake Marshall, who's currently sitting in 4th priority, looking left, so he can go on this wave if nobody else wants it. He's going to fade left. Quick snap to start. Wave bowling up a little bit as it goes in towards the pier. Slight catch of his outside edge there, but he's able to ride out and complete that wave. That'll be his second wave ridden. His first wave was a 4.5. So 23:56 on the clock. Judges have something to chew on now. It gives us a moment to go down to the glass. AJ McCord standing by with Jacob Wilcox.
Jacob, that was a heat where you really had to pick your moment and make sure that you waited for the wave that you wanted to. What was your strategy?
My strategy was just to get 2 waves and do 2 backhand snaps pretty much. It's pretty simple, and I feel like it's been my strategy of this pretty much this whole year. It's a pretty simple strategy. The judges seem to like it, and yeah, it went pretty slow out there actually, and it was kind of hard to have another 2 Aussies in my heat. I feel like every round today there's been like 2 or 3 Aussies in every heat, so we had a few double ups, but I'm stoked to get through Reggie, and hopefully we can keep going through the event.
It is a simple strategy, but like you said, it's one that has been working for you. So as you move into the back half of the Challenger Series with some really impressive results already, just how are you leaning into the confidence of knowing that what you've already done has been enough to get you where you need to be?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I feel like just my consistency has probably increased a lot this year. I've been doing all the same stuff that I've been doing this year, but I've just really increased my consistency and just worked on my headspace a bit more. And yeah, I feel like it's working pretty good for me so far. But yeah, I'm pretty happy to be back in America. I haven't really had too much luck here in the past. I've did my MCL here one year, and then every time I've come here, I've got really sick. So hopefully this year it's going to be a fun year, and I do really love it here. So I'm excited for the rest of the trip.
Feeling healthy right now?
I'm feeling healthy.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, Jacob got sick in that last heat, but the good type of sick. He went off, and he's right. You know, that backhand of his is never going to get old. It's powerful, it's fast.
And it's useful.
And it's he's super consistent on his backhand as well, so the judges ate it up. And this was that last wave for Jake Marshall. And even though there was a slight hiccup in the middle, 6-point ride, big score.
And I like that wave too. A lot of flow on it. Riding that sharp by epoxy. It's a brand new board, as well as we look at Keanu Asing right here, 3.57 his opener, much smaller wave there for Anu Boy. But no waves ridden so far for both Eitan and Shelly at the moment. And they're going to be waiting patiently, setting anchor out the back, as seems like Keanu might be looking left here, Chris.
Oh, and speaking of great backhands, Keanu Asing has a nice touch when he's going left. So 2 turns out the back with a solid finisher. That's more like it. You know, and on your backhand, these smaller waves give you an opportunity. Here's Sheldon Simkus looking loose. And a little too loose on the edge there. It doesn't go his way. He falls out the back of the wave after a couple decent turns through the mid portion. And here we go. This is a backhand clinic right now. Eitan Osborne setting things up. Looking for this wave to grow down the line. It could have a good section on the inside for him to work with. He goes upside down and a little overcooked on the backside whip. He gets cracked and goes down.
Yeah, and I think he felt forced right there at the end to try to go for something super big, knowing that his first 2 opening turns weren't that critical or that crucial to the scoreline. But, I mean, strong wave there from Sheldon Simkus. Did not ride out of the last one, but puts him back up into this heat, knowing that Keanu Asing is probably going to have a couple of mid-range scores, Eitan with a throwaway, and Jake Marshall, once again, as I told you before, he is a machine out there, Chris. 10.5 heat total already on his first 2 rides, and he's just going to be trying to select better waves in order to garner some excellent scores out there. As we touched on before, the water's super warm. You can see everybody out there wearing a wetsuit top at the most, but it's been a beautiful summer so far. It's been lacking consistency in terms of the waves, but we got waves right now, and they're good.
Yeah, this is exactly what we would hope for. You know, when the waves get a little too big here, it makes having a contest here real tough because it can be straight closeouts. But that right there, laser sharp turn for Sheldon Simkus, and you could tell he got all his aggression out from that previous wave, which you would call a bit of a mistake because he was unable to finish his second turn. But that one right there, one of the prettiest, most potent frontside slash turns we've seen of the morning. And he followed it up with a decent finish. That's going to be a great score for Sheldon Simkus.
Yeah, and got a little stuck coming out of the second one, but you mentioned the precision. Very powerful, too, and the timing was on point there for Sheldon.
Oh, we're on. Things are amplifying as we speak, as Keanu was seeing. It's a little mistimed here, gets caught up under, but now we see Jake Marshall again on a solid looking right. Blasts the end section there. Jake Marshall is on a good one right now. He's got a 6, a 4.5. He may be improving with that last wave. We had another look from Sheldon Simkus. He starts with a 4.6. Now Eitan's back at it, ramp hunting. Give him something.
Oh.
He goes inverted, upside down. Can he hang on? He cannot. That was a radical inverted frontside grab rail reverse under the lip. Almost got it. I mean, that was pretty impressive. He got about 80% of the way there.
Yeah, and a maneuver that requires a lot of speed, too, when you're going at a speed like that, to be able to flip your board around. The degree of difficulty is as high as it gets for something like this that's radical, first of all, but it's very explosive as well, requires a lot of energy. Unfortunately here for Eitan, just doesn't seem like the section was allowing it that much. You see a lot of froth right there, but brought it all the way around. I mean, he would have been a few feet ahead of the whitewater. He fully rides out of that, but as I said before, real tough section to be able to navigate that one. Anu Boy on the backhand doesn't improve, just a 2.1. Seems like a wave that he shouldn't have gone on right there, Chris. 17 minutes and 45 seconds to go, though still waiting on the score from Marshall and Simkus. I'm thinking that Jake's going to improve right here. He is so technical, always on point, and just delivers when he needs to.
He's going to deliver some great news to his friends, family, sponsors, to everyone watching right now. A 7-6. Jake Marshall improving, increasing his lead. He's nearly comboed the field at this moment with a 7-6 and a 6-point ride. Keanu Singh currently in second. We're still waiting for Sheldon Simkus' last wave to come through. He's got a 4-6, and he had a beautiful opening turn. Eitan, I'm going to say awe, because it was almost awesome. Didn't quite ride out for it, but would have been, I would say, somewhere in the 7 or 8 range if you're going to make that crazy maneuver.
No doubt. And he needs to be careful now because there's still a lot of time remaining, close to 17 minutes, and he gets into a really bad rhythm when he's competing and he gets down on himself, is never able to recover. And that's really been the turning point for him when it comes to his competitive career. There's just been moments where he's been needing big scores at the end, and he hasn't been able to capitalize on them with still plenty of time on the clock.
And how's this? Sheldon Simkus, the beautiful turn that everybody appreciated, including the judges, helped him garner a 6.57, and well, that'll be fun to see what the judges deem there. It was incomplete, but he did get back up at it. We'll see if that wave betters his 4.6 as his low score for now, but the 6.57 is weighing heavily in Sheldon Simkus' score line right now as he jumps up into second. And that means Keanu Singh needs a 6.35. Eitan Osborne needs an 8.34. Plenty of time to go. We're not even halfway done yet, so no time to panic just yet. If you're Jake Marshall, you're kind of cruising, and you're sitting out there with priority. Everything is going in his favor at the time being.
Yeah, and don't focus on anybody else but yourself at this moment now. You're halfway through the heat. You're well far out in front. Be listening and be aware of what everybody else is doing, but if you don't even need to go on a wave or it doesn't look like a wave that's going to improve on your low score, just keep on doing what you're doing right now. But as I said before, Simkus, very capable of winning events. He's made a final at Challenger Series level before, at his home break of Snapper Rocks as well. Lost the final to Callum Robson last season. Look at that start right there. Slides the fins, goes for the whitewater foam climb, and unfortunately right here, ditches the fin strongly, but wasn't able to ride out cleanly.
That would have been an 8.
Or at least something matching this wave, a 7.6. Beautiful wrap down to the click at the end. And I'm talking to you about one of the most technical surfers on the Challenger Series. He's just always in the right place at the right time. His body mechanics are great, always on top of his board, and his equipment obviously looks like it's working as well.
And you know what? We could really use a U.S. Open title back in Encinitas.
It's been a while, 17 years since Rob
Yeah,
won.
1995, or I'm sorry, 2001. And Rob Machado and Jake Marshall surf together quite often when Jake is in town. And they got that goofy versus regular thing, so most of the time they're splitting the peak. And the rest of us out in the water just got to pick up the scraps. But Jake Marshall came through here in 2021 all the way to second place, right behind Griffin Colapinto. So for him, he's tasted the success. And we're starting to see a big difference in Jake and Sheldon, who just obviously are turning on and peaking at the right moment. Unfortunately for Keanu Singh and Eitan Osborne, it's all about playing catch-up right now because none of their scores are going to count or going to matter because Jake and Sheldon are both putting up big numbers wave after wave after wave.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Simkus, a few of his waves haven't been that great in terms of the quality of them, but the surfing he's doing is not standard, I can tell you that. And then Marshall here using priority, keeping Keanu off of this wave, looking to improve on the 6-point ride. well, he just can't make a mistake right now. It seems like every wave might be a counting wave for him.
Oh, that turn was vicious.
Yeah, it was nasty. And I mean, a very quality turn, as I said before. I mean, he's not been on the best waves, but he's really tried to make the most out of the waves that he's caught so far. 4 waves on the board for Simkis.
Keanu Singh, quick couple of turns right there. That wave dissipates pretty quickly through that inside section. 12:50 on the clock. Keanu needs a 6.35 to get back into the mix. Eitan Osborne needs an 8.34. Looks like both of those surfers may have split that last peak as we wait for more scores to drop through. Jake Marshall's last score comes through 4.83, not bad. Here goes Eitan Osborne.
I really like that little adjustment of the feet when he stands up, and Eitan going a bit too big right there, and it seems like he was focusing on the section down the line rather than the turn he was actually going for. As we look at Anu's score right here, looking to improve or get something in the 7s to move up into second place. A lot of flow right there. Really like the combination of maneuvers, and was able to get a finish as well. At least trying to improve on a 4.83, could do that.
That was a masterful performance on a mediocre wave. It's actually really fun to watch.
First mistake all heat long for Jake Marshall.
I think he knows things are going his way, so he can take the pedal off the metal.
When he kept everybody else off of that wave too with priority.
Last score comes through for Sheldon Simkis, improves just a bit, 5.5, pretty much all leading on that amazing first turn. 11:30 on the clock, we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back. Will Jake Marshall hang on to the lead? You gotta stay tuned to find out for real. Welcome back to the Wallex US Open of Surfing, and we're going to take a quick look back at 2021, where Jake Marshall was right there within about a centimeter of getting a victory here. He was runner-up to Griffin Colapinto, but what a performance, what a showing from one of Encinitas' finest, Jake Marshall, and this was a result that propelled him onto the championship tour. Mitch, you and I were both there. Oh, I'm right there. I should get that haircut again. Speaking of Pee Wee Herman, now I see why everybody calls me Pee Wee.
I think your hair looks better today, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
9 minutes to go, so that was just a quick, high-speed look back at Jake Marshall, 2021. One of the you got to say probably one of the best events he's ever had in his life. I mean, he was going off from the jump. No stickers on his board. Things have changed. Now he has championship tour knowledge. He's right back there in the conversation to potentially re-qualify, jump back on that championship tour, and do what he does best.
Yeah, and he wants it to start here. Obviously, good memories at the Open in 2021 when he finished runner-up. But in terms of his amateur career here, and even on the QS side, he's made it to finals day many times before. And You know, we look at his wave count right now, 5 waves. He has 2 scores that are in the 4s, and then his 2 keepers, a 7.6 and a 6.0. We talk about efficiency on the Challenger Series and on the Championship Tour. He's definitely one of those people that uses it to his advantage. With priority again here, looking like he's on a gem, Chris, going to go right.
He's just in the perfect rhythm right now. He's getting any wave he wants and pretty much doing anything he wants on these waves. Just styling through a couple of roundhouse cutbacks. It's not going to be a huge score, but it was really nice surfing to watch. Eitan Osborne out onto the flats of this wave, just trying to wait for things to get a little bit more exciting for him. And here we go. Has an end section. Nice patented Ventura-style layback snap at the end of that, but just a little discombobulated in the start of that wave. But you can see some energy, can see some ferocity from Eitan Osborne as he paddles back out. He's not out of this yet. He does need a big score, a 9.24, or a combination of something around that to get himself up into top 2 spots, because Jake Marshall and Sheldon just keep on improving on their scores.
Well, there was a sense of need for me on this wave from Eitan Osborne as well. At least, you know, he's making a comeback now, and, you know, I spoke about it earlier, is that, you know, he usually gets down on himself or maybe even gives up early on in heats, but it didn't really seem like it on this wave, and I'm really excited to see it because that was Dane Reynolds inspired last turn right there. You mentioned he was a bit off at the first part of this wave. Yep, the timing on the first turn wasn't there. Great cutback though, was able to bring it all the way around and set his feet and readjusted his tempo for this last turn. Real aggressive, and I mean threw all of it into that last section. Got to use the priority once again for Jake Marshall, who's way out in front, and this roundhouse cutback, as beautiful as it gets. I mean, that's what happens when you see Taylor Knox and Rob Machado at some of your home breaks all the time. You just learn a lot from them when it comes to the flow.
That's right, 6:18 on the clock. And, you know, I usually leave the stats up to our guy, Chad Weber, the WSL, but in this case, I've done some of my own research. I don't know if it's right, but it's going to be close. Historically speaking, in the men's division here at the U.S. Open, 9 goofy footers have won this contest. Guess how many regular footers have won it? 19. I didn't give you too long to think about that, but 19-9. Let's go, Goofies. We've got some good ones in the draw still. Jacob Wilcox, one of them. Nat Young, who's coming up next. See what happens. 10 Goofy Foot winners. That sounds a little bit better to me personally. But
Joan Deroux still in the draw as well?
Yep. It's a nice little fin ditch for Keanu Singh. It's great style, you know, compact. His mantra has always been heart over height. I lean into that sometimes as well.
You concur?
Yeah.
Well, he's making a nice little comeback in this heat too, a 5.8 and a 5.3 on his previous 2 waves. I mean, he's right within striking distance now, needing a 6.28, and could be getting it right here. 2 aggressive and solid maneuvers right there. Much steeper sections that we've seen on a lot of his lefts, and he really scratched for this wave too, Chris. A guy who's been competing here for over a decade. Great opening grab into the lip line right there, and really draws out that last turn too. Really like how the nose kind of poked and he had to drift the fins a little bit to be able to regain control. It was cool and it was creative. A lot of, you know, unique storylines when it comes to the maneuver selection that we have out here. I think including Kolohe Andino's performance when he was a rookie in 2010, making the semifinals. But as of right now, a decade has passed since then, and a lot of people are able to do what Keanu's been doing. So is it enough to get him to 6.28? Is it unique enough to get a good score?
Well, with 4:15 to go, Eitan Osborne helped his cause a bit with that last wave, a 4.53. Now he needs just under an 8, a 7.54, if he wants to advance through. Winning surfer and second place surfer roll through into the next round. Third and fourth place surfers, they go home. Mitch, do you still make a little bit of money in this round?
You do? Yeah.
Consolation prize,
yeah,
grand.
Challenger Series, you're making money in every round.
No matter what. You show up, you get $500, something like that.
More, which is really nice, and especially if you're somebody from the U.S. or Hawaii, you're paying your own taxes here, so you know you're able to take it all back home with you, and then you declare taxes at the end of the year. But yeah, Challenger Series is actually pretty good now. I mean, in comparison to how it was before, I think the structure now with the regional QS, having the Challengers and the CT, yeah, you're making a lot more money than before.
It's great. I love to hear it. This is not an easy job. It's the best job in the world.
100%.
But it's also one of the hardest jobs in the world. You know, to me, it reminds me a lot of F1 racing, right? There's only a handful of spots on top, and you're gonna have to earn it every single year. And with our championship tour coming to a dramatic close, no doubt. Anytime you head to the end of the road at Tiahupo, you don't know what to expect, but you know that there's fear. You know that there's nervous energy for all of the championship tour surfers heading over. This is kind of for a lot of these guys, for Griffin, you know, for some of our CT surfers competing, this has got to be just a nice little distraction, right? Because you know in the back of their mind they have that scariest wave on the planet just waiting for them.
Should probably
can't wait.
Some extra motivation for certain people. Joao Shianco was number 4, Yago Dora was number 5, and obviously having Jack Robinson and John Florence still in the discussion of wanting to compete for a world championship. You should be excelling at waves like that are consequential, but maybe for somebody who's already, you know, in the lead, like Felipe, you can take a step back. You already know that you're going to have good seating going to lower trestles, a place where you won at last season too, but it all starts here. You need to be making the Challenger Series in order to qualify for the Championship Tour. That's what Jake Marshall is trying to do. He's looking for a heat win. Close battle for second place right now between Simkis and Asing, though, Chris.
Yeah, 1:45 now on the clock. Keanu Asing needs a 6.28. The bad news for Keanu and Eitan is Jake and Sheldon both have those top 2 priority spots. Smaller wave for Keanu Asing, but he can do big things on it if given the opportunity. Building up speed down the line, hunting the ramp, finds it. Clicks off a nice front 3, but at the last second, maybe just leaning a little bit too far forward. Those uphill landings are not easy.
I think the wave is a bit too small as well, personally. You know, to get something in the 6s, when you look at him not even breaking the 6-point score line so far, you need to be on a set wave right now. Get pressure by Simkis, use a priority and positioning out there, and he's only holding on to first priority right now on the outside, and when it seems like the set that Keanu was looking for might be coming through right now, and Eitan Osborne is by himself on the southern peak, still needing a mid-7 with 45 seconds to go, Chris. Might see a wave here.
It's not over yet. One section could be all it takes for Eitan Osborne to get right back in to one of those top 2 spots. We got a wedge. Could have some power behind it. Paddling hard into it. Here we go. Big start, bad start. That's not going to be it for Eitan Osborne. Respect the fact that he just went for it. He had to go for it. He had to do something big. Keanu Asing. And that was the reverse claim. Don't think he liked it. So unofficially, pretty much officially, it's going to be Jake Marshall with a convincing victory. Moving through with Sheldon Simkis. We do lose Keanu Asing as well as Eitan Osborne, but we've got more action to come, more special guests, more radical surfing. Don't go anywhere. This is the Wallex US Open of Surfing.
to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
We always want to invite people to join the Surfrider Foundation and protect not just your local beach, but beaches around the world. Want to keep it looking nice and clean and better than what we found when we got here in Huntington Beach, specifically. The Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, continues in the round of 64. This man from Santa Cruz, California, Nat Young, has come through with a lot of big backhand turns basically his entire life, traveling from Santa Cruz with his mom down the coast to compete in all the amateur events. So it was a lot of great memories from Nat Young competing here on the south side of the pier. Right now he's battling for a big US Open title. Thanks for being with us, Joe Trappell with Hall of Famer Peter Mell, and joining us fresh out of the water from his seat, one of the best to represent the U.S., Michael Dunphy. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, boys. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing great. I just want your first take on these conditions since you just recently got out of the water.
Yeah, I did. It was tough. You know, it looked really fun when we were loading up to go out there, and when you get on those right peaks that stand up, it's a great wave, but it's kind of a point of difference between those and the ones that go flatter. So you're really looking for that steepness, and I found one, but I needed a 5 at the end, and I didn't get another one. So
I guess we have an opportunity to get a first take. Losses are always tough. You've been around for a long time. How do you process them, and how are you feeling now? And thanks again for joining us after recovering from that loss.
That's a great question, Joe. I'm still wondering how to process those.
Right? It's all part of it.
It's a big journey. You know, some cut deeper than others. Some you can wash off, and there's maybe another event the next week. But I think that might be the hardest part of pro surfing, when you're in the thick of it and it means so much to you and everyone around you, and you fail. You know, it's tough. But over the years doing it, you definitely learn to not get too high and not get too low.
That's the right balance to work with, Pete. I know you can feel that. You know, you can relate to that.
I was feeling it with him, man. He was in the heat with John, so yeah, I get it.
Yeah, me and John just, it didn't happen for us. But I'm sure, Pete, you were feeling the same sort of emotions we were, right?
Yeah, well, at least he got the opportunity at the end where you didn't, right? I mean, it's just like one of those situations like, hey, you need a 5, and it's like you're looking up and down the beach, and sometimes it's just not there for you.
Well, thanks for joining us for the call here. We've got McDonough up on a fun-looking right and a little blowtail, stylish finish.
Spicy.
Mikey hanging on to control. That was fun. And now Lucas Silveira just tidying up a little 2-turn jam. Probably losing control of that finish. But that's his second wave. Lucas already has a 5.67. Representing Brazil and Rio de Janeiro. A World Junior champ. Won that World Junior title. Getting coached by Iago Dora's dad. Super strong athlete, really built. Even had some sessions over at Waves Like Jaws in the past. Super hard-charging athlete that we've seen for a really long period of time, Pete.
Yeah, and he's been, again, you talked about it, World Junior champion, but I will say that he has been knocking on that door and not quite there yet, so I like the perseverance. This isn't probably his forte, Huntington Beach, but I would say that he is going to give it a big-time effort. That's one of the things that he brings to the table. He does not deny the fact that he has been putting in his time, and he's had great highlight performances, but just not quite there for the championship tour to fulfill that dream.
There's a big topic, Dunphy, about this support from the guys from the United States, and it's been there and it's come and gone in the past, but this year it really feels tangible between everyone backing each other. What's it been like on tour?
Definitely, it's pretty cool. Kolohe we call him the Godfather. He kind of rallied the whole troops, and there's such a deep talent pool in San Clemente with Jet, Cole qualifying, Crosby, Cade. All those kids are coming up so hot, and they're all going to be a problem for a lot of people for a long time. So I think Kolohe just recognized it and kind of rallied the troops and got everyone together. And it's been cool, running out for heats, hearing all the cheers. It's been really fun to be a part of. Looks like George found a right here.
George representing Manly, kind of doing a shimmy, getting that board engaged down the line. Nice. Rips it off the lip, looks really connected. How about that? Ooh. Speedy finish.
He's looking zesty, huh?
Ooh, got there in a really quick period of time.
Yeah.
Put in a lot of maneuvers together there, Pete.
Yeah, it sure did. And you've seen these black surfboards under the feet of the CI team. It's new tech. They're working on it, getting it dialed in. And so far, so good. Looks like, at least in the small wave conditions, some of the boys have been putting those boards to good taste, and it's been working.
Dumpy, do you ever ride a normal board out here in Huntington? Or are you always kind of looking for, you know, epoxies or different types of equipment?
Yeah, I actually rode a normal board today. You know, there was like kind of some sets that started to come through out of the south, like some head high kind of bowls, and I was kind of humming and hawing on it, but I went with the poly, and it felt good. I got the one wave that was good, but it wouldn't have mattered what I rode because the last wave didn't come. But it's a tough one. Like if you have a good epoxy, sometimes they'll stand out, and then, you know, most of the waves are a little bit softer. They give you that extra life, but if you have a good poly, you can't go wrong with that.
George, been ripping the last couple of rounds, and really a lot of positives coming out of South Africa. The third stop of the season in Ballito, just north of Durban. Beautiful part of the world. Got the winning feeling, making some heats, and right now George is still fired up because he just threw down a 7.93, just higher than this man's score of a 7.17.
Good start for these two. You know, Nat looked really good under his feet. His board looked good. You know, real zesty, as he mentioned. This looks like EPS under his feet, nice and white. You know, that's generally a good way to do it.
Well, if he's done that before, hasn't he, Pete?
Yeah, and that's actually just the 4.0. The 717 was earlier, but this is Pitar's, and you know, looking really good. This kid has been fun to watch. New name, but definitely putting it to good use. That board and his ability.
It's a real point of difference when you see a guy like zipping through his turns like that and coming out with speed. You know, with that extra little spark goes a long way out here.
And it really worked out for George. 7.93 puts him in third, and looks like he's making a move for wave number 2. First turn, nice snap, fin release, still in control, and power hacks a beautiful combination of turns.
Hey, George, come on in, man. 21 minutes, I think you're going to do it.
The guy's on a heater. Here comes Nat. He's going to have to do something to protect his lead with George coming for him. Snap over the top, throws the fins out with that backhand whip. Michael, we were talking about this backhand before we stepped into the booth. I mean, it gave him a lot of great victories in his life, and it's so unique. Can you break it down how Nat coils up as we finish watching Silvera shoot the pier into the north, and he will get the finish. But yeah, how different is that approach from Nat Young?
Yeah, he really coils up off the bottom, and if you notice that left hand of his comes way in, and he gets all that drive and momentum, and he just explodes through the lip. Like the way he blows a tail out backhand kind of reminds me of like a Matt Wilkinson, how they're really reliable with blowing the tail, and they don't get too thrown off and getting frisky with it, and then he's like has so much control.
It's like he frames it too. That's the thing. Like somehow there's this moment where you're just like, oh, it's a photo for this little second, and it's like it's something where it just sticks with you as you're watching it. You're like, whoa, that was, you know, very explosive, and it was like his tail was out, all of that stuff, and you see it for that moment, just the way he frames it.
Do you remember from like a long time ago, Pete seeing that at the lane, being like, okay, this is where it's going here. This kid's going to be the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of lineage of backhanders that have done it. You know, you think about Chris Gallagher-Stone, right? That's one that was on tour for a long time. Anthony Rufo, even before that.
The legend.
Where, you know, you have a land of rights. You're going to get guys that are goofy footers. They're going to, you know, they're basically going right probably 80% of the time, maybe even 90% of the time, you know, especially winter. So, you know, there's not many left. Most of the goofy footers will find it, but I will say that what it's done is it's made this very strong backhand.
Can we just kind of round it off? Is there like a top 5 best goofy foots from Santa Cruz? Can we
Steve Colton.
There we go.
That was one that really started it.
What era was Steve Colton?
I mean, he was the very early stages. He was competing at, you know, some of the worlds. You know, Steve Colton was one. You think about, I mean, Rufo would be the next one probably, but there's a ton. Dave Schmidt,
Randy the Kid Bonds would
Randy
sneak
Bonds.
in there.
I mean, now we're starting getting into your generation. I was starting early,
it's hard to compare eras, isn't it?
No, it is.
In any sport.
Yeah, but I will say that a lot of our goofy footers that come from Santa Cruz are going to have a very solid backhand. Matter of fact, you think there's not many goofy footers that have come out of Santa Cruz competing-wise that don't have a strong backhand.
Yeah, that's kind of been their bread and butter, huh?
Nicknames from Santa Cruz. Did Flea give Nat the nickname the Cobra? Is that true?
He did, Cobra. I don't know if that's
stuck.
It
didn't really stick on.
Yeah, no. Nat's one of those guys that, you know, he didn't have the, you know, the nicknames generally are nicknames you're given that you don't really like, right?
So
I mean, with any nickname, really.
Who gave you the Condor?
Chris Gallagher Stone did.
Wow.
Yeah, he started that one with the California Condor, and then it was funny because it really didn't. My friends never really truly called it, but who did end up was Rockin' Fig.
Oh, yeah, and that made it stick for sure.
Yes, he did.
Always love talking about the Fig. We miss you, buddy, as we see a little snap off the end section for Mikey, who is now getting a second scoring ride. George is scrapping for this one. And now getting some speed. This guy's been unstoppable, already in the lead. How about that? Silky fin throw and punching it even harder towards the beach.
Wow,
the Australian rides away.
This guy's on a surf trip out here.
Gosh, he's having a blast. He already has
Okay,
a couple of high
now
sevens.
you can come in, George.
Mike, have you ever seen that before? Someone come in early like this at this level? I mean, I don't know if they'd ever do that, would they?
I don't know if I've seen it. I was telling Crosby to go in our heat after he had 15 points. Like, get out of here. I only need a 5. Let's give us some space. But yeah, George could definitely come in. That's going to go excellent, you would think, right?
I would say for sure. I mean, it's better than the other two, right? I mean, that to me was especially how aggressive that final turn was. But he is one that, I mean, my eyes has been doing this a lot this season. Putting numbers up really quickly. He did it in Bolito, as I recall. Very consistent surfer. He doesn't make many errors. So, this is a name that's kind of, I mean, I would say it's new, right?
Totally, yeah.
I think this is his first year on the Challenger.
Yeah, for sure on the Challenger Series. But I mean, as far as like regionally wise, I was actually watching a lot of the regional events recently, and and Oz is a perfect time to watch it. It's that kind of evening happy hour, right? You get to watch it 6. After you're done surfing all day, you get to come and watch some competitive surfing. So I was able to watch a lot of the regional events, and George Pitaro was one of those guys who stood out in a big way.
That's so true. And Michael, I mean, you've been around for a long time competing, and we know there's a lot of changes that we see from formats and different locations. What about as a competitor? What have been some of the new things that you've experienced this year?
Yeah, I think the way they're doing it with the region, start there, and you don't have to travel internationally to like get your feet going, and then taking it to the challenge. I like the 3-tier system. I think it works well. It's cool. In the region here, we had a bunch of events like in the Caribbean with some good surf. We had one at Pete's hometown at the Lane, and there was actually one here in April at Huntington. So it's been cool. They have the regional events all over the good spots in North America. And here's Mikey. He's going to float over this. He had a good start. Oh, that was a nice turn as well. He had a 5.7 to start, and he's looking for a 6.5. And then Lucas, seems like he needs to get on one of these rights with a little more steepness. These lefts going out to the sea towards the pier haven't really been scoring as high, but he's definitely surfing well on this thing.
Yeah, some nice power turns, easy shoot across to the north end. He did get a finish on the north side of the pier, but the guy that's on a heater is George Pitar. 7.93 start, 7.83, then built to an 8.5 all in a row.
Wow.
Lucas up and out again. And now we'll see Nat Young going for a backside punt. Don't see him go for those a lot in heats. Oftentimes it's that standard power surfing that took over the world when he qualified for the championship tour. Finished in the top 10, made 2 CT finals. One at Bell's, runner-up to Adriano de Souza, and then runner-up to Kai Otten in Peniche in the same season. I mean, even I was getting messages from everyone I knew in Santa Cruz, how proud of Nat that they were. And, he's gone through a lot. He's a father now and just fell off the tour at the midseason cut. But back to George, Pete.
Wow, and just watch this turn. This is aggressive. Just the tail whip, it was in the lip in a critical section. Good wave choice. I mean, these right-handers have been probably the wave of choice, especially for the forehanders. And that was just impressive. It was on edge, it was fast, it was clean. Again, very impressive. He could, one of those other surfers would love to borrow his 7.83 that he's throwing away.
Certainly, George is doing something special today here at Huntington Beach in the round of 64, an 8.5, a 7.93. Throwing away a 7.83 as well. Nat hanging on to second at the moment, still with plenty of time to go in heat number 13. We'll be right back.
Drausianka makes it through there. Shombinho.
There's just one stop left in the regular season on the championship tour, as all the best surfers in the world head to the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, presented by Outerknown. It's going to be a fight to fill in the last spots in the WSL Final 5, as all roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles this September. The big world title day. It's a one-day decider with a waiting period, as we watch Nat Young attacking the lip once again here in the round of 64. Second turn with the slide. And now jams it over the whitewater. He's done that a lot in his life at Huntington, trying to protect second. This guy's just running away with it. George, you can do anything you want for the next 11 minutes.
Well, Nat was, in a situation there where, he was tied with Lucas Aveda. There was a, they break the tie by going to the highest single wave. And Lucas Aveda is right there, but I think this wave from Nat is definitely going to improve on the 5.13.
That's right. Nat Young, Lucas Silveira with a 12.3 combined total, so that's a tie for that advancing second position. And as Pete says, you break that tie on the single high score, 7.17 over Lucas's best score of a 6.23. That's how they break those ties. Nat Young happy to be on the right side of the tie break with now 10:35 to go. And that's a really close heat when Lucas is that close to advancement. Mikey, last score 4.9. He went for that little extended layback on the end section. Not enough to move into the top two. But cool to see George on fire. Richie Lovett had him picked as a guy that would go all the way to qualify. And Richie gets to see a lot of him on the same home break at Manly Beach. Somewhere that's given Mike Dunphy a lot of positive memories in the past.
Yeah, I made some heats there once.
He certainly did. What a great memory that was as we look at Nat's form. What'd you see here, Michael?
Yeah, he really got some speed out of that first turn, then he just blasted that second turn. He knew that all the money was going to be made right there, and he really took advantage of it. You can tell he's riding an epoxy, and the thing is flying through his maneuvers. And then Lucas got another left. That was a nice turn. Looks like he might be on an epoxy as well. And see how these lefts are kind of just going away from you a little bit more, whereas the rights are steep. The right ones are steep and they're coming at you, and it seems like those have been scoring better most of the event.
All about wave selection, finding what works, and being able to adapt on the fly as well. Lucas is probably thinking about his next move with second priority, and now needing a 7.51 to move into the top two. Last score coming in for Nat Young, a keeper, a 6.57. Seems like Nat's in a really good place right now, Pete. You always wonder what his plans could be like, after requalifying, falling off, and then put to the Challenger Series again. Looks like he's still committed to the cause.
He is, and I think this is an important event, right? It hasn't had a very good start to this Challenger Series. Really hasn't made too many heats. He had one heat I think he made, but either way, he doesn't have any solid results. He needs to capitalize here, and then going to a place like Ericeira, which that spot has been very good to him, especially to his backhand, and a lot of Santa Cruz surfers, actually. Chris Gallagher-Stone was able to make finals there and actually had a couple wins. Adam Replogle was also another one that did very well at Ericeira. So the Santa Cruz guys have a good affiliation, very similar style wave.
A lot of California comparisons in general when you go to Portugal, aren't there?
There is absolutely.
So feeling right at home is a big part of it. So Nat could get on a run. These next three events on the Challenger Series. Moving closer to the Pier Bowl, here's Nat. Third priority, chasing a 9.26 for the lead. It really feels like a battle for second. And how about these waves coming through? Mikey's got priority, but just a little too out of reach.
Sometimes these big ones almost hit the bar out too far, and they don't stand up as much as those mid ones. They kind of come off the bank a bit, but maybe the wide one's coming to Nat. Let's see.
That one just going through unridden. But yeah, it's all about finding the right wave. Sometimes the sets might not offer the same type of scoring potential.
Yeah, here goes Nat. Looks like he picked off one of these waves to the south. That's what he's been going to. He gets up in the lip again nicely, and he pops it again. And he tries to blow the tail. I don't think that'll better his situation. So you would think not with 13.7 points, like most four-man heats, you're comfy. But this heat's been really competitive. Here goes Mikey.
Mikey on an important ride here. Needs an 8.01. Snaps it right in the pocket. And a beautiful carve, putting a lot into those 2 turns. Little climb to finish, Pete.
That was nice. I will say that one thing that lacked there, the out in the face is good, especially when it's powerful and quick like that, but he would have loved to have had just a nice finish section that was nice and vertical in the lip. That's where you see it go excellent. I mean, we look at what George Pitaro was able to do on that finish section. It was just a full tail rooster, in the lip. That's the kind of stuff that you're going to see get upwards of the 8. But again, anything over that 5.73 will be able to lessen the needed for him. But I don't think it's going to quite go there.
It's a fine balance, isn't it, Michael, of doing a major first turn where you really want to commit, but you don't want to be left behind for that second or even third option.
Yeah, there's so much in that first turn, and usually if you can commit big time to that first turn and come out of it with speed, most of the job is done. Whereas like George had the one wave where he popped it vertically nice, and then he threw everything at that second turn, which was like pretty amazing to see after he already, he was kind of just could clean it up and he could have got a score, but instead he threw everything at it and they rewarded him with that 8.5. So we'll see what Mikey's wave compares to that.
Still 5:56 on the clock. Enjoying our time with Michael Dunphy, representing Virginia Beach. Fell out of the draw in this round, but we're expecting big things from him. In the back part of the season, here comes Nat. Still in second. Drawing off the bottom, nice clean connection there. And then blasting the fins out. Cool little way to change gears there. Variety, a big part of the criteria. Sometimes tough to do on your back end. But got it done there. Mikey did improve on his last, 6.63, so he's up on this wave sitting in third. Couple of big swoops. Smaller inside section. Styles his way through that little lean back carve down. But chasing a pretty big score, Pete.
Yeah, it's still, but I mean, he did get a lesser number needed now. So Mikey's, chipping away at it. Nat, I think in a certain situation where it's like with 5 minutes to go, feel like his point total's solid enough. Now it would feel like, okay, start trying to cover yourself a little bit. He was separated from most of the guys in that heat. And strategically, you feel like you want to put yourself kind of next to your competitors and start taking away opportunities with priority.
Seems like it might be time for some defense, huh?
Just taking the opportunities away, right? Yeah. I mean, not just sitting all by yourself but maybe he's confident enough that that's where he wanted to be all heat long, and he's just going to try to put more numbers up, which also is a great strategy too.
Yeah, this has been like a really high-scoring heat. I feel like any of these guys could have made most heats of the day.
Yeah, really competitive. You look at, Lucas, who's dropped down to fourth. He's got a couple of big sixes. Mikey in third, a 6.63, standing by for his last score. Might be falling short because he needed such a big number, 7.12. Nat Young throws away his last at a 5.63. And George still way out in front from that 8.5 he got on wave number 3. We'll see if Nat does switch gears. I mean, he does have third priority, so he's still able to sit on Mikey. We'll see if he makes a clear effort to play some defense now.
Yeah, all these guys can surf so well. If you give them a wave, they're usually going to get the score. So anything, like Pete, you were saying, any opportunity you can take away from another competitor, you got to do it.
And he knows that, it's not like he's not, but again, you're not in their mind. You can sit here on the couch and, try and coach them all day long, but.
It's so easy to make heats from the couch, isn't
yes,
it?
Yes, it sure is.
All day, all the way to the finals.
Yeah.
Exactly how you do it when you're checking the surf, just mind surfing perfectly, and then you get out there and it could be a totally different story.
Got so many 5s this week before the event. Go out there and need a 5 for 15 minutes. I couldn't buy one. But that's part of the game.
It's all processing right now. You can feel like Duffy's doing a little processing.
I'm venting to you guys. That's
great.
This is healthy.
No, it's been a joy watching your career, and you still have so much time, Dumpy. It must be special to kind of look at the memories that you've had a lot of success, and with your experience, using that to your advantage when you can moving forward.
Yeah, it's been fun. Just growing up from Virginia Beach, not having much surf, and just being in love with surfing, and to be able to travel and go all over the place and meet cool people and do stuff like this. It's all a bonus. Growing up in Virginia Beach is just like, I just wanted to to get out there and surf and see the world. So I've been super lucky.
Are you still living at home?
I'm in Florida a bit more now, in New Smyrna, and going up to Virginia Beach here and there too. So I'm still mostly East Coast based, but out here a lot. And then, you know, we're always traveling to find surf. Like summertime back east is pretty tough for waves, so I haven't been home too much this summer.
Are you keeping tabs on the next generation that could potentially represent Virginia Beach? Anyone we should know about yet? Or
Yeah, Blair Barton's been surfing really well. He just had a little bit of a knee surgery thing, but he'll be coming back hot in the fall, so keep your eyes peeled for him. He's been surfing really good. He's a great kid, and you know, there's so many good surfers like everywhere these days. I mean, Pete, you know, just watching John competing, how competitive it is everywhere in the region, and then getting on this level, it's just so hard.
I mean, you think about North America as a region. East Coast has always had a bunch of great surfers that have come in, and but I would say that now globally is really where you're going to start to see, like, you know, South America and those regions. You're going to see a lot more competitive nature. You're going to see in Asia another you know, blossoming area, Indonesia, all those wave-rich regions there. You're going to start to see a lot of surfers come out of there. So it's not going to get any easier.
No, it's not. We need to get some heats going while we can.
Well, you can see that's why I think that there's an inspired group right now in America. You know, that's why they're hanging together. They're pushing, because that's what you can get is you know, start pushing each other and supporting each other. That's where you're going to see you know, some definite advantage to those guys.
Definitely.
Little snap there for Nat Young. Whips it quickly over the top. Nice motion. He's got his rhythm on this small wave.
So smooth on that board, huh?
Yeah, this is a good board for him. You know, he's pretty much a stickler to staying to PU for the most part, like for a lot of it. I like that he's opening up his mind and getting a little, you know, more experimental.
We've been surfing down the beach the last few days, and he's been riding this thing, and I think he's thinking that, you know, in these conditions, it gives him that extra little spark.
And it does.
And he's been, yeah, it definitely does. He's been flying on that thing, so I'm glad to see he rode it. And it still looks like a board that lets him push hard and doesn't, like, freak out and fall. You know, a lot of those epoxies, if you push too hard, they'll just slide out.
And it's just, it's a stringered epoxy, right?
Yeah.
So it's in between, say, you know, the Spine Tech or the carbon wrap kind of deal where it's just no stringer. There's a little different flex pattern. It's got a similar flex pattern to a PU board.
Yep.
With the pop of an EPS core.
Pop in the air reverse. Lucas Silveira on his last effort. Mikey on his final wave as you hear the horn sound. So these two waves ridden in time as they're chasing down Nat Young's spot in second. George won this heat a long time ago. As we wait for those final numbers, there are small waves there. Lucas tried to perform in what he had on offer in front of him, but smaller wave, threw down the rotator, but he was hoping it was a much bigger section. Mikey had some great moments as well. Let's go back to it, starting with Mikey's wave. Dumpy, what'd you think?
Yeah, so he gets speed. He blows the tail first section. They're going to like that, but after that, they just didn't offer anything else. He looked on. He looked like he was ready to get the score if the wave allowed it, but you know, it's so much about getting that wave that stands up for two big moves that it's going to be hard. And then Lucas got this thing. He got out on the face to carve it up, and he got the air at the end, but needing the 7.5, I don't think it's going to go there. But, I mean, all these guys are surfing so good this whole heat. You know, it's a tough one.
Getting 12 points at this kind of point in the event, generally that's a make. And so it's kind of unfortunate that those two didn't were in different heats. It's just that's how it goes.
In a four-man heat, if you're getting 12 points, 12.5 points, you're, like, feeling good, you know?
Well done to George Pitar and Nat Young, finishing in the top two spots and moving on into the next round. We lose Mikey and Lucas from the draw. Heat 14 coming up next. We'll be right back. The Wallex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, by Hoag Hospital, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California, by Just Chill with DeVille Vodka Soda, and by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open. It's been a great Monday here at the US Open. We were able to have a great celebration party for Cole Hausmann, taking a spot on the championship tour next year. Now there's 9 spots left. This guy number 4 in the world, Imai Kalani-Deval from Maui, getting a quick start in this heat. He's got his sights set on getting back on the Dream Tour, where he had a rookie start in the past. Super powerful. He's got some big progressive moves and came really close to getting back on tour at the season finale at Haleiwa last year. He's out there in red. We've got a past US Open champ wearing the blue jersey in Alejo Muniz. Super talent from Brazil, who fought hard against Julian Wilson in their rookie years, back on the championship tour. A lot of positives from Alejo, and a great career still going. Another Maui boy, Jackson Bunch. Solid up-and-coming surfer with a lot of talent. And Leo Casal from Florianopolis as well. Solid goofy footer who's been impressive over the last 2 years, building his profile globally. Imai again, getting pretty active here. Joe Turpel, Pete Mel, Mike Dunphy for the call. Mike, just talking about Imai, what are his real strengths when it comes to competing at a beach break like this?
Yeah, he just has so much flair. Like, you'll see him, he'll take some average waves and turn them into scores because he's so flared out. And Alejo, driving through the lip and getting back up there again, that was nice. He kind of caught a little rail in that second bottom turn, but he pushed through it, and that's going to be a score right there.
It's cool, and you've seen the style for a long time, just watching Alejo ride a wave. It's so many great memories come back to our minds, especially right here at the pier. He had Kolohe and Dino in that final.
Yeah,
and it was a really close decision. And Dino was going for airs. Alejo ended up being on the sets, and that was the difference. But he was on fire that season. Speaking on fire, just in this last heat, 8.5, 7 somethings, throwing them away. What happened there, Rosie?
16.43 was your heat total. You've had some outstanding heats this season, but that was by far your best. What does it feel like to be clicking into this kind of form at this point in the season?
Yeah, that one felt pretty nice, to be honest. I don't know, it's just like I feel like I'm slowly starting to get it and slowly starting to kind of feel my boards out, my surfing, and I don't know, I saw the waves out there and I was like, some of those rights look so fun, and I don't know, we got lucky in that heat. Everyone had their waves, and I guess I just got extra lucky and mine kind of were a little bit bowlier, but yeah, I was really happy with the way I surfed.
You were ripping, and we were just chatting about it off camera. You've had a unique upbringing. Where did you learn to surf, and where do you call home now?
Yeah, I learned to surf in Vanuatu. My dad taught me over there. We've got a resort over there called Aerotap, and yeah, we pretty much grew up on this right reef break, and just me out, to be honest. Like, me and Dad would surf all the time with my brother, and but I call home now Manly. I've lived there for about 8-9 years now, and I don't know, all the guys back there, big support to me, and over in Vanuatu too. So yeah, shout out to them. Cheers.
We heard a lot of noise while you were surfing from the beach, from the athlete area. How good is it to be traveling with a good crew of Australians and feeling support?
Yeah, the Aussie contingency is pretty cool at this event, and it has been at all the other ones too. And I don't know, it's just nice knowing that everyone's got your back and they all want you to do well. And I guess it's like, I don't know, if you get knocked, then you're supporting other people and you kind of are happy for them. And it just takes a little bit of the pressure off, I guess, and you're just kind of really appreciating the journey with everyone.
George, please keep up those kinds of performances. It was so entertaining. What do you think, Joe?
Oh, I'm right there with you, Rosie. That was my favorite performance of the day. So cool to see George in that kind of form.
Didn't it seem just so easy, too?
Felt easy.
Right? It was like, nope, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, like his heart rate is very low, and he's just getting 16 points. Jeez,
well, growing up on a right-hand point break by yourself and learning to surf.
I want to go to that
cool.
surf resort. That sounds amazing. Surfing with your dad, no one out?
Right-hand points by yourself, that doesn't exist anymore, does it?
Well, it sounds like it does over there still.
Guess it's still out there. What a cool upbringing. And now representing Manly Beach.
Well, it's just it's a nice part of it where you develop your skills, right? and then all of a sudden you're putting yourself into a hotbed of surfing at Manly, and then all of a sudden you learn to compete. Like, it's almost like the kind of the roadmap.
You need a balance of both.
Yeah.
Which is great to see, and he's showing that off right now. Leo Casal throwing down the wrap. Cool transition. How was that? Hacked a slide, but ended just being a fall on the finish. Real low, compact, powerful type surfer. Real cool kid that's got a great future ahead of him. Scores coming through. Imai a 6, 4.43 before that. Alejo a 5 and a 4.67. Those are kind of the scores of meaning at the moment. Early on in heat number 14.
I actually remember my first time seeing Alejo Muniz was Carcavelos, and it was all the way in Portugal when he actually went to a big win, I think, and it was just his surfing was so mature for such a young surfer.
Let's now send it to AJ for a special interview.
We are here with Pua DeSoto and Moana Jones-Wong, who were recently featured in Surf Girls Hawaii. It's a 4-part docu-series. You can watch it on Prime Video. If you haven't checked it out, you simply have to. I got a chance to catch it out a few days ago on the plane, and I think one of the things that stood out to me just about all of you who are featured in this, which it's the next generation of up-and-coming Hawaiian surfers and water women, is just that you're more than surfers, you're water women, and when you're out here, you're here at the US Open competing, but you're also representing your home, your culture, and so much more. So Pua, for you, what does that mean to you to have just an entire culture who's sort of rooting you on and supporting you, but also had some expectations for you?
Yeah, it's super special to have a culture that has such rich history in surfing, and for it to be a cultural practice as well, and to be the home of surfing is so special. I think, you know, it was a great opportunity to be able to share that light with our culture, and you know, that's a big part of who we are. You know, the ocean surrounds us, and you know, like you said, we're water women. We're not just shortboarders or longboarders. It's like our whole life, and so it's really special. It's actually La Ho'i Ho'i Ea back at home today, so it's a special day for us back at home as well.
And what does that mean?
Many years ago, we were overthrown by, I believe, England or something like that, and then this day, several years ago, we were returned our independence, and you know, just returned our home to ourselves. So, special day.
Really a special day. Yeah. And Moana, for you, you're somebody who kind of burst onto the competitive scene really quickly with that win at Pipe a few years ago, but this documentary really dove into so much more than just the competitive surfing side of you. And as somebody who got thrown into the spotlight really quickly, and understandably so, just how important was it for you to showcase so much more of the human being that you are as opposed to just who you are in a jersey?
Yeah, I really think that this series showed so much more to me than just a competitor. And I really like to say, like, my wins and my losses, they don't define who I am at all. So I'm not going to let anything get to me. Like winning that pipe contest, that was cool, but that doesn't define who I am as a person. And like winning and losing, it's like, it's cool, it's fun, and it's not fun. And then there's just so much that come to competitive surfing, but my main love for surfing is because of my culture.
And it's something that is so apparent in this documentary. If you have not checked it out, you simply must go see it. Both of you are featured. I've gotten to know you as women in the last few years, and I can say it just represents you guys so well, and we're honored to be able to help share your stories, and thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks so much, AJ. You guys can all check out the series Surf Girls, which is on Prime Video now. Check out all the episodes. Always cool to catch up with Pua DeSoto, and also Moana Jones-Wong, who we're still talking about every time we see her, about that amazing win at Pipeline, the queen of Pipeline. I've been lucky enough to spend some time with Moana outside of the water, and wow, she's an incredible individual. Just solid confidence, but just a beautiful human being as well. And it's really cool they got this opportunity to share what Hawaii is all about and more what they're about. So I invite you all to check out the series, which is already out now on Prime Video. And rolling into a wave with Imai, setting up a nice backside snap. He's got some speed, and he's got to kick out of there, so situation stays the same.
Those lefts going into the pier are so hard to serve.
Yeah, I was going to say good read. I mean, the fact was, yeah, you're going towards the pier, but as soon as you get 10 yards off the pier, all of a sudden you get the reverberation, the current, it goes deep. So he just was like, I'm out of here. I'm going to get back out in there and find the pier ball right.
Yeah.
That's what he's looking for.
It's interesting, you know, looking at him take a left like that. You know, would you call that a mistake? Should he just move his positioning, or why would he want to take a wave like that?
Yeah, he's trying to better the 4.43. I mean, sometimes you can get the 2-banger into the pier and get near that 6 or something even better, but those things all event have seemed to have been kind of going away from you, and there doesn't seem to be as much sand near the pier. Like, you know how some years it's like a pretty dumpy pier bowl left. This year it seems kind of flatter and out to sea, so I haven't seen many like big scores off that thing.
We'll see what Imai can do, first of all in this heat, but also the rest of the season, being number 4 in the world. Had a big moment on his rookie debut and beat Kelly Bells. That was a huge heat. And he was really inspired to try to save himself in a short period of time when it was Bells, Margaret River was looming. There was a lot of emotion in the locker room during that time about this cut that was happening, and he ended up falling off, dealt with that, and came back stronger. He was so clutch at Haleiwa last year. I thought he was going to go all the way to qualify. Just wasn't making any mistakes. He didn't take unnecessary waves. He's kind of surfing out of his skin, but he's kept that momentum into this season. You can see where he's sitting now. We lost Federico from the draw, so there's some open space there ahead of him, Pete.
There is, and again, it's another event. This one here specifically, again, a lot of these surfers, especially ones that are here from America or in Hawaii, have come over and compete at Huntington Beach as an amateur, right? In the NSSA ranks, you know, Surfing America, they're going to be here competing at this venue. So there's a lot of experience. So you'd say that this was an event that he's comfortable with and being able to get, you know, a result here for sure. And then again, heading over to Ericeira was an event where he again got a big result. So this part of the year right now is where he wants to be able to capitalize further, since he's already had a great start sitting at number 4, 12,000 points. I mean, that's pretty darn solid. You know, he adds a few more thousand points, and I think he's pretty close to qualifying. So, you know, he'd want to do it right here, right now, but going into the next event, he's got another great chance.
He certainly does. Imai is still out in front. Alejo hanging on to second here in heat number 14. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. We know this guy, Jadson Andre, waxing up his equipment, getting focused on this next heat, heat number 15, as he takes on Carlos Munoz, Miguel Tudela, and Tiago Carrick coming up next. Jadson, such a warrior on tour. We've enjoyed so many highlights from him on the championship tour and beyond. It was interesting, he told me a long time ago he's always wanted to win the US Open and he's always wanted to win Tahiti. He just picked those two out, Tahiti on the championship tour and the US Open here as a Challenger Series event. Always wanted to win this thing, and so he's dedicated to go all the way.
Reasoning there, right, is that would showcase his diverse ability to be able to do it all, right? I mean, winning it at one of the most dangerous and crazy waves in the world, and winning it one of the most high performance and probably most challenging waves in the world. So I would say that's, you know, it definitely would cement him as very capable in all conditions.
Yeah, you ask certain competitors, sometimes they don't have a preference. They just want to, you know, complete
win.
Great events on the whole tour, but he found a connection here at Huntington. He loves all the history at this event. and he loves going to Tahiti and trying to push himself over the ledge, which he's done so many times.
I mean, you think about over the years, you know, events that have had, like the lineage is one thing, but like this is a crowd, you know, event that's going to have that crowd involved, right? Involvement. It's, you know, Southern California, it's the surf industries here. You've got, you know, a lot of great surf fans. So, I think it is one of those things. Yeah, U.S. Open champion, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, for you, Mike, do you have any like early U.S. Open memories, just even watching it for the first time, or whether it was as a competitor, as something that really changed you?
Yeah, you know, it's always like you're saying, like the U.S. Open is such a staple event for us as kids growing up, coming over here. And I remember back in the day watching like Timmy Reyes and Brett Simpson winning twice, and the years Kelly and Mick did it, and such a cool event. I mean, I had one memory where I had a man-on-man heat against Philippe, and I thought for sure he was going to smoke me, like flat out, and I actually had the highest score of the heat, and I gave him a wave at the end. He needed like a 5.7, and it was the worst wave, and he pump, doing on the inside, 5.8. And I was like, there's no one else in the world that would have got that score on that wave, and I'm still losing sleep on that one.
Yeah, that's one that you'd like to redo again. Yeah, still processing.
It's all right, we can help you here.
Still venting here. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, we got the couch, a couple doctors here.
But what a great memory. It's like, you know, you had it, and I think it's a fair statement. Toledo's done things that no one else can do out here. Multiple-time champ at the U.S. Open.
And he was supposed to be in our heat today. And I guess he withdrew, but he's such a freak surfer. Like watching that stuff at J-Bay, it was just like,
yeah,
what?
I think he got stuck in transit. Actually, that's what I heard. But he's on the way. I think he's still going to try to get here in the next couple of days. So
cool.
We'll be chatting to Toledo.
Some
who
of
happens
that
to be world #1 at the moment.
Yeah, some of that surfing he was doing at J-Bay was like some of the best surfing ever done, I want to say.
It was so precise, so powerful, and he wasn't even surfing that much. He surfed once before the event started, and he just did it all in heats.
Just his heats, yeah, just a jersey on.
That's kind of his MO, though, right? He doesn't surf too much in between events, shows up and blows up.
As we look at Jackson Bunch digging in on the backhand. Nice flow into his second move. Already his best wave so far. So Jackson's been very patient to really open up in this heat. Here comes Leo Casal. Nice solid bottom turn, nice little power turn off the top. Floats it. Rips it into the open face and makes sure that he rides away. Looking for a 7 there. Jackson looking for an 817.
There's one of those lefts a little further away from the pier, right? There's ones that are too close to the pier, die out pretty quickly. That one there gave him up. Even though it was bending away from him, it still gave him 3 sections. So a good read there for Leo Casal. It's going to be his best wave. It's going to put him in this heat.
More waves on the way. Past U.S. Open champ off the bottom. Cool little punch in the pocket, but that's just a one maneuver wave for Alejo Muniz.
Veteran move right there. You didn't like the way that felt, that turn. Out of there, get back into position, get yourself in a high priority role.
And I think Lejo's coming off of 5th place over in Bolito, so he's got some momentum going into this event. He's always in the mix, you know, come to the end of the year, he's always kind of right there, close to qualifying or in the top 10, so you can never count this guy out.
Yeah, he's got such a brilliant career. I met his little son just a second ago. He's a happy dad these days. He was like, yeah, my son wasn't born when I won the U.S. Open, but yeah, he's now enjoying just sharing it with his family, traveling around the world.
So this would be the 10-year anniversary from when he won it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I remember
the place was packed.
He had a Magic Mayhem that year, I remember, and he was flying around on that thing.
Oh, here goes good are Magic boards.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Last wave of Imai. Pete, what do you think here?
Yeah, well, a little frothy on the face, but cleaner, right? Even with the froth, he was able to get there and produce all the way to the end. Most likely going to better the 4.9. We'll see what the judges think. But definitely Bunch got his best wave there as well. Jackson's been impressive in my eyes this season. Been putting those Manamis, which is kind of cool to see Glenn Manami under the feet of one of these youngsters and producing, he has a quiver of these bright he has a pink one, he has an orange one and a green one, and they all go just amazing.
Yeah, he reminds me of a young Kai Barger.
That's rad.
Shout out Kai.
Kai Barger, past world junior champ. Always thought he was going to maybe win a world title one day. He's so talented.
They're from the same island, too, right? I mean,
yeah, he's got that same, solid backhand with that same sort of style, and he does big airs forehand. He's a great surfer. Imai, from the same island, he's got that, the way he has the power, but he still has that light foot to him is something kind of Philippe is the best at. And here goes Jackson. He zipped through that first turn, comes off the bottom and got another nice one, but the wave didn't stand up as much as maybe he would have liked for that second turn.
Yeah, he didn't really get that impact in the lip, but at 4.93, it got him in the heat.
Yeah.
So 8 minutes on the clock here. Casal still waiting for his score where he went under the pier. Jackson Bunch starting to fire. 4.93 on that last wave we just watched, and now he's got first priority. Alejo Muniz will get a throwaway. So Jackson now chasing a 4.75 to move into the top 2. Yeah, Kai Barger, one of the best surfers to come out of Maui. Remember when he was competing at nationals at lower trestles, he was so hard to beat at the time, and quickly went into a World Junior Championship and down at North Narrabeen back then. I think Jadson might have been around in that event at some point. He's coming up next. But yeah, Kai got on the road and what would have been like a Challenger Series events. It wasn't called that back then. I remember he just kind of went on to do it. He didn't have a ton of support around him and didn't have huge results at the time, and tried to make a comeback more recently, but I heard he's still ripping, still happy.
Oh, I'm sure. He was such a talented surfer and such a cool guy too. He's funny. But we got a reappearance of him recently on the Ultimate Surfer. That was fun to see, Kai.
It was cool, yeah. And right before the show started, he ended up like hurting his shoulder. He limped in injured, and he was trying to get boards ready. He actually borrowed a couple from like Alejandro Moreta during the show, but he made a serious showing in that wild card series where he came back into that show called The Ultimate Surfer. Zeke ended up winning, got the wild card spots. It's fun to see those guys in a different type of setting, you know?
Yeah, it was.
6:20 to go on this one. Imai still out in front. Remember, the highest seed in the matchup. Alejo right behind him.
Wasn't there a log rolling competition?
There was.
I wouldn't want to go against Zeke in one of those.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different types of disciplines. A lot of people who are working on the show came from different reality shows like Survivor, and they had all these ideas on how to challenge surfers, and the surfers would get their task for the day. They're like, I've never done that before. It was kind of cool seeing how uncomfortable it would be, but it was very competitive. Here's Imai. Fin throw, always powerful. Throws another version of a fin throw off the top and a third.
He's so comfortable getting those fins out, and like you see him, he just blasts through the lip with that light foot approach, but then he gets heavy when he needs to be, and he like unweights it through the lip. It's just
watch the footwork is what I was impressed with. The second turn, watch what he does with his back foot. It's truly amazing how quickly he does it in the middle of the maneuver. We're also going to see the Casal, who looked like he had a little fist pump, so something happened for him as well. I mean, he's carrying a 6.3, so this is going to be a pretty tight ending here because Alejo isn't very safe with 9.67.
Yeah, because he only needs a 3.3 on this wave. Gets over the foam on the first one, comes into this, and gets it up there. So we'll see. I mean, I think that's probably going to get him into second because Imai is going to extend his lead, I would think, with this one.
Okay, so watch the second turn. The first one there, foot's on the tail pad, but watch this. In the turn, pushes his foot above the tail pad just to rotate out of it. And then again, that was just straight fins flexing. You gotta love that.
How rad was that? That's exactly what you want to do when you're mind surfing that wave. He had a cool fin throw to start. I didn't know he was going to do 3 versions of it.
Right? They're all different. They're all different ways he did it. The weight and then distribution in there. I mean, that's why he's so fun to watch. Is because you looked at that wave, you're like, okay, whatever, Imai, good wave choice, and then just woof, blew your mind. And it's going to be, it's going to be his best wave in my eyes, even though it was a small wave. That was the best surfing I've seen in this heat.
So Leo did get the score like he thought, Dunphy, and here comes Alejo up and out. But last of Leo Casal helped his cause, just a 3.8. Alejo did drop to third. Now he's in the back of the line for priority because he just took that last wave, the up and out.
This heat is wide open for second compared to the last heat. You know, everyone had over 12 points, so this one's going to come down to the wire here.
Big number coming in for Imai Kalani DeVault, so he's starting to run away with the lead now.
I mean, you look at that wave that he took off on, 6. You know, that was kind of where you say, like, maybe get a 6 if you surf it well. And he definitely surfed that one up.
7.43 for Imai Kalani DeVault, extending his lead to a 13.53 total. So he's looking really comfortable in the lead, looking like he should be running right into the round of 32.
And he's kind of hung on that peak to the south, those rights that Nat was getting last heat. He didn't seem to get in the mix too much by the pier with the rest of the competitors, so he's had his formula and he nailed it.
Little wedge popping up here. Second priority is Imai. Third priority, Casal will split it. We'll stick with the Maui boy. Big blasting reverse there to start this one off. We'll show the panel he's got control by going for the climb. But now switching gears a bit for us. Jackson Bunch now on an important wave. Needs a 518. Big blast off the lip, hitting it really hard and vertically, but he can't hang on.
Oh, heartbreak right there. I mean, felt like that turn pulled off. Definitely a question there to turn it. Yeah, Leo Casal definitely not good holding on to that 3.8 in his score line at this moment.
It's those little differences. You ride out of that turn, you live to fight another day, probably. So it's so tough. It's just such a game of inches.
Let's see if Jackson Bunch will get another shot. Very close, throwing it straight up vertical. You can tell he's putting a lot of power into those turns. Casal was on the split. He didn't get much here, but we'll watch it, Pete. What'd you see?
Well, I'm just checking it for the first time, so looking by the virtue of the score coming in, looks like a fall, and that's what happened. He stayed on his board, but you got to ride out through the foam into the bottom of the wave to be deemed complete by the judges. If not, you're going to get a 1.87.
187, Casal in second, but back of the order for priority, so he can't really play any defense here. Imai's way out in front, so Alejo, crucial moment with priority needing a 5.11. He's done this a lot in his career, spending so many years on the championship tour, past US Open champ in 2013 as well. But now under pressure to perform on this wave. His little 5-year-old son watching this heat right now. Alejo throwing down a backhand hook, and he gets stuck. So now waiting for 2 scores from Muniz. Minute, 5 seconds on the clock. Let's get caught up on Alejo Muniz on his previous wave. Here, Michael.
Yeah, these lefts are just tough. It's got a lot of bump, and they're kind of going away from you. He navigated that really well. It looked like there was someone coming right maybe at him, and he was trying to avoid them. But that score came in at a 4.23, so that's not what he's looking for. He still needs that 5.1. 40 seconds in fourth prio. It's a bad feeling.
So right there, Leo Casal is going to shadow someone that he's probably looked up to his entire career. Alejo now just trying to find some space, down to 25 seconds.
And Jackson's score came through at a 3.2 for that one turn. It's unfortunate he fell on that second turn.
Yeah, that probably would have been the difference if he could have ridden away. We're starting to run out of time here. Imai looking solid out front. Leo playing some serious defense. Jackson does have first priority, and he's going to try to get up to his feet in time. He's going to ride it like it counts. Throws down a wrapping turn, chasing down a 5.18, and he gets stuck.
Again, those laughs. Anytime you're trying to do an air when the wave's just bending away to you, it's so hard.
It's mushy.
Jackson. I liked his surfing. I was liking his odds, but not going to be his day.
Tough one there, but a great victory for Imai and a solid effort for Leo Casal, moving on into the round of 32. Thanks so much to Michael Dunphy for joining us for the call. Can't wait to do it again with you.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Have a good one.
Take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Es muy importante para nosotros, los integrantes de la escuela de surf Cuyagua, entiendan que parte de la esencia de un buen surfista está en proteger nuestros océanos y el medio ambiente.
Speak up for the ocean. Your actions can inspire others.
Back at the Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Jadson Andre up and riding. He's in heat 15, the round of 64 for the men. The Brazilian wanting to get back onto the championship tour. And this is the pathway. Let's check out this heat. Jadson Andre in the red jersey. Carlos Munoz representing Costa Rica is out there in blue. Miguel Tudela from Peru out there in white, and Thiago Caric from France, Hossegor. All represent their international field. Thank you for joining us on CBS News LA. I'm Kaipo, along with my friend Mitchell Salazar. What do you think about this heat, Mitch?
Oh, an international heat, that's for sure. You have a couple of Latin Americans out there and one former CT surfer in Jadson Andre that is really looking forward to get back to the championship tour next year if he can. Great result at the first event over at Snapper Rocks, an event I think a lot of people weren't really expecting him to make finals day either, Kaipo.
That's right. Jadson Andre, quarterfinals appearance to start the season. That was stop number 1 on this Challenger Series. We have 6 stops on this Challenger Series. We take your best 4 results. So Jadson already with a keeper result. Andre, 11 years on the championship tour, and he has been in a seesaw battle on and off the tour, oftentimes requalifying through a series like the Challenger Series. Thiago on the backhand, Mitch.
Yeah, that was an incredible first turn right there in the pocket for the second one too. And his timing on this wave was superb. Beautiful stuff there from the surfer from France. Actually did very well in the European rankings. Here's Jadson's opener, comes in as 4.83. Nice little reverse to start things off. Somebody who's had a lot of success here at the US Open before, multiple time semifinalist. And you look at Miguel Tudela out there with a big score already, 7 points for the Peruvian who had a strong season last one in South America.
When we talk about Miguel Tudela representing Peru, we're going to get back to that because we're live action here with Thiago Caric on his second wave. Opened up with a 6.33. Rapid fire action out here. But back to Miguel Tudela and his conversation. You referenced a great year last year on the qualifying series. Tudela won all 5 events in that series for South America.
Yeah, and that's spectacular when you consider how stacked that region is and how much development they've had in the last 15 years. I mean, when we talk about the Brazilian Storm, I think you really need to say the South American Storm. Peru is a nation of great surfers. Surfing's been there for a very long time, and I think when it comes to competing as well, they've had a world champion before on the women's side in Sofia Mulanovic. They could easily have the second Peruvian male on the championship tour at the end of the season with Miguel Tudela.
Let's take a look at Miguel Tudela with a strong opening in this heat. This was a 7-point ride, Mitch.
Yeah, I went on the backhand here, and you can see that deep bottom turn. It really slides the fins on his opening maneuver right there, and was able to rebound for a second one as well. Great timing for the surfer from Punta Hermosa. Quality waves where he's from in the southern part of Lima. Señoritas and Caballeros, 2 of the most consistent waves in the country.
I believe he's recently been married as well.
He has, yeah. Actually, right before he came over here, I know Luca and Sol went over to his wedding too.
Yeah, that is awesome. Congratulations, Miguel Tudela, and great start to this heat. Great start out for this series from the Hawaiian, Imai Kalani DeVault. Let's hear from him.
And he's carrying on that form into the US Open. Great heat win, Imai. Specifically looking at equipment, that board looks really good under your feet. What do you look for in equipment when you come to Huntington Beach?
Yeah, boards feel really good. I just got a batch of like 3 or 4 brand new boards, so took out one of the brand new ones I've got for a few days now, but pretty instantly really liked it, so I'm super stoked. Just epoxy, Channel Islands, and super stoked to be working with them and Britt Merrick, and you know, they got me dialed, and they know these California waves really well, so the boards felt really good.
And the transition from the Bolito event here to the US Open was pretty short. What did you do in between that time, and what are you changing from Bolito to the US Open?
Yeah, for sure. I just went home and kind of regrouped because that was my worst result of the year so far. I went down in this next round. So, yeah, I just went home, regrouped, tried to surf a bit and get a bit of training in. And, yeah, I was just really excited to come back. I love this contest, so every year I'm looking forward to coming back.
What is it about this event that you enjoy?
I think it's just like the hype and, you know, the crowds and just the people that get behind you and just, I mean, when the waves are like this too, I think it's actually a really fun wave. It's kind of underrated. Like for a QS, this is kind of scoring. So yeah, it was really fun.
Waves are super fun, and historically the Hawaiians have done really well out here, Kapa. You're probably pretty pleased about that.
Now on the rankings, 4th coming into this event, so on the precipice of potentially qualifying for the 2024 Championship Tour. Mitchell, another thing he touched on was his boards. Channel Islands up in Carpinteria, California, making his boards. They have a new technology, the CI Eco Carbon technology. They're just rolling that out, and it's a new construction that is coming out with some of the team riders utilizing from a loaded crew that they have with Channel Islands here on the qualifying series.
Yeah, so it's not carbon wrapped and it's not an epoxy. It's a mixture of everything, and you know, they're working on some new stuff, and it seems to be working pretty well. They have a lot of surfers in the round of 32.
Jadson, a quick up and out. Tiago on wave number 3, and just fishing around out there in the lineup, trying to get find something under the priority. Thiago Carrick, 21 years old, from Biarritz in France. He had a start on the Championship Tour this year in Portugal, stopped number 3 on the Championship Tour as a wild card, took a 17th from that event. Jack Robinson beat him there, and Jack Robinson went on to make the final.
Yeah, I mean, no shame in losing to the eventual runner-up of the event, but Tiago actually has 3 different nationalities, France, Brazil, and also Costa Rica, and had a great result in the regional qualifying series and came into this event knowing that this is a good spot for him, working with Jason Aparicio and a great coach who is very underrated when it comes to beach breaks as well. But Tiago, fundamentally very sound. I think what's lacked from him in the past has been strong stand-up performances and consistency too. We've seen it on the regional QS, but can he do it on the big stage here on the Challenger and be one of the few French surfers to qualify for the CT?
We will see. We have not seen as of yet Carlos Munoz. He's out there in the blue jersey, Mitchell, 30 years old, representing Costa Rica. He had a short run on the Championship Tour, plagued with injuries, wants to claw his way back onto the Championship Tour via this Challenger Series.
Yeah, and I had the chance to travel a lot during the QS with Carlos, and I can just tell you he is one of the most talented surfers I've ever seen in my life. Naturally talented, comes from that part of Esterillos in Costa Rica. Originally born in Nicaragua, moved over to Costa Rica when he was very young, but he is great. And when we talk about people that can make it happen with one maneuver, it's this guy. Dropped an 8-point ride at the World Juniors in 2012 with the club sandwich, and I expect him to go do very well. He's been here for over a week, training a lot, got some new boards, but it comes down to him being able to find his waves, and in 30 minutes, that goes by real quick, and he still hasn't caught his first one yet, Kaipo.
Has first priority. The blue P by his name indicates that he has the right of way on any wave coming through here if he chooses to take it. So he's playing the patient game, and we'll see how that goes. Jadson Andre, a couple of waves ridden. A 4.83 was the opening for Jadson Andre. Jadson, 33 years old, from the tall city in the northern part of Brazil. I talked about it before, 11 years on the Championship Tour. He is the veteran in this heat.
And he no doubt has the record for people that have qualified and lost out from the Championship Tour as well. But we talk about resiliency. You have to name Jadson Andre all the time.
Kali with a big snap. Chooses this wave, make it 2. Nice flow through the section. Throws a ton of spray on that 3rd turn. So nice start, a patient start, but that's going to pay off for Carlos Munoz.
And great use of priority, too, as we're looking at Miguel now.
Tudela finds some open face, carves back. Quick snap on the backhand, and one more to finish.
Well, great continuation of maneuvers right there from the Peruvian in the white jersey. As we touched on before, Munoz, You need to be very smart with the waves that he was selecting out here. That Mayhem looks great underneath his feet, though. It's an epoxy that he's riding. And you look at Tudela so far, has the best wave of the heat with the 7-point ride. He's going to back it up right here, Kaipo.
Jadson Andre with priority just took a paddle for that wave, so it's going to be likely that he's going to lose that priority. The priority judge says, yes, we're going to take it away from you. You're going to go to the back of the line. Priority error for Jadson Andre, but he's going to rebound right now. Wave right behind that. Looking down the line, will it be the trademark Jaddy front reverse? And that's what we're waiting for, a trademark maneuver for Jadson Andre.
That was pretty cool with a lot of speed, as well as Carlos right there with the fall at the end of that wave, used priority, and now Thiago with a good opportunity to better his low score of the 4.7, but we all know what Jadson is capable of, and even if these lefts haven't really offered up a lot of scoring potential with big scores, Kaipo, he's been able to control himself and use that speed to his advantage, capitalize on a good scoring opportunity right here.
So let's see what the number comes through for Jadson Andre.
Coming off of a good result as a wild card at the CT2, knocked out Griffin Colapinto, and then next thing you know, in the next round, #1 in the world, Felipe.
Came into the Vivo Rio Pro as an injury replacement, Jadson Andre did. Surfed his way to the quarterfinals. Actually, the whole time, having to make these decisions, being successful winning heats, but there was another event all the way in South Africa that was looming. So Jadson had to make quick work of it after that great finish. There he is.
Good amount of speed, tail high air reverse, stock standard for Jadson. And once again, Miguel right here. Nice pace tempo, great opening snap, and then, you know, once he reached the open face, this wave wasn't very steep, but was still able to get a few more maneuvers in, so it's going to back up the 7-point ride, keep him in the top 2.
Live action. Back with Tudela looking loose on the backhand. Judges are going to owe us a couple of scores for him.
Yeah, and, you know, you mentioned Jadson having to, you know, really want to see what he wanted to commit to, whether the CT event or the Challenger Series. Both him and Samuel Pupo made the quarterfinals, and both of them did very lackluster when it came to Bolito.
Yeah, had to do the overnight flight and had some bad heats out there at stop number 3. 33rd was what Jadson got as a result in Bolito, and those are throwaways. Those will not help you get on tour.
No, not at all, especially when you're considering that we do have the 2 throwaway system now this year with the 6 events. They will be counting each person's 4 best results.
Yeah, and by the way, 3rd place in this heat here is a 33rd, and a 33rd is a measly 700 points.
Yeah.
So that does not help you at all. You need to make it through another couple heats in this competition to have any kind of meaningful result.
Yeah, I mean, you're really looking for at least 9s or better if you're combining it with a few wins, as Jadson up again.
And Jadson Andre finding his way down the line. Now, when I reference that 700 points, I want to reference this. The goal is to win. And if you win, first place is 10,000 points. So that's as good as you can do in a single event. Here we go, Thiago. Pretty loose there. And barely with a finish.
Well, and kept Miguel off of the wave as well. He's looking to improve on a 4.7. What Thiago has is that he rarely falls. He has such a wide base and a very nice stance, but what comes with that too is maybe the lack of flexibility and explosiveness for certain maneuvers, as you saw with the air right there. It just doesn't allow you to gain as much speed as you would like, Kaipo.
Talk about airs. Jadson Andre's wave just checked in for his air, a 7.5.
Yeah.
Andre goes up into the lead.
And that was a major maneuver right there. Good scoring by our panel upstairs. And you look at the score lines right now, 12.33, 11.17, 11.03, and Gali with a good wave as well.
A little bit of release on that wrap, floats through that section, finds the open face here. Big snap, pokes the nose, pulls it back up for the finish, and you can see the body flex right there. That's when you know you feel good about your ride.
Ay, papa. I like that wave, Kaipo. I like the finish from Gali, and needing a mid-5 at the moment could definitely be it right now. It's non-stop out there on Southside.
Very consistent heat, a lot of performance going down. Tudela easing through that first turn, looking for something impactful. Meets that oncoming section, throws the fins, tries to spin out of that. Will not be one of his top 2 rides. Tudela currently in 2nd place.
Yeah, and I don't know about the decision-making right there from Miguel. With priority, it seemed like he was forced into that wave, and especially with how flat the lefts are. If you look at the 7.5, that was just Jadson doing his own thing. He was able to find a ramp and be able to go up and over the lip line, but I think his thing would be sticking to the rights, as I think Gotti's going to drop a pretty significant score right here with 13 minutes to go. Miguel's score comes in, doesn't improve, Kaipo.
Yeah, so Miguel remains in 2nd place. Carlos Munoz needs a 5.61 to move into that 2nd place. We'll get back with that score and see if Carlos is able to get into that position when we return to Huntington Beach right after this. Jadson Andre in action here. And Jaddy Baby swinging on the backhand. Currently in the lead in this heat. When we left for that commercial break, we're waiting for a score for Carlos Munoz. Number came in, 6.73. Carlos Munoz in 2nd place and advancing position. The leader paddling out right now, Jadson Andre, looking to improve upon a 4.83. I'm Kaipo along with Mitchell Salazar. Jadson is doing some work out there.
Yeah, he's looking lively for sure. That board looks great underneath his feet, and we're talking about a very close heat right now. Everybody has at least one score in the good range, and Andre looking to back up the 7.5 that he has in the score line. Priority, though, with the Costa Rican in blue, Munoz, is looking at a decent-looking right-hander here and a couple of waves stacking up on the outside.
Okay, so Carlos has priority. He's going to say, I don't want the first one. Meanwhile, Miguel Tudela is going to take that. Has to come from behind. Got stuck behind. Carlos Munoz priority. Blue jersey. Takes a look into the pier. Decides not to go and hang on to that priority.
I really like that Imai Kalani Devault brought up that you know, this wave is underrated, and sometimes, you know, people overlook it in terms of the quality that he has. I think it's the consistency that it brings. Every single year that we come here, even if it's small, there's always something to surf. And you look at this heat, 7 waves from Miguel Tudela, 5 for Jadson Andre, everybody else close to that same mark. And there's just been many scoring opportunities and a lot of good opportunities for good scores too, Kaipo. Not every day you get to see that on the QS and the CS.
That's right. And one of the many reasons why Huntington Beach is called Surf City, the consistency of the wave around this pier. And this location has been a site of surf competitions going all the way back to 1959. So it has a long history of surf competitions. Generations have come through here. It is an important slot. Your path to the championship tour, which is the pinnacle of pro surfing, part of that path, you have to come through HB.
100%. And whether or not you're a regional surfer and you have to do it on the QS or even on the Challenger Series too. And I think it's just been a great staple to have on the Challengers this entire time. And you look at the champions, very diverse too. Certain nations maybe have prevailed over others, but it's really nice to see some new names heading into finals day every single year. This time though, I feel like every one of these people in this heat wants to qualify for the CT for 2024. And it would be nice to see the addition of Miguel Tudela or Tiago.
Just some of the past winners here, as we look at the history. Mark Akalupa's won this event a couple of times. Tom Curran, Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, Taj Burrow, 2 times for Brett Simpson.
#1 in the world, Felipe.
2 times for Kanoa Igarashi. We're going to see him in the next heat. It's just been Julian Wilson. It's a who's who of champions here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, #5 in the world currently too. Yagodora won in 2019, and I actually think that kind of catapulted him to gain enough confidence to get his first victory in Rio earlier this year.
Here we go, watching the paddle.
Jadson, under priority, finds a smaller right, just staying busy out there. Not going to be one of his top 2, will not change his score. So we'll see if he hangs on to first place. 6 minutes, 25 seconds counting down.
Yeah, timing was a bit off right there on the second maneuver, and it seemed like Miguel splitting the peak. Not really much for him over on the left. Well, Jadson, I mean, we talk about him being super springy, and that's when he comes off the bottom. His bottom turn is just so good in tight spaces like a beach break like this. It's really hard to maneuver like that, but he's done so well in this heat. Has a 7.5 and a 5.9. Good heat total, 13.4. That would be getting you through most of the heats today, Kaipo.
Yeah. Jadson's got a great history, a rookie on the championship in 2010, and he ushered in the era of aerial surfing inside of competition. That 2010 he won in Santa Catarina, beat Kelly Slater in the final. He utilized that big frontside air. Maybe we'll see it again. There it goes. Just as we thought. That one went upside down, inverted, had some hang time.
Yeah, a lot of hang time right there. That was cool. He's looking to improve the 5.9, and you mentioned that he was, you know, kind of at the forefront of that Brazilian storm too. I don't think he gets enough credit for really being the first person to win a CT event out of that generation. And you look at the replay here, was speeding down the line, was able to gain enough speed, and luckily for him, this section just provided a launch pad and easily spun around. Good hang time, as you were mentioning, but how about the height on that air too?
The pop, the spring, poked it out too, accentuated that maneuver, faced the bottom of the board to the beach, a little inverted. I'm expecting a big score.
I like the grab right there too from Jadson. I mean, he can do that in his sleep, but you would have to say his completion rate, probably 80% when it comes to those airs.
And Jadson looks like he is well healed from the knee injury that he sustained early this year at the start of the season over at Pipeline. Had to take some events off. It really cost him his place on the championship tour, but he looks healthy and back in form.
And he looks motivated too. It just seems like he's in a good place. He's happy. He really wants to be back on the CT where he feels like he deserves a spot there too. As we look down the beach, and Miguel needing a score now, a low 5, and Carlos over there with priority might be keeping him off this wave.
Carlos says, nope, I'm taking it. I'm utilizing priority. Now Carlos needs to better a 5.57 air. Spins around, no problem. Continues down the line. More opportunity for Kali. Quick cut back in a bank. Little snap on the inside. Put it together really well.
And that was great stuff too, knowing that Miguel was pressuring him on that wave. knowing that he needed to use priority and convert in order to better the 5.57 as well, his low score. Look at this, Miguel right on top of him, had the pressure right there. Carlos looked left, he ended up going right, but this pop right here, great stuff, and has the rotation. That is so difficult though, when he's readjusting his feet and just being able to go straight up into the lip line afterwards. Great control right there from Munoz, and looking to better the mid-5, might be doing it.
I feel that, you know, he did it. I mean, that was a combination of maneuvers, but ultimately it's up to the judges. They say no.
Yeah, and, you know, an important moment when it comes to the time remaining right now with 3 minutes to go. Miguel Tudela in second priority, still needing the 5.3, and Thiago with priority right now, needing something close to a 6-point ride. So I think what happened with the score right there, it kind of got crunched down due to the size of the wave. And that's where I feel the Peruvians have been so great when it comes to the consistency that they have when competing, not only with big scores, but with moments that matter in the heat like this one, adding pressure when he needed to, and forcing Carlos basically to take a wave that he didn't need to go on, Kaipo.
Well, now we have eyes on Thiago, who has first priority.
Yeah, and Miguel right now over there by himself. Thiago kind of more towards the middle peak, and Jadson, the heat leader, over towards the pier, well, closest to the pier. That one peak towards the south that we call Machado's, though, has been a very consistent wave. That's originally where Imai Kalani Devault was catching the majority of his waves at the beginning of his heat. And as of right now, that's kind of where Carlos has moved over to, Kaipo. 2 minutes to go. Crucial moments now.
Yeah, it's the 2-minute drill at the moment. Thiago really with the best opportunity right now. Although he needs the biggest score, he's got the priority card.
Yeah, and he already dropped the 6.33, so he's capable of getting the score that he requires at the moment. It's just going to be a matter of him being in a good position in order to accentuate those backhand bottom turns like he was able to do on his 6. Get a wave coming through over here. Carlos on the corner.
Okay, here we go.
Munoz throws it up, throws it around. A little bit of downtime there that will not change the situation. 1 minute, 15 seconds. Crowd rooting for Munoz.
Well, his sponsors are right there too, from Psycho Tuna, company from North County, San Diego.
Cut back to Thiago, and that rail catch will cost him the heat.
Ooh, and Miguel right here with maybe his last chance, Kipes.
Needs a 5.3. Tudela launches. Is he going to get more? Needs a little more. Fought for it. That one's going to be right down the line. Looking at the beach, looking at the judges' tower, actually trying to sell that score to the judges, I feel. Your thoughts?
I agree with you, and I don't know about the size of the wave. I mean, he just needed to go on something. He didn't want to be sitting outside and not even have an opportunity to get that score that he requires at the moment. But
how these two, they battled to the last 10 seconds. Carlos Munoz and Jadson Andre.
Oh, here goes Thiago.
Thiago Creek on the inside. It's a smaller wave. He's going to need something huge.
Oh, he tried. So whether or not Miguel gets the score right here.
Wait. Okay. Now, this is interesting.
Was that after the buzzer?
That was after the buzzer. And in the past, that has been an issue. We don't. Now, we're going to have to wait for a decision on this, I feel. I want to see like our scoring screen clear. Mitchell, your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, don't do it.
Yeah.
And second,
the heat's over. You don't go to your feet.
No, and you're referencing the moment from Sebastian Seitz against Michel Perez on lower trestles years ago. And yeah, look, once the heat stops, there is no longer priority because the heat's over. So if somebody stood up before the horn sounded, that person still had a priority at that moment. As we look at this wave here from Miguel, still waiting on the score, needing a 5.3, good rotation right there, and somehow he was able to get enough leverage and speed right there to fit in one more.
needing the low 5. Good rotation at the beginning, maybe a bit forced with the last one, but they're still, you know, scoring it, and they're obviously waiting to see.
Yeah, we need a score for Carlos Munoz as well as Miguel Tudela to put this one in the bank and give you our final results. Some discussion on the beach now.
You hear that in the background, nervioso, nervous.
Tudela needing a 5.3. Scores coming in. Couple of judges under, one on the money is going to be under. 5.07, not enough for Miguel Tudela.
It comes through to 507, so looking like Jackson Andre with the win. Carlos Munoz in second.
And there you go. Now it's official. It's going to be Jadson Andre and Carlos Munoz moving on into the round of 32. Miguel Tudela, Thiago Carrick eliminated from competition. We'll be back right after this, and when we're back, two-time winner Kanoe Igarashi. He'll be in the water.
Chopu, world famous Chopu.
It's not just a tourist spot anymore, it's also an Olympic venue.
The kind of theater around it with the boats and everything.
I think everyone on tour wants to win an event like Chopu.
Chopu é uma onda muito especial para mim, eu amo aquele lugar.
I mean, it's hard to even put into words.
It should be one of the 7 wonders of the world. It should be the 8th wonder of the world.
Most machine-like wave that you've ever seen.
When it's big, it's like you can just feel the energy there and the nerves.
It's a left-hander that is also a really big barrel over a super shallow reef.
It's a challenge and it's exciting.
Just seeing that wave, the power that it brings, there's no other rush like it.
You gotta go big.
Tahiti's so beautiful and the wave's so intense. The random person that just switches on the Olympic channel that watches it might go, wow, this is pretty badass. This sport's insane.
I hope it's big and we have to push ourselves over the ledge on big waves.
Stop number 10 on the championship tour, the Shiseido Tahiti Pro. That kicks off August 11th. Check it out on worldsurfleague.com. Two-time winner here at the US Open, Kanoe Igarashi. He's out in the red jersey, just got his first wave, Igarashi. He's joined in the lineup by David Silva, Marco Mignot, and Jordan Lawler. Top 2 move on into the round of 32. There's the countries. An Australian, Marco Mignot, representing France by way of Sayulita, Mexico, and David Silva, former championship tour surfer, wants to get back on the big show.
Yeah, multiple-time winner at the biggest stage of the Challenger Series back when it was known as the QS 10,000s or the 6-star primes. He has a lot of competitive experience and great in beach breaks too, but it's really his backhand
it has given him his best results, Kaipo.
Yeah. Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years. Congratulations, Jadson Andre.
Well, he has been here every year to the US Open since 2009. And just a little bit of Jadson Andre trivia. The US Open is his second favorite stop on the tour. Jaddy, what makes the US Open so special and why do you like it so much?
Just everything about Huntington. I just love everything about the waves, the community, the locals. They, since my very first time here, they welcome so well. And since like today, every time I come here, they still like loving me and appreciate my job. So yeah, and especially the way it's just like home. So I love it.
Feeding off that energy, and Jaddy, your best result here is a quarterfinal. What's it going to take to do better than that this year?
Yeah, I always dream about to win this contest, and I got close so many times. But I know it's hard. It's pretty hard, and just like any other contest, I know it's very cliche, but it's just taking hit by hit, step by step, just thinking what you have to do to win your next hit, and then in case you win, what you're gonna do to win the next one. So that's how you end up winning contests. So yeah, take it step by step. I have a great board under my feet. Stay with Steve and his family. Thank you, Steve. And of course, Matt, thank you guys for looking after me at this time. And yeah, let's go.
Thank you, Jaddy, for your time. Well, Capo, we didn't tell you what his favorite contest is. I'll leave that up to you to decide. It is coming up next on the championship tour. There's a hint.
That's right. Jadson Andre, he's been on record saying he wants to win Tahiti and he wants to win the US Open. And he's getting that much closer in this effort. David Silva catches a wave, so that's going to be the second ride for Silva. Igarashi up and riding. And he's out. Thank you for watching us on CBS News LA. Continue to watch on WorldSurfLeague.com.
Two surfers having a look at this wave. It's going to be a real fast one for blue, or sorry, green there. Wow.
Here we go at Marco Mignot. And just throws that air away. So Mignot's going to have to go back to the drawing board and see if he can do better. Kanoa Igarashi with priority in the red jersey. We talked about him being a two-time champ here at the US Open. Opened up with a strong score, Mitchell, of a 6.33.
Yeah, and a great combination on the forehand over there on the right-hander. And, you know, you look at this heat, all four great surfers, but it's going to come down to the experience of this guy and I feel of Kanoa to make it through this heat.
Quick surfing by David Silva.
Strong
finish.
Really like his composure. Look at the size of those legs too. He is a big boy, not very tall, but he can throw a lot of water around, Kipes.
David Silva, 28 years old, out of Guarujá, Brazil, 3 years on the championship tour. The highlight, a runner-up finish in 2021 at a ridiculously good wave in Mexico.
No, and the people that he had to beat too. I don't think a lot of people expected him to do that well, but ended up losing to Jack Robinson in the final. But what a moment for him in his career, and doing it in Latin America too was even the cherry on top of the cake as well. But as I said before, he's won big events, especially I think the one that, you know, reminds me the most of what he's capable of is the win in Galicia a few years ago in Pantin. Like, he is such a strong surfer, great in beach breaks, at point breaks, and very underrated barrel rider too.
Yeah. So we're waiting for that score. We were talking about Kanoa Igarashi, the pride of Huntington Beach, representing Japan, a two-time winner here at the US Open. Also, semifinal finishes here in 2021 and 2016. Probably the most dominant competitor in the field when we look at the breadth of all of the talent entering this year's competition.
Yeah, and I mean, he was able to accomplish a lot of things at a very young age too, with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Right now, he's just really been enjoying himself. It hasn't been the best year on the championship tour for him, but when we look at, you know, what he's done over the last 3 years, I don't think there's been anybody that has really grown and matured as much as he has. I would say that looking forward, he's definitely looking to be in competition for a top 5 spot and eventually want to clinch his first world title. But as of right now, just enjoying himself, Kipes.
Yeah, we won't see Igarashi in the WSL finals this year, 13th on that championship tour, but we will see Kanoa next season 2024. We'll see him in Tahiti as well. So there's a lot of opportunity in front of Kanoa Igarashi. Speaking of opportunity, this guy, 28 years old, Jordan Lawler from Narrabeen, Australia, has opportunity to get onto that championship tour. If you remember, in 2021, one spot away from qualifying for the championship tour. Just a single spot for Jordy Lawler. He's had a tough start this year, though. Has only made one heat so far in the first 3 events.
It's kind of crazy when you look at how talented he is and how diverse his skill set is as well. But, you know, I think a lot of people that have been very close to qualifying but have not been able to get over that little hump, Kaipo, their Achilles heel was always Haleiwa. That event isn't on the Challenger Series schedule anymore, so they might have dodged a bullet right there. But, you know, we talk about the consistency. That's why Jacob Wilcox is at number 2 in the rankings right now. For Jordy Lawler, a former Australian Open champion, he has not been able to get any consistency within the first 3 events. This is a good event for him, though. Another beach break like home.
Yeah. Out in the white jersey, we have from Sayulita, Mexico, representing France, Marco Mignot, 22 years old, comes from a great surfing family.
Yeah.
Dad Christoph, mom Maria, right? And he's got a great surfing brother in the way of Nome. Got a great surfing sister in the way of Lola. Tell us a little bit more about the Mignots.
No, and his cousin Diego as well, a former big-time surfer. But Marco, I've seen him grow up, and coming from Sayulita, a place with very diverse waves. Obviously, our co-broadcaster, Kale Carranza, from that area too. But Marco winning the regional QS for Europe. Big deal with his young age, winning his first QS event over there at the Costa de Caparica Surf Festival, QS 3000. I'm really looking forward to seeing him excel and even better his top 10 finish that he has right now.
He's got to keep a result. Stop number 2 at Narrabeen, semifinal finish for Marco Mignon. That puts him number 10 on the leaderboard coming into Huntington Beach. Remember, we take the top 10 men at the end of the year to move on to the championship tour.
Yeah, and he's been in big events before. We obviously know what he did a few years ago at the World Pro Junior Championships, but I think the Challenger Series, it's a much tougher game just because there's way more events than just the single one.
Here goes Marco. Quick snap, and just gets a little bit off there, so that's not going to be what he was looking for. He's got a 4-point ride, needs something much better to move on.
I feel like he was kind of off from the get-go on that wave. Don't really know about the wave selection right there. He's over towards Machado's Peak, way towards the south by himself. Has the 4-point ride at the moment, but Kanoa in second with just a throwaway score of an 0.5 as his second best score. And Jordan Lawler with a 5.67. That's not an easy score to get right now either, Kipes.
Yeah, that's right. So Jordan Lawler, he's in the mix. Highest single wave score, though, Kanoa Igarashi with that 6.33, the 25-year-old with a great start to this heat. For more on Kanoa Igarashi, I'm going to throw it to AJ. AJ, what do you got for us?
Well, Kaipo, I got a chance to catch up with Kanoa while he was getting ready for his heat, and he just has this glow about him when he's surfing here at Huntington, his home break. He said, you know, I would be surfing out here anyway, even if there wasn't a competition going on, because it's just one of his favorite places in the world. He was really feeling under the weather in J Bay, and just, you wouldn't know it by the way he surfed, giving his semifinal finish, but coming back home, it's his first time being home in months, and he just is so excited to be back in the water. This place means so much to him, not just as a 2-time champ, obviously, but with it being his home break, and so you can see him really settling in out here in this first heat for him.
Yeah, he'd be surfing out here anyway, and he'd be probably surfing with Mitchell Salazar out in the south side Huntington Beach. He's a good friend of yours.
Yeah, but he catches too many waves. And
he doesn't give you waves.
Oh, well, first of all, he won't give me waves. That's one thing that he definitely won't do, especially if it's on north side, summertime. He's one of those guys that just gets into rhythm and he starts catching every wave that comes towards him. But when you have the local boys, Matty P, Mike Peters, Derek Peters is a lifeguard here, by the way, and Kanoa out there, it's going to be very hard for you to catch a set wave. It's fun, though. I mean, you get to see them surf, and it elevates your own game.
I love it. There's been a long history of great Huntington Beach surfers. The other night, walking around, I saw the mayor of Huntington Beach, the surf mayor, Bud Lamas. Yeah, he's still around, and I'm going to plug 17th Street Surf Sports. And he's got a great shop, and he's one that, you know, we talk about the shops. Visit your local surf shop.
100%.
Check out the racks. See what they got. Talk story. Say hi to Buddy Lam. Marco Mignot. Throw it up. Difficult section. How did he do that? How did he do that?
I don't know, but he went through the whitewater right there. It was really cool, and then he brought his tail all the way up and over his head. Kanoa up and riding here, going left.
Igarashi building up some speed down the line. Has to just bank through that section. Easy carve. And strategic surfing for Kanoa Igarashi. And smart surfing. That shows some heat IQ. He already has a 6.33. He just wants to make sure that he has a good backup.
It's a great looking board underneath his feet too. Might be riding the Storms model, but that's a epoxy that he's riding from Sharp Eye. Yufu Penrose, the team manager, I saw him in the athletes area a while ago, and he was telling me that the boards that they have been making and a couple of new constructions that they're working with looking real good. And this wave here from Marco, this was impressive. Has to go through the whitewater, up and over the lip line right there. To be able to rotate that around and bring your shoulders all the way to the beach, impressive stuff from the youngster. And then Kanoa here on the left, a lot of flat sections here on this one, but somehow was able to get enough speed, and that's what the epoxy does. It goes up and over the section right there, wraps it down, more of a setup turn, and straight up and vertical for the finish. That's going to be his backup.
So a couple of scores, still yet to get checked in for Kanoa as well as for Marco. That was really impressive by Marco Mignot in my book, because typically you need a ramp to do an air.
Yeah.
And he somehow did it off the whitewater.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He went through the whitewater. It was so cool.
Yeah, I mean, let's take another look at this. I mean, let's break this down, Mitch.
Well, it gets into the wave a little late, too, and you can see right there that section just coming down. Throws the tail up and over, but that's what I'm saying. See the way he had to bring his shoulders all the way around, and the back leg is all the way down on the tail pad, so compresses when he's coming out of it, and somehow was able to rotate his body in time to get enough speed to be out in front of the whitewater. Great stuff there from the youngster from Sayulita.
It's a cliche to say manufacturing a score, but that's exactly what Marco did. A 4.97, basically on a whitewater wave. He goes into second place.
Well, the beach break right there in town in Sayulita is actually a pretty comparable wave to here at Southside. It's not as consistent, though, but that's where everybody surfs. You see the Southworth brothers, you see Diego Cadena, and you see the Mignot siblings out there. And I think growing up in that area and having somebody like Wheeler Hasberg, who's coming up through the junior rankings right now, is pushing and elevating Marco's game.
Temporary second place for Marco Mignot because the number came through for the backup for Kanoa Igarashi. Just workmanlike, putting up numbers, 5.57. Igarashi goes to the lead. David Silva in second and advancing position. Marco Mignot, he needs a 5.54. Jordy Lawler sitting with priority, a smaller ask, only a 4.84 for the goofy foot out of Narrabeen. So we'll see how this plays out. We're halfway through the heat at the 13-minute mark.
He's been very patient too, Lawler, only needing something close to a 5-point ride out there towards the Pier Wall Kaipo. And I see a couple of lines coming through, but he has experience in big events, and he's been able to clinch and win big events like the Australian Open a few years ago. Not easy to do in front of your home crowd, and to be able to manage pressure and expectations like that.
Not easy to do at 1 foot Manly, I believe.
Yeah, it's pretty grindy that year.
That's some grindy stuff right there. Yeah.
It's a hard wave to surf as well, real quick.
Yeah.
More of a shore break kind of wave, and it's a lot of closeouts on that one.
He was also one of the many pros that came down to support Kaloe's event.
12:20 on the clock. Priority with Jordan Lawler, if you want to be formal. I called him Jordan, and he says, what did I do wrong? I saw him earlier. I just was being formal with you. Goes by Jordy most of the time.
Yeah.
Well, no harm, no foul for Kanoa Igarashi. He was in fourth priority anyway, so might as well just try to scratch into one.
Yeah, and then you're in the last heat of the day. Might as well work for it too. And you know, we talk about his 2 wins back-to-back, 17 and 18. Had to beat Tomas Hermes and Griffin Colapinto in back-to-back finals. 2 people that are great at beach breaks, and Griffin winning here in 2021. Good clash of styles in those final Skypes.
That's right, Kanoa Igarashi in the lead. David Silva in second. Jordy Lawler with an opportunity. We'll see if he can execute when we return to action at the Wallex US Open of Surfing.
The Wallex US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, and by Wallex, official digital wallet of the US Open.
Back in action, Huntington Beach, last heat of the day, Marco Mignot. Loading up off the bottom, big snap off the top for the surfer representing France, Mignot. He's a 5.54 to get into second and advancing position. Last heat of the day, and we asked our fans, who do you think is gonna win this heat? You go to worldsurfleague.com, put in your pick, we tabulate all of those numbers, and we come up with our Pacifico fan picks, overwhelmingly Kanoa Igarashi, Mitch.
Yeah, I think that's pretty smart on the fans' behalf, personally. I mean, two-time champion coming up against a couple people that historically haven't done great here in the past, but still, Kanoa looking to go and garner his third event win here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. How about that wave from Marco Mignot? The timing on that first turn was beautiful. Precision beats power, timing beats speed, Kaipo, and we saw it right there on display from Marco Mignot. Beautiful stuff.
Jordy Lawler. A couple of quick turns on the backhand. Just a little carve there and meets the oncoming section with a snap.
Nice finish, though, and that's why you saw the fist pump right there at the end. I don't think without the finish he would have been as stoked on that wave, but needing something close to a 5-point ride, and we're still waiting on Marco's score as well. But this is going to put Jordy right back into the heat right here with just under 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, important scores that we are standing by for. Marco Mignot comes in a 5.47. It was not enough to move in to second in advancing position.
And real close too, 10.5 for second place, 10.44 for third. And Marco's still going to need something just above a 5-point ride, but he's capable of. I mean, he got a mid-range score with just 2 turns, and really the meat of the score came off of the first turn as well. So it seems like the wind's definitely picking up a bit more from the west-northwest. So that's adding a lot more ribs to a lot of these lefts that we're seeing. It's going to keep the rights pretty clean, though, Kaipo.
Still waiting for a score for Jordy Lawler, Mitchell. And that number of 4.84, you can see the needs column, will change the dynamic of this heat. That would move Jordy into second place and advancing position.
Yeah, it's pretty close. You know, the 5.67 at the beginning of this heat has always been his keeper score, and Marco's kind of been chasing everybody afterwards. And David, if it weren't for that 6.17, he wouldn't really be in a position right now to even be in the top 2 spots. So he's been slowly working and progressing his scores.
Waiting for the decision on the judges. 4.97, just enough for Jordy Lawler to go into second place.
And look at how close it is between second, third, and fourth place. Everybody in the 10s, but it's just 0.2 that is separating second place all the way to fourth. And right now, with the consistency of waves that we're seeing on the outside, I expect to see at least one more exchange between all 4 of these surfers. Kanoa, the heat leader with third priority right now, he'd be thinking, okay, it's my backyard. I know this wave better than anybody else. Let me just better the mid-5 that I have of my backup score. The biggest question that I got last year regarding him and the finals, ended up number 5 in the world, was, oh, how much is he working? Dude, he was training around 4 or 5 times per day during that waiting period for the finals. So had a lot of things going on, was able to surf a couple of times a day, but was spending a lot of time in the gym, just bettering his physique and obviously his overall consistency in the water.
Can you overtrain?
You can, and I think overstimulation is a thing too. You don't want to overthink, and if that's one thing that I'm definitely going to recommend to a lot of surfers, you got to keep enjoying it. If you're overworking yourself and you're feeling like you're just handling this more of a profession and not something that you obviously want to make a financial living off of it, but if you don't feel like you're having enough fun anymore, it's time to call it quits, or at least tone that down a little bit. It's something that we actually see a lot on the regional QS, not as much on the CS.
5 minutes remaining to decide our final heat of the day, but the show will go on. We'll have the 8:05 post-show. Mitchell, you'll be joined by Chris Cote and Peter Mel for that 8:05 post-show. Soleil Erico, our reigning women's longboard champ. She wants to get out there and catch a couple of waves of her own.
Yeah, get to train in these kind of conditions. You never know what it's going to be like during your day of competition.
Lawler tosses that one up. Not going to change a thing, but just staying busy. Igarashi heading towards the pier.
Oh, dude. What? Ah. Why? You had it. I'm always going to be critical of him.
I love when you get excited that way, Mitchell. Now he's checking his board. Little nose pick backside reverse attempt.
The cool thing about it, though, was the speed. I mean, when he's coming out of that, he was going 100 miles per hour. Pretty nice to see. Cool little attempt. Looking to better the mid-5.
Yeah. Sharp eye looking fast.
Yeah, it is, and that's an epoxy. And see how it just glides over the sections right there, too? Little setup turn, and look at this. It's the speed that he was coming out of that thing, and he just needed to stay centered on the board, Cano. What are you doing?
Marco Mignot, he split the peak.
Yeah, on the other side of the peak, still needing that low 5, throws the tail around. Decent little reverse, but you can see the frustration right there with the hand gesture. And then Jordy right here in second place. He knows that he needs to go big to improve on the 4.97. So was going for the reverse right there, but seemed a little forced for how the section was. Still, close heat right now with 3 minutes to go.
And Kanoa just last lipper there. Right next to the pier. We're getting the pier angle looking down. David Silva, he got a wave as well. Remember, Silva needs a 4.47 to get into the top 2. Here we go, replay. David took the right.
Yeah, and he has a great backhand bottom turn. Look at that depth. Slides the fins, more of a tail slide. And then it seems like he's riding a fire right now. That third turn was great. Timing on point. More of a board slide right there at the end, looking for a 4.47. Close to getting it right here, Kipes.
Quick backhand. He's known for that. Quick in small surf, David Silva.
A couple of Mohawks in the event too, Kalohe and David Silva.
Mitchell, everyone knows you go faster with a Mohawk.
That's true. That's true. That might need to be my next hairdo.
Okay.
Might do it.
All right. You'll go faster. Silva gets the number. 5.5. Silva goes to second. Jordy Lawler, he's got to perform now. These a 6-point ride right here. 2 vert. Backhand stabs, can't hang on for the finish.
Yeah, unfortunate right there. He needed to ride out of that last one.
The feeling on the beach right there. People are upset.
Well, he was on his way to a good score right there. The first turn was incredible. The timing, the precision.
He had it.
Yeah, and unfortunately right there, just the whitewater getting the better of him, and score comes in not even close to enough, Kaipo.
Yeah, 2.77. Lawler's still chasing a 6-point ride.
He's got 90 seconds, though, and so does Marco. But both needing 6s now because Silva gets the 5-5. It's a good score right there.
Down to 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Silva with priority above Jordy Lawler, and that is exactly why he is trailing Jordy to play a little bit of defense in this final minute.
Well, and there's nothing he can do against Marco because he has higher priority. So if you're going to choose one of the two, you go with the person you have higher priority over. So
it would be silly for him to sit on Marco.
You can pressure him as much as you want, but
you get Jordy.
You can catch any wave you want over the other surfer, you know, and that's where priority has been so important and crucial to many heats, especially when it comes to world championship heats. We've seen things come down to positioning, to priority, and the good use of it. There's a case in point right here of David Silva using that expertise and that experience when it comes to this in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is a good play by David Silva. Sometimes you got to play offense, sometimes you got to play defense, and this is a defensive play. 20 seconds, right on his heels. Jordy trying to get away. He's only got 10 seconds.
Ooh.
Marco uses priority. Needs a 6.2 bobble there. That's going to cost them. Needs something giant on the inside here. Really, really catchy wave. And not going to do it. Kanoe Igarashi Advancing on, as expected, along with David Silva. Let's take a look at the numbers as Kanoa rides fakie to the beach. Silva, Igarashi, onto the round of 32. That's going to end our heats for the day, but the show's not over. 8:05 post show coming up. Chris Cote, Peter Mel, Mitchell Salazar. Stick around.
Welcome, surf fans, to the 8:05 post show, part of the Wallex U.S. Open of Surfing. And we just ended the day with a bang. Kanoa Igarashi, two-time champion, coming through victorious. We will be getting an interview with Kanoa if he ever gets through this throng of fans that waited all day to watch him surf. And he's going to pay him back. He's going to pose for photos, sign autographs. He's going to do his job as a professional surfer. And speaking of doing our job, I am Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. That's Pete Mel. You guys, I got the script for the 8:05 post show. This reads like an adventure novel. What a day of surfing here. This Challenger Series men's division really lived up to all expectations and more. There were some radical surfing going on today, and I do not use that term lightly.
Yeah, and some big moments, too. We obviously had our first person qualify for the Championship Tour for 2024, but big shout-out to the local guys, too. Jet Schilling came up with a huge performance. Unfortunately, we did lose somebody like Kolohe Andino and Kate Madsen, but I definitely do feel like the Wave showed up today, Chris. They were stellar.
Yeah, and that last heat of the day, you know, in looking behind us, you say, well, it's probably kind of deteriorating through into the afternoon. But these are elite-level professional surfers. They can make any waves look great, and they did it in that last one.
Yeah, they did. I mean, highlight for me was George Bitar. I think his performance today was amazing, throwing away by high sevens. He was exceptional. Got to watch my son compete today at the first time for the U.S. Open. That was fun to watch, even though he didn't make it. But overall, I think our hands are, are surfing. The surfers in this Challenger Series, we're in good hands with the performances that we've seen here in the round of 64. We're going to see, Australians. We've got a good American groups. We've got Latin Americans. It's, like I said, in good hands.
I'm right there with you. Let's take a little rewind and see what just transpired out in the water. That was 30 minutes of fury to end our day here. And, of course, whenever Kanoa Igarashi paddles out on the north or the south side of Huntington Beach Pier, 99% of the time, big things happen, and they did in that last one.
Yeah, and opened up with a 6.33, as you saw right there. Was able to back it up with a 5.57. Going left, probably a brand new board that he's running underneath his feet, one of his own models, the Storms from Sharp Eye. The thing looks great, and being able to just use that experience of surfing out here, doing free surfs and comps to his advantage, Chris.
Yeah, and definitely had a tough heat. I mean, David Silva, this is a guy that will beat most people on the Challenger Series as well as the Championship Tour. He is that good and that consistent. He had to keep Kanoa honest, that's for sure. He dropped a 6.17 and a 5.5. You're always going to get big performances from David Silva.
And he did it with patience. He was behind and needed a score here with about 3 minutes to go. This wave was up. He waited in the spot that he wanted to pick up this right. He found it and turned the heat.
Yeah, we did lose Jordan Lawler and Marco Mignot in that heat. Fives aren't going to do it for you at this level on the Challenger Series. So round of 64, heat 16, our last of the day today, went to Igarashi and Silva. And that actually is telling, right? Kanoa Igarashi, anytime he's competing here, like I said, you're going to see big things. Do you think he has what it takes this year to get that elusive third victory here in Huntington Beach?
I think he has it every year, and I think it comes down to him wanting it and the consistency that he's going to bring. Luckily for him, he is actually in the back end of the draw, which I actually think is beneficial to him. He's always going to have later heats during the day. I think that experience of just free surfing here so many times like that is going to help out a lot.
And, Kanoa is going to be facing some new competition. That's one thing I love about the U.S. Open of Surfing is we see new superstars rising through the ranks. And, for Kanoa, this is also going to be a scouting report as to who he will potentially be facing on the Championship Tour.
We know that Kanoa loves to compete. That's why he doesn't have to be here, right? Obviously, it's his home break, and that's kind of a lure. But the reality is that he loves competing, and I think you're right. Exactly, being able to compete against this new crop coming up, it lights his fire, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to be able to go in there, and if he can go out there and win another U.S. Open and spank everyone in the draw, all of a sudden they're going to come up against him in the Championship Tour, and they're going to go, oh gosh, I'm scared, you know. And so he's, that's what he's doing. He loves the place and loves competing.
And he's building momentum, and he finally made his way to the glass where Kanoa Igarashi is standing by now with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, I am sure this is a field that Kanoa would love to dominate. Pete and the guys on the 805 Post Show were just chatting about how nice it would be to come up against this young crop of people on the Challenger Series. What do you make of this next generation of surfers coming up, Kanoa?
Yeah, wow. I had a good time just watching the contest all day today. I normally never watch, I don't watch many heats, but I had such a good time today just sitting on my couch, something that I don't get to do very often. Actually, I never get to watch heats at my house. I'm either normally in it or different time zones and stuff. So it was nice to be just on the couch and watching heats, and I saw a lot of good surfing. And I feel like the scale was really low today just because the judges knew how much potential everybody has. So yeah, it was a tough day to get scores, but I was inspired after watching everybody surf today, and it was nice to finish off the day with a heat win.
Who are some of the people that impressed you the most?
Oh, wow. I really like watching Cole's heat. He surfed really good. I feel like there's a handful of guys that surfed good today. There's a couple bias fares, but I really like the way Jacob surfs. He surfed really good today, too. I felt like Nat, I felt like he surfed good. Yeah, I mean, there's just a handful of guys that whether, they've been on the QS for years or it's their first year on tour. And I feel like Huntington's such a tricky wave. Everyone kind of has a different approach every single year. Even for me, I feel like I have a different kind of approach and strategy going into every heat out here, even though I've surfed this wave so many times. So, yeah, I had a good day today, and I can't wait for some more.
We can't wait either. Thank you, Kanoa, for your time. Back to you guys.
So Kanoa Igarashi, probably half of his day was a lay day, laying on the couch, getting hyped, watching the contest, and that in turn fired him up to go out there and do what he does best. So congrats to Kanoa. He is rolling through with lots of momentum, and the momentum for our Challenger Series surfers just recently started. We're a couple of events in, and one name that's been on the top of everybody's list, including on the top of the Challenger Series rankings, is Cole Houshman. I would venture to say this was right up there, probably one of the top 3 days of this kid's entire life. Why is that, Mitchell?
Well, he was able to qualify for the Championship Tour for 2024, a lifelong dream for him, Chris. And to be honest, I didn't think he was going to come out with this much desire. He really wanted it today. Look at this last turn. So much power and intensity into it. Congratulations to him. He's going to be on the CT.
Gotta love that Nolan Raposo is also in this heat. He knew the gravity of it for Cole. And again, as Nolan does, beginning of the heat, had a couple errors, wasn't pulling it together. It was like, oh no, come on, Nolan, pull it together. And sure enough, he did. And the back half of the heat, he was able to turn it. Cole took the win here, but another surfer who wants to find his way. He's already got a nice, solid result. And this is a place that Nolan can get a good number. He did it last year where he's able to get a good result. There it is, the emotion for the kid with the stars on his head. And he's ordering up his Pipeline guns because he's going to be able to compete at Pipeline.
Yeah, and the Championship Tour has a monster coming onto it, that is for sure. Cole Houshman dropping huge scores by way of pure power surfing. Seems like he does it the right way wherever he is, and you kind of think of him and his build as a guy who would stand out in waves of consequence. Well, he can do it in the small stuff as well. He proved that today, and basically just proved to everyone in the world that Cole Houshman is a force to be reckoned with. Congratulations, Cole. You are a rookie on the 2024 Championship Tour. What a day for him. What a day for San Clemente. The performances were pretty much rising through each and every heat, but we only get one wave of the day. I'm talking about the Nissin Cup Noodles wave of the day. Now, with so many incredible surfers hitting this lineup and plenty of opportunity, it was a toss-up to see who it was going to be, but this is your wave of the day right here. A surfer named George Pitar. George Pitar, get used to that name. He's going to be around for a while with surfing like this.
It's pretty nasty stuff right there. I mean, look at that throw tail at the end, grabbing the rail when he's coming out of it too. And that's actually an ECT board that we were talking about from CI Surfboards. Thing looking great underneath his feet.
Got an 8.5, so thank you Cup Noodles for that wave of the day, and congrats to George Pitar. So we're just getting started, really. This is only day 3 of competition of 9 days straight in the peak of summer here in Southern California, the Wallex US Open of Surfing Huntington Beach. How's it going to look for the rest of the week? I'm throwing it over to Professor Pete.
Well, that little storm right there with the purple blobs, that's the pulses we've been seeing. We saw a little increase today. We saw a little increase 2 days ago. We're going to see a little bit more coming forward, and then we'll see it back down, and then we're going to see some more action. And that's the summertime floodgates. This is a wave magnet for southern swells. We're going to see these swells. Pretty much we're going to have waves all week long. We're not going to go into the flat spells that we've just been through for the last month and a half. You see that one over there on the other side of the Pacific there, the bottom part. That's going to be for the weekend, so we're going to have some southerly angled swell throughout the entire event window.
That's a reason why we have been having surf events here in Huntington Beach for the better part of the last 2,000 years since surfing began. There's always waves here. 350 plus days of the year you can surf on the south side of Huntington Beach Pier. Thank you, Surfline, for that forecast, which is favorable. That just tells us the waves are going to be fun for the rest of the week. And speaking of fun, this is my favorite part of the 805 post show. I'm talking top 5. These are your top 5 shining moments of the day. And I'll tell you, you're in for a wild ride right here, starting with this guy, Connor Coffin. This was his buzzer beater finish And Connor Coffin, one of the few surfers that could actually use the depth of his rails today in these waves, Mitch.
Yeah, and a former number 4 in the world, and some great surfing out there. Had one wave that was really crucial to his scoreline as well. Big layback, but as you were mentioning, Chris, buzzer beater performance right there from the kid from the 805.
And tons of fans on the beach waiting to greet him when he came in. Number 4. We're used to hearing this guy's name when we think of waves like Chihopo, and one of the few surfers on the planet who can ride that barrel switch. Kauli Vast. Well, he can do it in the small stuff too, absolutely ripping.
Yeah, bright future for this kid. You know, obviously very good at Chopo, which is one of the most difficult and challenging waves in the world, but able to do it in Huntington Beach. Talk about well-rounded. We talked about, you know, Andre wanting to be able to be doing it in both places. He was able to do that right here, just like Kauli Vast.
The San Clemente Cyclone came to play today. Crosby Colapinto, number 3. Dominant performance. He had his brother Griffin in the box talking us through this heat. I think Griffin was more nervous than Crosby.
He was, and you know, the dominance of San Clemente here in Huntington Beach has been noticeable. Crosby, a former champion at this location at the QS level. He's looking good, moving through into the round of 32.
And now we're at number 2. This guy has the wave of the day and the number 2 spot on our top 5, George Patar. He went excellent, and he did it the hard way. I mean, this was by no means a perfect wave, but made the most of it.
Yeah, 7.93, 8.5, went excellent with the numbers, right? 16.43, I think was his total, right? Yes, and then he actually threw away a 7.83 in this heat. So only rode 3 waves, and they were all really good ones.
And your number 1 moment of the day is the number 1 moment of this young surfer's life. Talked to him right after he came in from this heat. Said, how does it feel to have a lifelong dream come true? And you could just see it on his face. It was amazing to see this magical moment happen to this kid right here who has earned it. I mean, he has been through the ups and downs of professional surfing, and he's on his way to glory now.
Yeah, and did it on the lefts too, which few people were able to really obtain good scores on throughout the day, and good stuff there from Cole Houshman. Guess what, Chris? We get another goofy on the CT.
That's right. We'd love to hear that. We'd love to hear that. Well, we had a great day of Challenger Series competition here for the men today, and for the rest of the week we're going to have waves, we're going to have longboard, we're going to have shortboard, everything in between. You've been watching the 805 post show here at the Wallex US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back tomorrow morning. Tune in. We'll see you there.
Welcome to Southside Huntington Pier. What is in store for us day 3 of competition and the 4th stop on the Challenger Series. Sean Crawford up and riding, nice snap, and a huge finish there.
Now the Reaper's calling, no time to react. Been through hell, I'm not going back.
Morgs, strong carve.
It's going to be a big day for San Clemente, and this kid right here, Cole Houshman, welcome to the championship tour.
Yeah, we're gonna get high, get on top, higher, to get what I want, higher. Soul's been lost, blood and water, purify my faults. I'm high, I'm on top, higher, I know what I want, higher. I've been scorned, souls and daughters, purified and reborn.
Ezekiel out gets it. We're going to see him in the round of 32. Turn the heat. Last wave. 15.67 two-wave total. Crosby, Colapinto, Griffin. I think you can kind of lounge right now.
This soldier bleed. Gonna get high, get on top, higher, to get what I want, desire. Soul been lost, blood and water, purify my faults.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.